Are you benefiting from the fan at all? Okay. No. Yes. All my many Robinas. And these are the joint collective of food. So you're welcome to dip in anytime you feel. Right, I'm going to plug this in. We are just on the stream for now. Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, if you say go live. And then whatever you see on yours is coming through. We should now be live. We are indeed live. Oh, with adverts. Lovely monetization. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Robot Rebellion here at Rapture Gaming Festival 2022. So good to be back. We've got a lovely audience here already in the building. We are looking forward to 2 days of robot fighting fun. Lots of robots on offer. I am your host for today, Jevon Woodrow. I'm joined alongside lovely Gav from the BBB February. You did, didn't you?
I've only done one, so please be kind.
Yes. It's a trial by fire, as it always has been.
Can I just stop you? How many days are we fighting for?
We're fighting for 2 days.
I only did I've done one event. Now straight thrown in for a 2-dayer.
Straight in the deep end with a 2-dayer, and we are straight into the first round of battles. In the arena at the moment, loading in, we have the Flipper AOB using a plastic drinks bottle as an air compressed tank to use the Flipper with.
That sounds like it could be explosive.
Oh, it should be very fun when the spinners come out later.
One good axe or a spinner.
Happily, in its first fight, it has, quote Rara Granger here, the worst robot she's ever made. And that was a choice.
And just for those on the camera, yes, this is a walkway behind us.
Yeah,
you will see the Roboteers.
You will see everyone, and it's going to be for good
fun.
And
let's just quickly talk about the venue. This is quite a nice little setting.
It's nice, isn't it? We've got lots of exposed beamwork above us. We've got bricks, mortar.
Feels very fitting for a robot competition. You know, that rustic, almost middle-aged kind of setting. It's very interesting, and looking at the crowd, you might see a couple of people, lovely waving there from the audience.
Yeah.
We've got a wider show going on around us.
We do, yes.
Gaming festival.
A small part of a far bigger thing. I think thing is the way to describe it.
No, we are the main attraction. We are the main attraction.
We were allowed enough to be last year.
Look at this audience.
And I think we're getting ready to go for the first fight.
One,
activate. Here we go then.
So we are fighting, and oh dear, right into the corner we go. That is not in control. Can they find out where they're going?
Yeah, this is not my beautiful wife there. Now on their back, AOB, the Flipper, has done its namesake, I think.
And that bottle, I can see what you mean. That bottle is well exposed. But
oh, it is.
What is going on? They are all over the shop.
They are. I think AOB got a bit stuck on the pit there. They're now away again. Those new forks on it. Every time AOB comes to an event, it seems to look slightly different to last time.
And are we already seeing our first immobilization? Are they out?
Not quite. But you see, this is not my beautiful wife. Has a servo-powered waggle stick, the most powerful of weapons, and so it can still move upside down. Although I say that as it dies in the corner.
And that is the end of the fight. We have a winner.
AOB, your first winner.
So let's talk about the fight. Let's talk about it.
Well,
I counted maybe 2 or 3 flips in that fight.
A nice, easy way to start the day. Usually we get big spinners first out the gate, and the whole audience is cheering, and the Roboteers are screaming because their robots are in bits.
They absolutely terrified me the first time I saw the spinner, because you think it's a nice, quiet, beautiful day. We're here on a Saturday, lovely blue sunshine. Next thing you know, the wind-up of one of those motors is absolutely terrifying. And honestly, I fear for the competitors.
Oh, yes, definitely. It is a rough field. I think we should talk about the robots that are here today. There's a lot of spinners about today. Lots and lots of spinners. There's a lot of new robots as well.
Which we love. Good for you guys at home.
Yeah. You won't be seeing the likes of Drizzle. you won't be seeing the likes of Toxin because they've all brought new stuff this time.
I didn't think that was possible.
I know, right?
I've heard. I've only been to one event, and I already knew that was not possible.
It's crazy, and the level of Roboteer is just so high this time round. It is going to be a really good show. Coming into the arena, we have one of our seeded machines. So we should talk about the seeds first of all. If a robot has done well over the last year, got top 8 or top 4 at an event, they got automatic placement to this one. So, Baby Shrek, who won one of the events more recently, is here by invite and is entering the arena right now.
So Baby Shrek will be taking the red zone, and who is in the blue?
In the blue we have CSB Echo, a pusher robot who competed last year. Did very well actually, pushed all the competition around, had an unfortunate encounter with the pit a couple of times. They need to watch out for that this time, I think.
I was going to say, so very much the pit is their ally in this battle. They
Definitely
are looking for that aggressive power play
Baby
and then
Shrek,
hitting the
meanwhile.
button. One. Whoa, hold. Hold.
Whoa.
We got very excited there.
False start.
The
Baby
red lights
Shrek.
are on. 3, 2, 1. Activate. There we
Here
go.
we go then. Baby Shrek has an unfortunate habit of
Whoa, up
flying
into the
out of
wall
the
it goes.
arena.
Baby Shrek's coming out aggressive.
big hits. You see there, Baby Shrek bouncing off the floor. That is their enemy. CSB Echo will be looking to capitalize on the fact that Baby Shrek bounces around. However, he's looking a bit still.
And will Baby Shrek go in for another kill just to tease him, or are they going to leave
I
him
don't
be?
think so. There's a lot of fights to get through for all of the competitors today. We might see some quicker ones in the morning because they are going to be competing for... because we've seen previously they've gone flying out of the arena into that Uta zone, and if they touch down in there, they're out of the competition. Or
So I was going to say, talk to me about the Uta zone. It is the triangled area.
It is, yeah, behind the pit button.
Behind the pit button, opposite corner of the pit itself. And if they go anywhere near that zone, if they touch the floor in that zone,
that is it.
Just a tippy
Even
toe,
if they bounce back in,
they are out.
They're done. And that's happened to Baby Shrek a couple of events ago, at the BBB event more recently.
Because once that spinner gets going, you can't really stop it. You are up in the air.
Especially if you're flying. But that was an explosive one. Baby Shrek have some points on the board. It's a round-robin format, so people are going to be earning points throughout the whole weekend.
Well, I was going to say, because I am a completely rookie, completely new to this, so please do tell me, what is the nature of this event? What structure are we looking at for the competition?
So there are 5 robots per heat. There are lots of heats. I can't actually remember how many there are. There's so many.
I think I've counted maybe 110
fights.
Or fights. 110
there's
fights.
definitely over
11
fights.
heats, I think there is. So 11
heats would make sense.
10 fights a heat. Simple maths, really.
Going to be a lot of fighting. We've got Boom Zoom and Brug coming into the arena next. Boom Zoom we saw at a BBB event more recently. Which is a lifter with 4 wheels. Brug is a new one on me.
As in, new one to you or new one to the competition?
It could be a bit of both, actually.
A bit of both. We'll have to ask. So hopefully as the day goes on, we will start getting competitors coming up behind us, joining us on our seat, and we'll get to talk to them, find out a bit more about that robot. But as you said, a lot of fights to get through. So we're going to see some quick fights potentially in this morning session.
Yeah, so Boom Zoom being loaded into the arena at the minute is a lifter. Uses the middle yellow section to lift up their opponents. Brug is a pusher, so Wedge is there to try and control the fight, push them all around, maybe get them in the pit.
So unlike last fight being very explosive, quick and over in a second, this is going to be a driver battle. So probably actually the first battle that doesn't involve a spinner, I think, today. Which not only makes that exciting, but... Oh, I say that. Is there a spinner on there?
Oh, there might be. This has gone from a
there
pusher
is a spinner
to a
on there.
bot.
So, what is the difference? What is the difference between a spinner and a saw?
So, spinners you find have a couple of teeth on them. They do big hits. Sawbots have lots of little teeth, and they grind in and they cut into the opponent slowly.
So, if you were a pusher bot, what would you prefer, a spinner or a saw?
Well, it's an interesting one because Sawbots tend to get through the plastic armor that these beetles use. The big hits can be more easily absorbed by the plastic. So,
and I guess also you can't really come back from being sawn into, whereas a big hit could just be the connectors loose. Back in you go, and we're getting ready for the countdown. 2, 1, activate!
Here we go then.
Oh, and a quick dive, but they dodged each other, both turning right, so they brilliant maneuver there. And already behind, put them into the corner. That's going to render the saw completely useless.
Oh yeah, the moment Boom Zoom ends up underneath or behind Brug, that is going to be it for them. They're just going to have to be along for the ride.
And was that a bit of a pin we saw there, locking them up against the pit button?
Definitely. Pins, they can last for 10 seconds, and it shows excellent control from the aggressor.
And I don't even know I don't think that saw is spinning up. It does not seem to be going.
I'm not too sure myself either. It may well just be a glorified control bot at this point.
So really just intimidation factor if that was a thing.
Oh yeah, definitely. Although a bit of weight balance as well.
Absolutely,
as it falls over.
And now trying to self-ride, and they just managed to do so.
Yeah, there we go. The pit is going down, I believe. Oh, bad place to be. Very bad place to be.
And in it goes, is it on the edge? And there we go.
That's a win for Boom Zoom.
And unlucky for Brug, just couldn't get the saw working. Maybe that edge. Teetering is so tempting to go in for that final shove, but that's how you knock yourself in.
Oh yes, oh yes.
So the audience is filling up incredibly nicely, actually, for an early day.
You can see behind us the lovely Roboteers. Roboteers, give us a wave to a camera somewhere.
They're waving to us.
Hello.
Facing the wrong direction, but they're giving a wave.
We've got competitors from all around the UK and also around the world, with our furthest competitor coming all the way from Australia, and that is Mr. Ben from Team Panic.
So literally, can you get any further? That is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
They brought the heat wave with them.
They have indeed.
All the way from Australia.
Ben has really brought the heat, and he's brought with him Annie Are You OK, which is the first time we've seen it in the UK since Bugglebots, way back a few years ago. Annie, I'm so excited to see fight. It's been doing really well in the Australian scene. For those that follow Ben's channel, he is always updating us on how well Annie is doing at the Adelaide Robot Combat events. And it's the first time he's come over to the UK in a long while, so I'm excited to see if the Australian scene has kept up with the UK scene.
And you're on about the Australian scene. Is this the Dutch competitors who are entering into the ring right now?
Yeah. Yeah, we have, who is it? This is not a drill. This is, in fact, a flipper.
And I don't know if you can see it on the camera, but I can see it from here. There is a brilliant little person holding the Dutch flag, representing their nation, coming over to the UK. I don't think, if I was that little figurine, I don't think I'd want to be in that arena. If they survive this whole competition, I will be really impressed.
Oh yeah, definitely. The mascots are what makes the competition, and they are just so much fun. So this is actually driven by a veteran competitor's son, so Greg Catalina, who will be driving later on with his saw robot. In fact, he is allowing his son to take the reins of This Is Not a Drill. Meanwhile, in the red square, we have the Clusterbot, now a Clusterbot not attached anymore, Rust in Pieces.
And, well, we'll talk about Clusterbots at the end of this match as the red lights are on. 3, 2, 1. Activate, and the Clusterbot splitting, dividing, conquering, and already pinning up against, throwing them into the pit button.
Yep. This is a party. No, not this is a party. That's a wrong robot. This is not a drill. I'm thinking of Ben from Team Panic still. This is not a drill. Just sort of wheeling up. That wedge is coming off the ground, struggling a little bit.
And not a drill, yeah, really struggling because it's 2 against 1. It's really unfair. Both of the Clusterbots have a flipper as well.
They do, yeah.
So they're not completely motionless. So there is a penalty.
Yes.
But that being said, you wouldn't see it. Look at the control of both of them, pinning Not a Drill up against the side, and the pit is now lowering as we speak.
These two work very well together. They are an excellent control pairing, and they could very easily get This is not a drill over towards the pit.
And Not a Drill is getting ever closer to the pits, but darting well away. The clusterbots looking a little stuck on the arena floor, almost bashing into each other.
Not quite sure what's going on, and they're having a bit of friendly fire, I think.
So what weaponry do we have in the arena right now? Is it both flippers?
It's all flippers, yeah. We've got the front hinge flipper of This Is Not a Drill, and the normal rear hinge lifters of the clusterbots Rust in Pieces.
So really this is a battle of who can get the lowest to the floor without getting stuck, because you need that scoop to get under your competitor, otherwise you're not really doing much. But now they're grabbing them almost with the flipper stuck on top.
They have a very clever little stick on the side of the robot that just does an excellent job of controlling This Is Not a Drill.
And how much have we got left on the clock? I cannot see a clock on our screen, so it's going to be difficult for us to judge.
Yeah.
But pinning them up against the side there, and well, Not a Drill trying something, trying to do anything, but the control factor is too strong. The clusterbots, they really are a brilliant controlling pair.
This fight is going down to the judges by the sounds of things, as we are counting down the last 5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
And that is the
cease.
match. An interesting control match that will be thrown to our 3 judges, who today are Mr. Ryan Bratley. Those 3 categories will be weighed up either side, and there will be points given overall. The winner will get those points.
And as I always like to do, I like to challenge you with how you think the judges are going to score. Who do you think is the winner from that fight?
I believe it's probably going to be Rust in Pieces, myself.
The clusterbots, the control.
Yes.
The control was far too good. And we are now telling the audience, and Rust in Pieces indeed are the winners from that fight.
You might have heard the booming voice of Tim there, who has a presence.
Has a presence with a shirt that simply says meh.
Meh.
So maybe not he's very smiley, but his shirt doesn't give him the initial appearance that you think. He is approachable, he's lovely. But that is that fight concluded, and what a brilliant round for our Dutch competitors. Their first fight.
They've got 4 more, they can make that back easily. They've got some things to work out. The wheeling backwards is going to be a bit tricky for them, but I'm hoping they can work it out. Greg is a very good roboteer. He'll be able to help out.
And did you mention that they had a secondary robot here today?
They do indeed. They have their Saw robot that has been to several events, whose name just escapes me at the minute. There's so many competitors that I am losing track.
Although you say, I think that is a good name for a robot. Escapes me.
Escapes me.
Yeah.
That's a very good.
That's a very good name for a robot.
What weapon would you put on Escapes me?
Well, Escapes me. You're talking maneuverability.
Yep.
It's got to be a quick, fast robot.
I agree.
It's all about escaping. That being said, okay. Sorry to derail the conversation. Have you just looked in the arena?
I have just looked in the arena. Mr. Tom Brewster from Drizzle fame. Drizzle isn't competing today. This is his new robot, Stratus. It is a scaled down version of a very big robot called Huge, an American robot that was based on a UK robot called Gabriel. But then there's a featherweight version built by Tom that's called Straddle. This is the Beetleweight version of that, so this is Stratus.
So is this very much the sincerest form of flattery is imitation type
Most
of?
certainly, yeah, and it's an excellent weapon. Not many people can reach the body of Stratus. It's so high up that there's only a few who can actually reach it.
So really the strategy is nip at the wheels, deform those wheels, and maybe if enough people get at those wheels, he'll run out of spare parts.
Absolutely.
And that'll be them done. Look at this behemoth rolling into the corner. So in the blue corner, help me out. Stratus, and then in the red corner,
we have Vertex returning, and they were an invitee as well. Both of these, I believe, seeded robots.
And we'll find out who is going to be victorious in one. Activate.
I'm excited to see Stratus.
And they're winding up, and the control factor is actually looking really difficult, but up against the wall on their side, and bits are flying all off all over the place. This is aggressive, this is brutal,
and
they are out!
An absolute clinic there from Stratus.
My word, did anyone stand a chance? Let's watch the replay.
There was some damage on Stratus. One of those legs got taken off by Vertex, and I think he took it personally.
But look at him, 3 hits, 1 up against the wall, 1 into the corner, and 1 out.
Perfect method. Mr.
And
Tom
look
Brewster
at Tom.
is going to be coming to talk
he
to us
almost
in a
looks
moment
relieved
with his wonderful new robot.
So words from Tom, it didn't split in half. Do you
Yes.
think that was a sincere concern?
Oh yes, definitely. It's only held together by rods going through it. So, you know, the spinner is in the middle. It's got to spin somewhere, which means the two halves, there's only one thing holding them together. So if that goes, it's all gone.
So, but let's talk about the start of that fight, though, because I thought there was going to be some control issues because they started almost crabbing around the arena with only one wheel rotating at a time. I thought the spinner was going to give them real maneuverability issues.
Yeah, unfortunately, for Vertex anyway.
I was going to say,
are
you picking a side?
Very well.
So Vertex now picking up the pieces. How are they going to recover?
Duct tape, sellotape, hot glue.
Well, yeah, just put it out in the sun and maybe melt the plastic back together
I
again.
think so. It's going to be an absolute stormer today. You might be able to see just in shot. We've got our lovely fan going.
We do. Thank you for bringing the fan.
Yeah,
I
it's
should
going to be
thank
a
you.
godsend, I think. Coming into the arena next is one of our new competitors, by the looks of things, who's come all the way from France.
Incredible. So that is 3 so far. We've mentioned 3 international competitors.
We have indeed.
So, you know, including the UK, that is 4. I believe we got someone from Ireland as well.
We do indeed.
That's
we have
5.
a couple from Ireland, in
That's
fact.
5. So we've got 5 countries represented here today. A proper international heat.
It is. It's the biggest competition of the year. 2-day event is the only one that we do in our calendar. The rest are all going to be 1 days, except for potentially one later on in the year, actually. I tell a lie. There might be one more later in the year.
And I never went and asked for pronunciation, so is coming up for, is it Heat 4, round 1?
Yeah, Heat 4, round 1 eliminators. We've got Schnack versus EMP.
Schnack is the pronunciation.
Yes, and that's one of our Irish competitors, but this isn't that. This is our French robot Dustwind.
And I can see it at the bottom of our screen there. So for those watching at home, it is on the bottom of your screen. Dustwind versus Grab Crab.
So Grab Crab returning from many different events. Joe Brown, the head of the BBB division, coming from Bristol, with a robot that has been with him for a while and has had a lot of lineage. This one more alike to his featherweight that he has recently competed with and won an event with at North Down Havoc.
He has won an event, because talking to him, he's very much all about just taking part, having fun, and meeting the community. He's a lovely guy.
I think he's got a bit of a competitive side to him as well.
Is it hidden? Is it well hidden?
It is, yeah. This version of Grab Crab looks absolutely stunning, I must say. It is going to be a good, fun control fight.
So Grab Crab in the red corner.
It's fast
Dustwind in the blue. The lights are on. We are ready.
So lifter versus pusher, really, here.
2, 1, activate. And Grab Crab moving straight in over to Dustwind, and now they're lifting them, grabbing them, putting them on their side, heading towards the out zone. Are we getting close to seeing an out?
I think we might be, although he has been lifted all over the place. That was a little suplex.
That was up and over, and Grab Crab turned his back towards the out zone. I thought he was going to suplex them out. This isn't wrestling. This is robots, not wrestling. But up into the air, Dustwind once again. Grab Crab so far taking control.
Yes, Grab Crab is just managing to get in between those forks.
And we're up vertically.
It's a very good grab, and it's a very good crab, I must say.
It's a brilliant.
Dustwind really struggling at the moment. Turned over once again.
So Dustwind, you're saying their strategy is to be a pusher. They're meant to be the more aggressive in terms of the pushing and shunting battle, but Grab Crab, they have this one.
Yeah, certainly the more controlled of the two at the minute.
And I have to say, Dustwind, unfortunately for them, their shape is allowing Grab Crab to really get under, get around and hold and control them.
And unfortunately, I think the out sections of plastic have hindered them here. The wheels are off the ground and they can't go anywhere.
So Grab Crab doing a victory pose, and we have a winner.
Having a bit of a salute there, I think, to his fallen comrade.
So unfortunate for Dustwind, because not much they could have done. I mean, it's like a two-piece slot machine where you want to bash the window to get it off the side, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Very unfortunate
for Dustwind, but more fights to come as we move on in the competition. Hopefully we'll get to talk to some of the roboteers a bit later on. Tom Brewster ran in the opposite direction, so we'll have to wait for him.
I think they wanted to inspect their robot, make sure it truly did hold
as
together.
I said in that last fight, one of the standoffs for their feet came off. If both come off, they've got no control of the direction they're travelling, so it's an important part they need to make sure works properly.
Indeed, indeed. So a little bit of calm before the storm. So our next battle is Schnack versus EMP.
It is indeed one of our Irish competitors, Schnack, and EMP, another robot from one of our seeded roboteers. This is from Felix Townsend.
So what was the metric for doing well during the season?
So if you have a top 8 finish in competition, you get into this event by invite. And it was up to you if you wanted to attend or not, basically. Felix has adopted a new robot. He had apparently a lot of files ready to be built, just a backlog that he hadn't got round to building yet. And so he's been working through them slowly this year.
And by files, do you mean robot designs?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Robot designs, so
yeah.
More of a designer than a builder.
Yes. But he is slowly working through those builds, and he has built a 4-bar flipper called EMP. So a 4-bar flipper different to a normal flipper. Whereas a normal flipper would flip like so, up and down. A 4-bar flipper sort of lifts up and forwards. Meanwhile, we have Schnack, which is a sort of grabber robot. The lid of Schnack can come out and grab hold of stuff, like a big bear.
Okay, so it is once again a control fight. Craig is very much mucking around behind us. Are you trying to become famous? I mean, feel free to sit down and talk to us if you really are struggling for something to do. Are you prepared for your round to fight?
Yes.
Are you going to be the awkward one who just says yes or no?
No, I'm in.
Is that words?
Help me out,
I
Jevon.
think that might have been words.
It was words somewhere in there.
Okay.
Right, I'm very, very good, thank you. Talking last night, you were intrigued by the robots you're going to be fighting in your heat. Talk to me about your competitors.
Oh, I've got a great heat. I've got Enigma first up, which is, I believe, a seeded robot in my
It is
heat.
indeed.
Driven by the fearsome Joe Mitchell. He is terrifying, and he is haunting me and telling me he's going to destroy me.
With his lifter.
With the
Yeah.
lifter. And you were quite eager to get here today. You were quite anxious. Are you excited?
I'm very excited. Can you tell? I'm a little bit bouncier than I was yesterday in the car. Kind of.
Yeah, on the long drive down the M4. Yes, Craig was very much in the back, just almost falling asleep in some places. But look at him today, lovely
Well,
smile.
he's been building up his energy, and you are bringing. Is that a T-shirt? Mr. Cat is back.
Mr. Cat is back.
He's got a bar.
Do we allude to anything, or are we? No, we
Oh.
don't. We don't allude to
Oh,
anything. But there
exciting.
might be something. So we are reordering the fight. Unfortunately, something is
Schnack
gone a
and
bit
EMP.
wrong.
Yeah, EMP is having an issue. So Schnack and EMP will fight a little bit later on. So we are going to have a different fight up next.
So moving on to round 5.
7th Circle
Heat 5, sorry.
versus Step Up 3D. 7th Circle is one of our secret robots. It's a vertical spinning robot by Dave, the arena marshal, who is currently telling Tim how to work all the things.
So Dave is going to be competing.
He is going to be competing, and he is going up against Step Up 3D, which is a scaled up version of an Antweight robot built by Eli, which is I think it's 4-wheel lifter, and it's got a long sort of slappy lifter on the front, which looks a lot of fun. It has very unique armour as well.
A slappy lifter.
A slappy lifter.
A slappy lifter.
Yeah.
So very much bashing people away like a fly squatter.
Yeah, definitely. Can be used to hit, can be used to lift. Although he's got a bit forky with this one by the looks of things. He's got 2 prongs.
I'm sorry, Jevon. We need to work on the technical terminology.
Yeah.
Slappy slappy.
Slappy forky
You've got
lifter.
me doing it now.
Yeah.
Slappy forky lifter.
And have you noticed the unique armour on Step Up 3D?
Well, you say unique. I would say lack of.
It's paper.
Which is lack of. But it has got some artwork on it. What is it just there?
I think it just says Step Up 3D, if I'm honest.
with the classic S. Of
It
course
does.
it has.
It does scale up from his Amway though, because his Amway had a tape cover.
I like the way you think paper is a step up from tape. Tape is absolutely way better in every way. If you can't fix it with duct tape, you're not using enough duct tape. It's
Correct.
simple engineering.
Correct. I'm gonna pop a brownie bite in, I think.
So
On the way.
David is very carefully getting the robots ready to fight. The robots have safety measures on them to make them safe when they're outside of the arena. I caught you whilst you're eating the brownie, so I'll let you keep eating. But I was going to ask
very
you.
aware that I was crunching into the microphone as well.
Of course, you're on open mic. Sorry, everyone, if you were listening to the ASMR section of the stream. But enough of this filler. Let's get back to the race, the fighting. The robot fighting. 1. Activate.
Here we go.
And
then, a
straight
different
away.
setup for the Seventh Circle, who's using a few more forks than they used to. Step Up is managing to do a good job of controlling the start of this fight.
And 7th being pinned up against the arena wall, but that saw is now up and spinning. You got to be wary if you step up.
Now you can see there he's being hit.
Oh, big explosion of plastic there, all are shattered.
Wedge.
Shattering.
A lot of the front wedge has gone. And
now
so has the Forky lifter. He's upside down on his paper armor. That might actually work better for him, honestly.
I don't think it will, because now when the 7th goes underneath, they are going to be digging into the electronics. This is very bad. And Step Up desperately hitting the pit zone. They want the pit to fall. 7th getting closer on the right side, but they can't get in there to push him because of that wedge that 7th has.
We'll see. Step Up is doing a good job of managing to avoid the pit for now, although, as I say that, driving a bit closer, struggling to drive upside down. I think there must be some sort of debris stuck underneath. It may well be the paper.
Well, you say the debris. Look at the arena floor. It's absolutely covered in shrapnel. 7th must be really proud of themselves at this stage. Probably winning the damage battery. And as I say that, one wheel's off the wagon.
Yeah, that's
Step Up struggling now.
That has been gutted out of there, by the looks of things.
And this is what the crowd came to see. We're getting the oohs, we're getting the ahs. Another wheel is gone. A bit of paper. Get the confetti going.
Count them with me. That's 2 wheels.
Only 2 left. And Step Up getting ever closer to the pit.
Wheel we see anymore.
Oh my days, that is, you're tiring.
Nice, yeah.
All right, someone take the microphones off of us. We don't deserve to be here. So we've seen some quiets now. Some quiet in the storm. And you said you've seen a motor up in the air. Self-righted, but is there anything left of Step Up? Can you even recognise it?
I think it is a face only a mother could love at this point, but he is going to get to a judge's decision.
Believe it or not, I think we have a good understanding, but look at the shrapnel, look at the damage, look at the replay.
A very difficult judge's decision on the way, I believe. I mean, Step Up, it had the most.
And you're on about it. The wheel there at the last dying seconds, the 3rd wheel fell out of the chassis. Yeah. So there is, at the end of that fight, only 1 wheel left. I think it's a foregone conclusion. Jevon, who do you think's won that fight?
Almost certainly our seed 7th circle. That was an absolute decimation, I think.
And you're telling me that Step Up now needs to go back to the pits, prepare themselves, and you're telling me that they now have to repair the damage ready for the next fight?
Yeah, they might have to put it back together. More tape, more glue, more zip ties. We're just trying to wire up some speakers for the live audience.
Yes, so sorry. So we can talk to you guys at home. Wonderful having you all with us. But the live audience is very much just listening to the carnage, listening to the shrapnel. And when it hits the arena wall, it really does echo around this site. So we are looking to get some commentary going for the crowd that are with us today. So forgive us for the delay in the stream. And also forgive us because the shrapnel is being cleaned out of the arena now as we speak. And yeah, this is... oh, hello everyone.
We can be heard. Hello audience.
I like the way audience didn't even know we were here talking. Yes, there is a live stream. We are talking to people. And, well, hello. Hello, everyone. Give us a wave. Oh, this is lovely. It's lovely. So...
This is much better. Hello,
I feel like, so we've done, what, 30 minutes of talking to ourselves, and now we have people to talk to. So we will recap everything. We'll give you an overview of what's going on today. Welcome, first and foremost. And have you been enjoying the fight so far?
Oh, that wasn't nearly loud enough. Did we enjoy it? There we go.
Now we're talking. Now we're getting excited.
Damage and destruction. Davis in the arena with the brush. Which is never a good sign.
Well, now that we have got the loudspeakers, let's see if we can wake the Roboteers up. So I'm pretty sure they can hear me in the pits. Roboteers, give us a cheer. And we've got the cameras going, so the camera is up against that wall. Everyone wave to that side of the arena. Oh no, Steve, you changed camera. There we go. So that is the live stream. Right, so yes, we are live. We are here. Where are we?
We're at Rapture Gaming Festival.
It's a 2-day event.
It is a 2-day event. We've got more action all day, almost non-stop. A few breaks because we'll need them, I think.
I was going to say, and all we've got us to get going is this little fan in front of us.
The little fan is our saviour.
The little fan that could. So what are we waiting for next? What is the next fight?
Well, we have 2 more robots about to enter the arena. I believe it may well be Aggro Wobber and Zephyrus.
And actually, I've got ahead of myself there. Have we actually announced a winner of the last round?
Oh no, we've not yet.
And the judges are looking at me saying, no, we can't decide. It was way too close.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Talked into the ear that's got the headphone on. I believe the result is 7th Circle. Unanimous for 7th Circle.
So congratulations. They are, I was going to say through, but they're not through. Jevon, now that we're talking to the audience, what is the structure for
yes,
today?
so we have, not whiteboards, we have a round robin format, 5 robots per heat, and they will be fighting 4 times per heat. So all that damage you've just seen, he's got to put all that back together and get ready for his next fight.
So somehow, if they don't have spares, they'll be using duct tape and remending everything. So
a bit of the benches perhaps.
So watching the replay, 3 wheels came off of that robot. They need to find a way of getting all of the wheels back on, ready for their next fight. They do have time pressures, so it is really a race against the clock for them.
It really is, yeah. Coming into the arena next, we have the return of Aggro Wobber Smithers Edition, which is a wedgie lifter.
Which I will be referring to as aggro.
I will commend that.
Well,
so there was a tap out offered all the way through the fight to Eli.
Well, talk us through. What does that mean? What does a tap out mean?
Is if your robot is getting very damaged, you can tap out of the fight to say, no, that's enough damage for me, I need to go and repair. And you can stop the battle there, forfeit the fight, and your opponent wins. However, he carried on going all the way through and did very well to do so.
Incredibly great sportsmanship, great roboteering, and just really what the competition's about.
Judges' decisions mean that the loser gets some points as well. A knockout means no points for the loser. Judges' decision, loss.
Interesting. So there is an incentive. And I'm looking at David.
In the arena, a very bizarre looking spinner called Zephyrus. It's a face spinner. It spins its face.
So Zephyrus in the red, Aggro in the blue, and talk us through the weapons. What does Aggro have?
Aggro Wobber is a wedgie lifter. It's got a big thick chunk of HDPE plastic on the front to just try and absorb the hits. Zephyrus, meanwhile, is a face spinning weapon. We could see some damage here.
And for the first time with the mics, 2, 1, activate! And immediately the spinner gets going for Zephyrus. And, well, it's a bit tentative, and in the air! Are they out? They are not out, they're stuck up against the pit wall.
Still in. Zephyrus, a big hit there, but goes flying itself. They need to watch that.
And running right into Aggro there, but they came off worse. Zephyrus was the one that ended up bouncing all over the place. Aggro nice and low to the arena.
Yeah,
Zephyrus
definitely.
Bouncing everywhere.
That plastic is just absorbing all of the hits from the face. He wants to keep face onto that spinner, and he's now upside down, which could be tricky for him.
But he's actually, no, they're fine. They're the right way up. They're good enough. Because of how high Zephyrus is, Aggro actually can get underneath quite nicely. And look at the sparks on the arena wall. Don't worry, audience, you are safe. This is double layered perspex, so there is protection there.
The pit button is being gone for.
And it's not going down to having some technical difficulties with the arena. It's going to continue into a fight. Zephyrus has not got the spinner going. They look to be stopped. And there we go, the pit has been activated.
It is now going down, and I see smoke coming out of somebody. Is it Zephyrus?
Or is there a fire? I can't quite tell.
A good push there from Aggro Wobber.
So nothing that will stop the fight. We're going to keep going, and Zephyrus is on the edge. Can Aggro position themselves to push them in?
Zephyrus doing very well to not fall in the pit.
You say that, but in they go!
A perfect dive. I'd give it a 10 on the scoreboard there. And the win by knockout goes to Aggro Wobber.
So down into the pit. Zephyrus was coming in with some brilliant aggression, and there's the smoke. We were talking about the smoke, but nothing too dangerous there, nothing that would cause the fight to be stopped, but that did mean the spinner was stopped.
Yeah, so that's probably a weapon ESC, the brains of the robot.
I was going to say, ESC, what does ESC stand for?
Electronic Speed Controller. It controls what the motors are doing. If you think about like the human body, it's the brains of the robot controlling the muscles of the robot.
So like people like to think that the roboteers are the brains of the robot, not necessarily so.
No. They're the instructors, if anything.
They're the instructors. So We mentioned the out zone in that fight, but for the audience, let's talk to them about the out zone and the arena itself.
Yeah, so just to recap, that little corner over on the far side from where I'm sat is the out of the arena corner, or UTA zone. If a robot touches the base of that at any point, they are out of the fight. Even if it's the lightest tap and get back into the arena, they're done.
And that is a judgment call from David.
Yeah, Dave Weston, the arena marshal, who's on hand all day, doing well so far with his fighting and arena marshalling, gold star. He is going to judge whether it is done or not. He will call the fight if it is dangerous or if it is over.
So as always, thank you, David, for bringing the arena down
Yes.
here. Thank you for maintaining it, looking after it. We've seen the sparks, we've seen robots flying into the walls. He does maintain and look after it, so enables these fights to take place. And we're now seeing a fight that was postponed. EMP and Snake, I believe it is,
Schnack.
entering into the arena.
Yes, so Schnack is a grabber robot with a hidden grabber. It's a very cool concept. That grabber's going to lift up and out of the top of the robot and grab hold of the opponents, like a bear claw, just going rah. Like a cat does, in fact.
I like that. That's a massive step down from a bear
Yes.
to a little cat.
Hey,
So,
cats are vicious.
I mean, they're vicious.
I'm
true.
more likely to be attacked by my cat than I am a bear.
Very true in this country. So in the red corner is Schnack, in the blue corner EMP.
Yes, the 4-bar flipper going to be lifting things up. Somebody's just nicked our chair.
Well, the red lights are activated, so
Here we go.
in 3, 2, 1. Activate! And EMP moving into the middle, already pinning Schnack up against the side, putting
Nice
them
little
up
flip.
against the UTA zone.
And is
Can they
Schnack
position
done?
themselves?
There might be a bit of sportsmanship here, trying to free Schnack or trying to get them out of the arena.
Well, we
quite
haven't.
told what.
I don't feel like we've seen much, if any, movement from Schnack, so I'm not sure if what's going on there. But already stuck up against the side, and is that sportsmanship, or are they stuck? Are they immobile?
Well, they are back down now, but I don't know if they can drive upside down. Now inverted.
Well, EMP getting some practice in with the flipper, and now we're seeing some life. Now we're starting to see some movement. We're
EMP
going to get a bit of a fight.
Is very low to the ground, even lower than the forks on the front of Schnack.
Which is incredible given there are some uneven sections to this arena floor. So that low edge can catch the arena floor and really stick you into position. But now we're getting some battling. So this is a fight for position. This is a drivers, roboteers battle. And really it's going to come down to when that pit button is activated, who goes into the pits.
EMP struggling to move for a second there, but does get away and gets position on Schnack.
And I think they're positioned well to go for a bit of a flip. Can they go for one? Snake doing a brilliant job running away. But are they stuck on the arena floor? No, they're bashing back in. EMP into the red zone.
There was a good little push from Schnack. EMP has to make sure that that robot gets all the way up on their flipper before they can flip them. Otherwise, they just miss the flip.
And EMP's actually really struggling to get underneath Schnack there. So what is going on? We're now getting the flip, and they're up against the pit button. Is the pit button being activated? I don't know if the timer is allocated yet. Once the fight has started, it is a 30-second countdown before the pit button is enabled.
Oh, we're far beyond that. I think it might just be some arena malfunctions.
And there are coming down to the timer. So we're going to go to a judges in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Judges' decision.
That's going to be an interesting one. Definitely trying to get position on each other there. You saw some excellent flips from EMP. Not much use of the weapon from Schnack there, which might give EMP the slight edge.
Yeah, quite challenging. But you mentioned about EMP being really low to the ground. Snake there was actually able to get underneath EMP, so even though they were quite close, they must be very similar.
Yeah, definitely. It's just about getting the advantage, finding that gap, being able to get underneath and flip.
And just looking at the last battles there. So we haven't spoken to the audience. What are the judges looking for when making a decision?
The judges will be judging on 3 criteria: damage, control, and aggression. They will be looking at who deserves those points. The winner will get 2 points, the loser will get 1. And that goes to the overall totals for the round. and the top scorers will go through to the round of 16.
And you mentioned there about damage. If they want to, they can request to see the robots to
They can
assess
indeed.
the damage that was done.
If it's an incredibly close decision, you will see those robots come up to the judges, and they will look at them thoroughly to see what damage there is.
And what type of damage will they be looking for? Just cuts, dents, or is it actually more physical in terms of gashes, broken pieces off the robot?
Yeah, that's the sort of thing. That's all exterior. They might look at what's internally damaged as well, see what's working, what's not. Ask the roboteers, have you lost one side drive? Have you still got an active weapon? All that sort of thing.
And the cynic in me, are people honest? Do they tell the judges to
They are most of the time. The roboteer community will tell you honestly if stuff is working or if it's not. We'll know most of the time. We do have a judge's decision. It is a unanimous decision in favour of EMP, the flipper.
EMP is your winner. So 2 points to them.
It is indeed 2 points to them, 1 point,
3 points.
to them,
3 points for a win.
and 2 points for the
2
loser. There
points
we
to
go.
the
That's
loser.
interesting. That's a format point I was not aware of.
So there we go, updating. And you do mention about the Roboteers community. If anyone here watching wants to get involved, please consider it, because it is a lovely, lovely community and they're really welcoming. If you catch one of the Roboteers at any point, they will talk to you about their robot and maybe even tell you on how you yourself can get involved
Absolutely.
in these events, because they are across the country, aren't they?
They are indeed. I will tell you, the best place to go and look about information on how to build a robot would be the person who is right in front of me, Mr. Joe Brown, from Bristol Bot Builders. There is a flag or a flyer somewhere about the building with links to their website. It has guides on how to build this weight class of robots, smaller weight class, bigger weight class.
So really a one-stop shop for
Yes.
roboteering. If you want to get involved, bristolbotbuilders.com. bristolbotbuilders.com.
Coming up in a little bit, we've got Sproing versus Ultraviolence. We've got Voltergeist versus Solanza Frog. Grapple Turnover is fighting Bad Father Mucker. Baby Deadbod will be fighting Attitude Adjuster. And the Barber Surgeon will be fighting Deja 2 Multi-Grab Drifting.
As a commentator, you know which robot I fear, and I will just be calling them bad.
Yep.
So heat number 6, watch out for the commentary because we need to be on the best behaviour.
I am being updated on the judging criteria because it's not quite as I thought.
Please do tell.
So there is 1 point given for each of the categories I've already said: control, damage and aggression. However, there's a 4th category of strategy. So if a robot is using its strategy well, so the flipper getting underneath, flipping the opponent, that's good strategy and they'll get points for that. There's 1 point each. If it's tied, dominance will be used as a tiebreaker. So whoever was dominant in the fight, we saw EMP there was the dominant one.
That's interesting. So robots who are designed to be a shunter, their strategy is obviously quite obvious. They're there to
Pushing
be
him around,
shunting.
push him in the pit.
If you have a saw robot, for example, when their saw stops working, their strategy is going to be almost null and void, and therefore they'll get penalised.
Yeah.
They'll have a really good weapon, but they'll actually get penalised if it goes to a judge's decision. So
Absolutely. Not only that though, driving strategy is also really important. If a sawbot manages to pin someone against a wall, that's the perfect place to get that saw up to speed and saw down into them. If the robot is opening the pit and is a pusher, that's good strategy because they need that pit to win.
Absolutely. So there has been some tinkering on the arena. Hopefully the pit will be back up and fully operational.
We have in the arena Sproing. Sproing is the flipper robot in the blue square, and on the other side in the red very shortly will be Ultraviolence.
Roboteers,
Is one of
stand
our,
by.
Oh, we have some announcement of the timing.
3,
Well, this is getting better and better as the day goes on.
1. Begin.
Ultraviolence bouncing off of the floor.
And that is major damage! Major
Sproing
damage!
has exploded.
6.
Tapped out immediately!
Well, let's look at the replay.
Yeah, because I
Straight from
cannot
the off.
imagine. So for the audience, let's just see. So the spinner gets up and going, and
It's
we're watching.
struggling to move, it's bouncing off the floor. Sproing comes along, tries to get a flip, I think. Must have mistimed it or something.
Well, we're watching the replay now, so we're waiting for it to actually come. Because of the delay, it happened all so quick. And let's see what happens. If you're at watch up on the projector, that should be there for people to watch. And here we go, we get going. They turn around and immediately
absolutely shot to pieces.
turned inside and out.
I believe the term is detonated.
Well, you can only fear for him. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a drum robot that we just witnessed in action, I believe.
Very close. It's actually an egg beater.
Oh, so close. So talk to me about the difference.
Egg beaters have an open space in the center of the robot. Drums are one solid piece of metal with teeth sticking out. They make different hums.
They make different hums. Is that how you identify them from afar?
Yeah. Hopefully, can Sproing come and talk to us and show us the damage on stream? Sproing, come and see me, come and see me. Because I think this needs to be witnessed for the audience watching at home.
And we have actually lost our chair, so at some point I'll run off and get another chair.
Some person called Hoppin has nicked it.
So come and show us. Hello,
Hello there. This is in one piece, but not. That is very split in half. Is it held together with
It's
wires?
held together by 3 wires, yeah.
Yeah, that's a concern.
Yeah.
What is the plan going forward? You have 4 more fights.
I have the 3 broken pieces. I think it is only 3 broken pieces I have spares of.
Excellent.
I'll just replace them.
So you need to fully gut the
The
robot.
wedge is mangled. It's going to be a problem.
Yeah, that needs a hammer.
So how once you saw that initial impact, how quickly did you reach and tap out?
I didn't really have. I mean, I would have just been disabled by being counted out for 10 seconds anyway. So
Yeah. I'm noticing on here as well. Is that an ice lolly stick?
there is a structural lolly stick. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
just adjusts the wedge to be just the right angle for the low ground game. But of course, it didn't work. I did get hit on the bottom of the wedge anyway.
That is unfortunate. Hopefully you can repair it in time.
I hope so.
You got more fights to come.
Yeah.
So best of luck.
Thank you very much.
And I'm going to let you go because that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Flex tape.
An incredible amount of damage. Well, thank you for coming and talking to us,
Yes.
and looking
Ladies and
forward to
gentlemen,
your next fight.
Give a round of applause for Sproing. And a chair has appeared.
Oh, fantastic!
magic.
Thank you very much. So, what are we waiting for? What is next to enter the arena?
Well, loading into the arena right now is the Jimmy Cotton with Voltergeist. This is a new robot from Jimmy, who came last year to Medway with a robot called Volta. This year he's brought a slightly different setup with forks, wheel guards. It looks very clean, very well polished.
And we can just see them now putting something into the back of the robot. What is that they're just placing in there?
So every robot has to have a safety system in it, and this is the way that we turn the robot off. This is the removable safety link. If a robot is deemed too dangerous or is out of control, or even just at the end of the fight, we won't have operational robots in the pits areas where the robots are maintained, so the removable links will be taken out. It just breaks the circuit, basically, so that the robots can't function.
So a nice safety feature there, which is quite important.
And also in the arena, we have the golden return of Sir Lancerfrog. It's been so long since this robot has competed. The Roboteers are thrilled that it's back. We are thrilled that it's back.
And we're getting some frog chants going on, so really a bit of a fan favourite?
Most certainly.
Or a Roboteer favourite?
The 4-bar Froggy Lifter is indeed now active.
So,
Voltergeist.
Sir Lancerfrog in the red zone, Voltergeist in the blue, and for the first time, are we going to hear the official countdown?
Roboteers, stand by.
Very quietly. Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Activate.
Begin.
And here we go. So Frog immediately all over Voltergeist. Voltergeist kind of being very static there, and up into the air is Voltergeist. Frog taking control of this fight in the early stages.
Voltergeist seems to be struggling with their lifters. They are up in the air.
And then one of their forks is stuck underneath their robot, so that's massively inhabilitating them. They cannot get around the arena because one of those forks is somehow trapped itself underneath.
Yeah,
and
it
Frog is
pivoted
taking
too
full
far.
advantage.
Definitely pivoted too far, that fork, and now is back down.
And now they're going to get some aggression. So
Trips enabled.
It's straight up that wedge. Voltergeist, when face on, it is actually lower than Sir Lancerfrog. But Lancer Frog at the minute is doing a very good job of pushing Voltergeist all around the arena and lifting them up.
I was going to say, I was saying that they're attacking from the side, but just then they went straight under knife, and now Frog
Going down.
hitting the pit button,
Pit going down.
and Voltergeist staying well away, and
But
let's
a
see,
good
it's now a
position,
pushing battle,
and a clap.
and it's very
Voltergeist
close,
has a
Frog Wheel is
wheel.
on the edge,
This could be curtains for the Frog.
the Frog is going in!
He's gone! It's a win for Voltergeist.
You can't jump out of the pit!
It must have been a lovely pond for that frog.
And he went down to the home
Well,
zone.
one jumped into the pool where it was nice and cool, and now there are no Sir Lancer frogs. Glug glug.
That is terrible in so many ways, but thank you for bringing your comedic genius to this stream, because let's be honest, we'd be lost without you, Jevon. So, the Frog, Sir Lancer Frog, came out with really the aggression factor. They were winning that fight.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
then the button got pressed.
And just the perfect placement of those clamping forks, using them in a different way to get over the top of the frog, get hold, push down, and then from there was nothing Sir Lancer Frog could have done.
And for a second, there was a second where I thought the Frog might escape, but unfortunately they decided to dive right into the pit and return back to the paddock areas, ready for their next fight. So
Yeah.
Voltergeist taking 3 points there for
Absolutely,
the win.
by knockout. And really turning Sir Lancer Frog back to a tadpole.
But it was a Roboteer favourite, so why is it such a favourite in the community?
Well, Nick Cole, the Roboteer behind it, is a scholar and a gent within the community. He is Mr. Graphic Design, does a lot of the graphic design work for a lot of the teams here you'll see today. Is widely regarded as a general good egg, and his robots are always very clean, very well polished. And so Lancer Frog has just always had that fan favourite, even since its early beginnings, even in Bugglebot's way back when. It's just a good robot.
And you're talking about the different classes of robots there. So what are the different classes and what's here today?
So we've got the Beetle weights on offer today, 1.5 kilograms of robot fighting fun. They are no size limits on these. They can be as big as or as small as you've seen. We've had some ring binders made into robots before. We've had a briefcase made into robots. We may even see
I've seen a mixing bowl. I think I've seen a mixing bowl.
Oh, definitely. We'll see the mixing bowl a bit later on as well. Being loaded into the arena right now, we have grapple turnover, which is a 360 degree style lifter. It will grab hold and turn them over like a crocodile in water. And they're fighting your favourite one to say, the Bad Father Mucker.
Bad, just bad.
Just bad.
Just bad. We swear only in private.
Yes.
We're being good. So, grab turnover and bad.
Bad Mucker?
Just bad.
Just bad. Sure.
3, 1. Begin.
And we're off and
Grapple
immediately.
turnover, very quick across the arena. It's now upside down, but as is Bad Father Mucker.
And he is
driving around, trying to
diving
get that
around the
right.
arena. So this is the issue when you have such a powerful spinner that the gyro effect carries you around the arena, and now Grapple trying to get control, but Bad is chucking them into the air,
That
and
was
they
a
are
big
grinding
hit.
along the floor themselves.
I don't think there's going to be any more grappling.
And we've just seen an arm fly off a Grapple, so losing pieces of plastic.
They've lost their weapon in I think
Pit
that is their
enabled.
grapple gone.
And you know that it's loud when even David starts covering his ears, the arena controller.
However, Bad Father Mucker is very upside down and very not moving.
And the spinner is powering down. I think they are disabled. 3, 2, 1.
That is a knockout.
They are disabled!
And a win to the underdog, grapple turnover.
Well, you say the underdog. I never doubted him.
No,
Never
I've got
doubted
to
him.
say, Bad Father Mucker does spend a lot of time in the air, is a very bouncy robot, is a lot of fun, but does tend to break down a bit.
So let's talk about the gyro effect, because this is something that we don't really think about, you don't really know, but it's the same effect you get on a push bike, on a motorbike.
Yeah,
a
it's
spinning
the
wheel.
physics. It's the physics, baby. We love a bit of science here. We are all STEM educators in roboteering. So let's have a bit of a science lesson. The gyroscopic effect is when a spinner is spinning, it wants to turn like an aeroplane, propels the aeroplane forwards. the propeller on the front. Likewise with a spinner, it's mounted sideways, which means it's trying to propel it sideways. It gets some lift, the wheels lift up, and then it starts turning and might turn itself
because
over.
once you have a spinning mass, it doesn't want to change direction. It wants
Absolutely.
to stay in its direction of travel. So the second you try and put some movement onto it, it will resist you.
Absolutely.
And that is when you start flying around the arena and just some magically end up bouncing off the walls. Bad is an incredible robot, one of my favourites to watch. Brilliant roboteer. And what a great show
just
it always
goes
puts
flying.
on. It
I
always
love
puts
it.
on a great show. So,
Grapple-
looking forward to seeing them in their next
Absolutely.
in the next round.
Grapple turnover has some repairs to do though. Those forks or those grabbers looked a bit, well, not attached anymore.
And we can see them now desperately trying to scour the arena floor for all of the bits and bobs to make sure that they can put it back together. They have something to put back together.
I think we should ask our live audience who are here with us, did we enjoy that battle? Oh, did we enjoy that battle? There we go, nice and loud. And there's plenty more action as we are here over both days of Rapture Gaming Festival with our Robot Rebellion.
So this is a 2-day event. Today, everyone is going to be competing. Everyone is fighting.
Yep.
Tomorrow, we start to whittle down the competition.
Yes.
And that's where the whiteboards come in, where we start to do some crazy, hectic fights of
Oh, and you'll see some
Four.
strange stuff fighting. I said about the ring binder earlier, the briefcase. We've got a ukulele robot that might have a fight later on.
Love to hear the melody that will play as it's being ripped to pieces.
It does have a servo-operated arm with a plectrum attached to actually play a little song in the arena.
So not completely useless.
No. Just needs tuning, I think.
Just oh well, and after this you'll need a lot more than tuning. So
Yes.
we're now entering robots into the arena.
We have a Baby Deadbod entering at the moment, which is a horizontal spinner. A very sort of, as you'd expect it, spinner. You may have seen the likes of BattleBots, where you see robots such as Tombstone. You might have seen Robot Wars, where you see Carbide. This is a very standard setup for your horizontal spinner. Spinner out the front, wheels out the sides. Bosh. Damage.
Nice and stable.
Yes.
Something that you can actually control. Unlike Bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bad is brilliant. We love Bad, but it's not
it's all
bad,
over
it's
the
just
place.
bad.
In the blue corner, we have what we call a hammer saw, and I use the term lightly because it's not a saw, it's a spinner, really. But hammer saw is the recognised thing. I prefer power hammer, personally.
And we're just getting a little demonstration of
is,
it there.
Called Attitude Adjuster, and it is a very nice-looking robot.
Robot ears,
So is that
stand
attitude
by.
in the blue?
In the blue, yes.
Attitude in the blue.
3, 2,
Deadbod
One.
on the red. And
Begin.
it's activated, and the spinner getting up and going, but look at that Attitude already getting underneath, and now the
Whoa!
hammer.
Oh,
They're
what a shame!
Six.
They are out.
What a move there!
So they manoeuvred themselves underneath, they got their saw up and running, went to use the hammer, and it propelled them right across the arena.
Let's watch this again.
And
For those in
out.
the audience, watch it on the projector behind us.
So
For
you
those
can see
at
up in the
home,
projector, blink and you will miss it.
That was quick.
Very quick. We're seeing a lot of these explosive battles. Here's the replay now. So they get underneath, they use the hammer, they engage the hammer, and it sends them miles across the arena, and that's them out.
That was a real shame for Attitude Adjuster because they took the time to spin up there. They got their shot lined up. What they didn't bank on was the spinner of Baby Deadbod.
So Baby
Then
Deadbod is the winner,
smacking into
3
them.
points to them. And, well, let's talk about what that fight could have looked like. What would both robots be trying to achieve?
I imagine Baby Deadbod would be looking to hit the wheels of Attitude Adjuster, remove them, immobilize them, damage the weapon if they can. Meanwhile, Attitude Adjuster will have wanted to get them pinned in a corner, hit that top plate. That's the place you want to really hit. Or the base plate, which is what I think they were aiming for, to try and immobilize them, get those wheels off the ground, and from there they can't move.
Maybe hit some of the drivetrain or whatever the motors are attached to, just something that will immobilize the robot and give them a nice, gentle win. But of course, they are now out. They have lost that round, but there's 3 more rounds for them to go to, so they are not over. And they will get a chance of redemption, a chance to climb back up the bracket. So, who do we have entering the arena?
Coming up next, we have a fight between Metis 2, Beetle Tendency, and Contradiction. Contradiction is a disc spinner, uses 2 discs that attach to each other. Meanwhile, Metis 2, front hinge flipper, that flipper is coming forwards, try and slap the opponents away. This is a rematch. We saw these two fight. Obviously, Contradiction wasn't there. It was a Saw robot back at BBB. And in that one, it was the Saw robot that won.
And now this is louder. This is what we wanted.
Here we go then.
The official
3,
countdown.
2, 1. Let's see the fight.
So the Contradiction staying stable, getting their spinner up and running, and that knocks Beetle Tendency up into the air.
Metis getting underneath, trying to get a flip in, but not quite managing it. Metis now back underneath Contradiction and doing a good job of getting them up on the flipper, but that was a big hit. The bait, or the back plate even, that's meant to absorb the hits is now a bit, I want to say cattywampus. It's a bit all over the place.
It's perpendicular to where it's meant to be, and it's
Yeah.
going to immobilize them a little bit, so Metis now a little bit stuck, and that is exactly what Contradiction wanted. Almost like a tombstone on the back of them. Running towards the pit is Metis. Can they
Metis
get the button hit?
Trying to get that button, not quite managing it. Now
There
does.
we go. So now it is a game of cat and mouse. Who can avoid the pit?
Contradiction riding over the top of Metis there.
And now a little bit
Both
stuck.
seem stuck, not moving. Don't know what's happened there.
So the wheels of Metis are definitely going.
We have paused the fight. So these two robots are stuck together. That we are going to separate them, and the fight will be resumed.
So the timer has been paused.
It has
The
indeed.
fight has been paused, and David will go in with a big stick, give him a poke, and then we will get re-engaged. So there will
Safety
be a
stick of
countdown.
destiny.
It's definitely a tried and tested method.
It is indeed. So when the fight resumes, the pit is open. The timer will start again from where we stopped it.
So Contradiction there has a bit of a spinner on it, or a drum. Is that going to penalise them then? Because now they're not going to be up to speed, or will they be allowed to get back up to speed?
Well, I don't think they were up to speed before cease was called. So
Very
potentially they will
Very
have to
true.
spin up from start.
And we are just asking this one, they're just asking the judges now.
Well, we're just hearing from referee and Judge Tim that on the way over Metis there, when it used it like a stump ramp, the removal link was clipped, taking it out and leaving it immobile.
So who was immobile there?
Metis. Therefore, the winner is Contradiction.
So Contradiction winning by knockout by taking the safety device out of the robot. Is that
Absolutely.
a legitimate strategy?
It is indeed, yes. The removal safety link is a tried and tested way of knocking out your opponent.
So there you go. If you have a really scary competitor, someone who you really do not want to get in the ring with, aim for the safety link.
Well, coming up in the arena next is a real treat for the audience. It's a different way of moving for both of these robots. We have Mechanim versus Omni in Deja 2, multi-grab drifting, and the Barber Surgeon. Neither of these use traditional wheels. They can translate around the arena, move around the arena in any direction. Forwards, backwards, left, right.
So they
Still
can
facing
crab.
forwards. They can crab. They can
along the arena.
literally walk sideways.
And we're getting a lovely little showing of that now as they make their way to the blue zone.
Barber Surgeon here, a Saw robot, has been finished very recently. We were working on it last night. Deja 2, I'm excited to see as well, because it has a grab and lift system. We might see some suplexes here.
Which is always brilliant. So Deja 2, not Deja Vu.
Not
That's
Deja
what I was
Vu,
about to
Deja
say.
2.
And the Barber Surgeon. And you mentioned that they are not conventional. So what is an Omni?
Omni wheels you're seeing on the Barber Surgeon. It has 3 wheels that translate it around the arena. They move in very similar ways, but they're very slightly different. You can see that the rollers are perpendicular to the direction the wheel is meant to travel
So
in.
there's wheels within a wheel.
Exactly.
There you
The
go.
Mechanim wheels are sort of diagonally attached, which means it can move any direction. They're both omnidirectional. One is an Omni wheel, one is a Mechanim.
And there is another type of robot that I'm not sure we'll see today, is a walker-bot.
It is indeed. Well, we will see some shufflers later on, which will be exciting, and we might even see the gyro walker for the first time in the UK for a very long time. Very
I'll
exciting stuff.
ask for more when we
Do.
get some time, because that sounds very, very exciting.
Does
David
indeed.
is putting a clip on. He's just taking the safety link out.
There's something wrong with Barber's Surgeon. I think they're going to use the safety mole grips to just bend the forks up a bit. I think they were getting a bit stuck on the arena floor. So Dave is just moving those forks to try and even them out, try and make sure that they can drive safely. So he's holding the weapon when he puts the link in to make sure it's safe.
I was going to say, you can see there, he's obviously well experienced in doing this, David. He knows the safety precautions when engaging with one of these robots. And that is why we encage them in 2 layers of perspex so that the audience and ourselves are safe when they are operational. But again, the safety link being pulled out again.
The
I'm
mole
not
grips
sure.
are on again. They're bending those forks up again.
So this is engineering at its finest, a little bit of fettling. This is what this is called, a little bit of fine adjustments.
If we were watching Scrap Heap Challenge, this would be classed as tinker time, I think.
So a little bit of fettling, a little bit of tinker time. They are just getting the robot ready to engage. And this is what engineering's all about. It is finding a problem and finding a solution.
We have
So
forks up. We have Link going in.
And we're just making that decision now, running very close to time. Obviously a lot of fights to run through today. So that is fine, they are mobile, that should be enough.
It's something they can fix for later fights, make sure that those forks are not dragging on the floor quite so much.
And you can see there the surgeon getting very cozy into that corner. Deja 2 in the blue zone. The Barber Surgeon in the red.
Here we go then, everyone count down with us.
3, 2, 1, activate! And
Here we go then. The Barber Surgeon circling, Deja 2 circling.
And those Omni wheels making it maybe a bit more challenging to maneuver.
Yeah,
they should
3
give you more
wheels.
maneuverability, but actually it's quite difficult to, as a roboteer, control your robot when it's that way. But Deja 2 doing a great job getting to the side and grabbing, trying to get hold.
Tried to get a good grab there, but didn't quite manage it. The Barber Surgeon just escaping, but there's
And
a
up
good
in the
grab.
air.
Up, but down again, not quite all the way over. And Deja 2 seems to have stopped. What's happened to them?
And I can hear a countdown being done by the judge. So they're slightly moving, still moving. We haven't seen much engagement from the saw yet from the Barber Surgeon. Are they being kind? They're not going to engage, but the count keeps being paused. So I think the Barber Surgeon, they just need to go for it, don't they?
Well, I think they might just count their lucky stars that they've made it this far. They're going to go back to the pits. They're going to move those forks back into position where they want them. And that is the fight. Deja 2 stopped for some reason. We've seen the replay. You're hearing cease.
All the sirens are going in the background. So looking at the replay, yeah, it's really hard to tell why they stopped maneuvering.
They got that first grab and lift and stopped dead, put them down.
And you can still see the safety link is in the back of the robot. We can still clearly see that on the camera.
It's interesting. I'm sure they'll be going back to the pits trying to work out what has happened there.
So an interesting fight, but not quite how we expected it to end. Very much expected some more carnage there from the Barber Surgeon, their saw blade, or maybe more of a maneuverability battle around the pit.
Certainly, and I think it's going to be an interesting one to work out what has happened there. Hopefully, we'll get to know later on from the Deja 2 team what happened, basically.
Exactly what happened. So, whilst we reset, we will reset, re-prepare. We are Robot Rebellion. We're at the Robot Rebellion event.
We are. We're at the Rapture Gaming Festival for Robot Rebellion, which is a part of the bigger event. Lots of gaming things going on, but I think I might be biased, but I am going to say that we are the best attraction.
I think we're the most engaged, the most entertaining, and well, yes, if you are in the area, absolutely feel free. The historic dockyard to come down. It is a lovely event, a lovely day. And we are hidden away in one of the old sheds, one of the old hangars.
Yeah, a boat hangar of some description.
Of
obviously.
some description, which they've modernised, repurposed, and now we are here battling robots.
We are indeed entering the arena right now. We have Gaelic Gladiator from Shane Lyle, who was one of our invitees with his robot End Boss. We'll see that a little bit later on. But he's got another robot in the competition called Gaelic Gladiator, which is an egg beater.
And the thumb is up from the Roboteer, excited to be here.
Ben from Team Panic is in the building. For those that know his channel, he is an Australian robot builder, the furthest competitor we have today. He's come all the way over from Australia to compete at this lovely little event with his robots. Annie, are you okay? It's the first time we've seen Annie compete in the UK for a number of years, I think since 2019.
It's a really long time, even pre-pandemic. But it's so lovely to have them back over here.
Most certainly. Myself and Ben, we talk frequently. We're in a Dungeons and Dragons group together because I'm a proper nerd, you know, show my gaming knowledge. And his robots take lots of titles, do very well in the Australian live scene in the Beetlejuice division.
So are we about to see some carnage? Are you anticipating a bit of destruction? So if you're in the audience, get ready for this one. This will be a entertaining battle.
Gaelic Gladiator is in the red square. Annie, are you okay in the blue? 3, 2, 1, activate.
Here we
Spinning
go.
up to speed. Big first hit. Annie goes up into the air, comes back down, and again, and loses a wheel.
And that is a lot of damage done by themselves, you have to say. Annie in trouble. Are
Gaelic
you okay?
Gladiator trying to get back in.
And Gaelic Gladiator putting them up against the wall because that is the strategy, and they are out.
Oh, what a shame.
Annie taking themselves out.
Bouncing out of the arena, one wheel on that wagon.
I mean, you have to say the control once you've lost your wheel is gone, but that looked very calculated by Annie. They almost put themselves in the outer zone.
Well, let's see. They lose that wheel after that massive hit. Tries to get in, gets closer, hits on the backside there, on the top of the robot. And I think it was the weapon of Annie that sticks out the back of the robot just slightly, bounces them over and out.
So you've heard the destruction, the amount of aggression that can be done from that weapon. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see it engage against the other robot. They really did a lot of self-inflicted damage.
They really did, but we will get to see Annie competing later on. They've got 4 more fights to go in their heat.
And I'm just looking at the underside of that weapon. It really is a devastating weapon with one side where all of the momentum is.
Yeah, absolutely. It is an asymmetric bar, we call it. One side sticks out further than the other. It means there's lots of moments of inertia, big physics coming spinning round.
So no wonder it ended up into the air. But they didn't come all this way just to fight and then go out. They will repair their robot. They will be back.
Absolutely, and we look forward to that fight a little bit later on. I know that Ben has some special things lined up for the rest of the field in his heat, so we look forward to seeing it.
Any secrets you are willing to give away? Understood. Let's keep it a surprise.
Being loaded into the arena at the minute, we have the fork lifter, not a forklift, but a fork lifter, Igor, against a front hinge flipper, a new one by our seeded robot, our seeded roboteer even, Hoppin with Ares.
So Igor versus Ares. This is a interesting battle of names, but
Yes,
let's see who's going to be the victor. So the door is being closed.
Dave. God. There we go. So robots have to have sharp edge protection, and that sharp edge protection was just left on, but it's now taken off so that the forks can scrape the ground.
And that explains why they did not go into the red zone, why they stayed where they were. So Ares in the red, Igor in the blue, and ladies and gentlemen, one and all, we are about to see a battle of the Roboteers. This is going to come down to maneuverability, the pit button, and who can control the fight, pushing their competitor up against the wall. So I think we're just checking maneuverability, making sure that everything is okay. Ares a bit unsure. I think Igor is good to go, so it's just Ares we're checking up on.
He's fiddling with some settings on his transmitter, the thing that controls the robot. Just making sure that it's actually talking as it should, or doing as it should.
Well, we are starting the fight. 2, 1.
Begin. Here we go then.
And Igor so quick out of the blocks, but right into the pit wall. really not what they were aiming for. I think they were expecting Ares to be a bit quicker than they were.
Yeah, Ares is struggling, being too low to the ground. Those wheels are spinning, but it's not going anywhere.
And Igor doesn't quite seem to have the aggression to be able to lift them up. They tried it, but they couldn't quite get the maneuverability.
Yeah, they need to get round, try and lift them up, try and get that right position to be able to get underneath Ares. It's going to be difficult because Ares has a lovely fork profile that means that other robots just can't get underneath
And
it.
here we go. This is what we're talking about. Controlling the fight. Igor lifting Ares up into the air. They could not escape.
That arena pit button has been pressed, and you can hear the pit button is going down. Ares is still, it can't move. I think it's caught on an arena seam. Those wheels are spinning, but it ain't going nowhere.
And the countdown has ended.
That is
Ares is out.
Igor gets a win on the board. Ares will have to pick up the pieces.
So it's interesting. We're seeing a couple of technical difficulties in these first opening fights. Roboteers struggling to get their robots working the way they want them to. So why is that? Why are robots not just prepared, ready for the day?
A lot of these robots, this is the first time they've been properly tested in battle. A lot of people don't have this sort of level of safety in the arena at home, so they can't test safely enough. They can do drive testing, they can do weapons testing, they can't test battle-wise. This is the first time that Ares has been put into a fight. It's his new robot, and those new robot gremlins are starting to show their face.
So it really is a challenging set of circumstances you have to work with. You are really limited on your practice time there. And I was just wondering whilst you were talking, maybe some of these robots haven't travelled that well. Maybe there's a little bit of loose connections or something on the journeys down here. So
yeah, it could be any number of reasons and any number of things to try and fix, but hopefully Hop will be able to go and fix Ares, make sure it works again, and be ready to go for his next battle.
So we're still waiting for Igor to be pulled out of the arena, ready for us to load the next fight.
Coming in next, we have a conversation around a gyro walker. What is a gyro walker?
I love that you've asked me, and I'm immediately going to throw it back to you.
Yeah, a gyro walker is a robot that uses its spinner as its main form of propulsion. We talked about that gyroscopic precession before. This pivots with a stick at the back, like a leg, tries to walk along, using that gyroscopic precession to walk around the arena and then hit something really hard with that spinner.
It sounds, unfortunately, like a terrible idea.
It does sound like an awful idea. However, it tends to work quite well because it gets a slight weight bonus.
So are you saying that we shouldn't write it off? Although
Most
it's
certainly
maneuverability. If it went to the judges, you have to say maneuverability, probably not there.
No, not so much, but definitely the damage.
I was going to say, and how often does it even go to the judges? If it has the damage capability, one robot will be immobilized, and unfortunately, there's not many weapons on the other robot. It looks like it is more of a controlled robot. So we've got one big gyro spinner up against a pusher bot.
Yeah, well, I think it's got a lifter on it, but I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see. It's exciting. This is another new robot for me, Rudimental.
We just got a little nod from the flipper. Yes, there is a little flipper on it. But
Excellent.
against this gyro, is that flipper going to do anything?
Well, we'll see. It could certainly turn it over.
There's not much to get underneath, though, is there? 2, 1, begin.
Here we go then. Needs to get up to speed, and then it can start walking around, or just fall on its head.
Well, and that's kind of it. That's the end of the battle, because once it's immobilized, they cannot get their gyro up to speed, and
It
that
has
is
now
them
turned
done.
into a glorified windmill.
So are we really going to see it over? And that is it. Just the hype. We talked up a big game. We talked up the damage. We talked up the aggression. It just fell over.
It did. It did just fall over, yeah.
Anything more to say?
No. I've always had a motto. The commentary shouldn't be any longer than the fight is, and we've already gone over, so...
Well, we've got to keep people entertained somehow. So, do you think that was a predefined strategy? Because it looked calculated.
Yes, that's what we call a box rush in this game. A box rush across the arena, try and disrupt their plan of spinning up, because they need to have time to be able to spin up the weapon, to be able to move. And that's the perfect time to attack because they're not up to speed. That spinner isn't as deadly, and it means they can hit, turn over, and game over for Di-Fi.
Which is such a shame. So, interesting strategy. And of course, they're not allowed to pre-wind up their robots.
Absolutely.
They cannot start the spinner
The
before
word
the match has
activate,
started.
or the word begin, is the first time they can start spinning up, unless they were allowed to spin up by the judges or referees in a pre-agreed scenario.
And that typically only happens during the whiteboards. Whiteboards are a fun series of matches that allows for all-out chaos.
Or if a match has been stopped.
Indeed, if a match has been paused and then resumed, probably due to an entanglement or even some damage to the arena. We have seen it. It's quite rare, but we have seen it.
Entering into the arena now, we have a hammer robot that uses all brushless. It's a fast, frenetic robot called Gear Down for What? It is good fun. It is a Bugglebot Series 2 competitor and competitor at other events as well, driven by the wonderful Dr. Gareth Barnaby. You're half twins. Okay. Who's it driven by today, though? Ah, lovely stuff. So it's actually driven today by Dominic Cartledge, who unfortunately didn't get time to make his own robot, but is going to be driving this Gear Down for What robot.
So Dr. Barnaby, as you said,
by
has donated
Dr. Barnaby.
donated their robot to
Dr. Barnaby, PhD.
to destruction. Well, let's not go to their ego. let's not overhype them too much.
And would I be able to go to him about a little issue I have later on, or not that sort of doctor?
Let's get back to the robot fighting.
Yeah, that's a
shall
good
we?
idea.
So also entering the arena is End Boss.
Yes, one of our seeded robots and a previous event winner.
And they're looking at us now
It's
with a
gonna be
bit of a
cheeky
smug,
grin.
a very smug look.
Cheeky grin from Shane Lale.
So an interesting battle. End Boss is one of those robots that will cause carnage, will jump up against the arena walls. It is absolutely insane.
I'm very much looking forward to this fight because both of these robots are very, very fun.
And in the past, we've said this, and then immediately the fights either ended or they've gone to
I'm
the
not
Uta
expecting
zone.
it to be a quick one. No, to be a long one even.
Well, let's hope. Let's
End Boss
hope
is
it
here.
is. Let's hope it is a longer battle. We'll see some carnage. We'll see some destruction. End Boss in the red. Gear Down in the blue.
Here we go then. Whoa! Straight
Gear
across
Down
the
was-
arena is Gear Down for What? Upside down. Trying to get that axe into play, but can't do anything.
Well, I've never seen such acceleration like
He's
that.
up.
And Gear Down now self-righting. They are very much in this fight. And is
And
that
turning End Boss upside down.
up against the wall? So they are now in the corner.
And a weapon belt has come off from somewhere, a drive belt from Gear Down for What? Lots of shrapnel thrown around the arena. That is a drive belt come off of one side of Gear Down for What? It's not moving.
And End Boss is showboating, so you have to say, as far as the Roboteers are concerned, that is the end. Gear Down, still
He's
trying to
moving
get
again.
some movement.
He's
They're
back
not
in the
over.
game. And
that's-
now he stopped again.
And that is End Boss. They ripped apart one drive wheel. They've now ripped apart the other drive wheel. End Boss showboating. 2-1.
And that is a
And
knockout.
it's over.
End Boss, your winner, gets those points for that knockout.
And now Gear Down's moving again.
Oh,
Oh, what a shame.
Don't believe it.
Restart the fight. Oh dear, but that is it. Once the countdown has ended, I'm being looked at by the judges. Once the countdown has ended, it's the end of the battle.
Did you get a look from Tim, did you?
I think Tim was very upset restarting that fight. But no, Tim, I understand. You're doing your job. They are the rules, and they have to be
Them's the
followed.
breaks.
Them's the breaks. So, Gear Down, though, you have to say, the acceleration. I've never seen acceleration like that
Well,
at these events.
You're likely to see more acceleration from it later on, and from another robot built by Dr. Gareth Barnaby, PhD, Esquire, who has a flipper robot in the competition a little bit later on, called Tosser 3 Flipping Spree.
What a wonderful name.
It is,
What a
indeed.
wonderful name.
Just when you think he couldn't get another name to rhyme, he does it.
I think more, to be honest, more work goes into naming the robots, to designing the theme of the robots,
Oh yeah,
than
name and
the actual
theme,
weapon.
Name and theme come first, and then you build the robot. That's how I
Because
do it anyway.
I cannot quite remember who it was. It was Digestive I was talking to, and they were telling me how they liked the theme and every robot they've built is named after a biscuit.
Yep. We will get to see Digestive a little bit later on. We had Bourbon previously. They've rebuilt into a new robot, which is very tanky by the looks of things. Coming into the arena next, it's got a face on. Happy days. When I talked to them earlier on, they said they wouldn't have weight for the face, but here is the face. They've made weight somehow. This is Enigma, another one of our senior robots. Did very well in the University Challenge part of the last BBB Bristol Bot Builders event we had back in February. Also coming in is Meow Meow, Mr. Cat's Mouse House.
And look at the smile on his face. He's so excited to see what's about to happen because, well, I don't know if there is.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Mr. Cat's Mouse House.
There could be some fun, there could be some games, and there could be a hidden weapon.
In it goes. There's something in there.
Well, I'm not going to spoil it because I have seen it, but you did mention Bristol Bot Builders. Those in the audience, if you're looking at this thinking, how do I get involved? If you are looking to join the roboteering community, it is a lovely, wonderful community. bristolbotbuilders.com. Go online, have a look. It's easier than you might think to build one of these. It's harder to control it.
Yeah, most certainly. The biggest issue is driving it, but the building bit is pretty straightforward, really.
So Meow Meow, for obvious reasons, has the cat with what is nothing but a plastic mixing bowl. So really you can build anything. You can literally make a robot out of anything. And they are up against Enigma.
Oh, there it is. Here we go then.
Count down with us. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Here we
Meow
go.
Meow lifting up the bowl because they want to put that bowl over the top of Enigma and start to grind away because inside you can't quite see it, but there is a little secret weapon in Enigma pinning Meow Meow up against the side or pushing them quite forcefully. Meow Meow now pushing back.
Mr. Cat's Mouse House is getting that bowl engaged with Enigma's lifter. I don't think I can say anything more than that. There is a little bite, a little nip to the kitty. As you might have just heard, there's something hitting that metal face, and that face may not come out looking like it did before.
No, so now we're going to get to see it potentially on the cameras as they almost got flipped there. You can just see it. There is a bit of a drum, and there it is upside down, so now everyone can see the secret weapon.
But a good lift there from Enigma.
So brilliant
up
control.
Mr. Cat's Mouse House.
Brilliant control there by the Roboteer, and the pit has now been activated.
Enigma trying to get a lift in. Was in the right position to try and get an out of the arena flip.
And there is 1 minute left of this battle, so both robots staying well away from the pit area, but Mr. Cat's Mouse House
Meow's House, I love
Meow's
it.
House is very difficult to say, but they are struggling, pushing them in the side, but Enigma doing brilliant jobs to control them.
Inside that bowl, who knows what's happening? All we know is Enigma is in there and having a time of it.
Well, you can see on the face, now that it has re-emerged from underneath the bowl, there are some scratches, and Mr. Cat's Mouse House is just trying to get around, very close to pushing them into the pits as they edge ever closer. Enigma is fully wedged within Mr. Cat's. And now look at this, Mr. Cat arranging themselves, they are better aligned. Can they get a good drive? And that'll put Enigma into the pit. Enigma fighting back. This is now a tug of war between the two robots.
Enigma get a good lift, taking those wheels just up and out of the way. We only have 8 seconds left in the fight.
Count
this
it
is
down,
going to go to
5,
the judges.
4,
3, 2, 1, and that is the match. It goes to a judge's decision, judging on damage, control, aggression, and strategy.
Looking at the robot now, Enigma looks a little immobilized actually. Only one wheel seems to be operational.
Yeah, both seem to be working, but not quite entirely. If we look at Enigma trying to get around,
so maybe there has been some
one side
damage.
drive has been damaged.
Maybe there has been some damage, and we'll see if the judges take a closer look at the robots. And we'll await the judges' decision as to who is going through.
The judges are deliberating. I'll try my best to talk over it so you don't hear the judge's decision too soon. But it was a very, very close battle, back and forth. I liked that one. Good control match.
Proper control match as well. Not relying on the pit.
You've got a good look there at the weapon inside of Mr. Cat's Mouse House now.
It's very subtle.
It is incredibly subtle.
It's not really there to do damage. It's there.
Is this the little nip of the kitty?
It's
a catnip.
It is indeed. It is. It's just a little bite, because before that robot strategy was to put the bowl over the other robot and push them into the pits. But now they've got a little bit of extra aggression. And will the judges take that into consideration? The scratch marks on the shield of Enigma, will that be considered?
Yeah, there is a judge's decision happening at the minute. Being loaded in is the other Dutch entry from Team Health and Safety. Ladies and gentlemen, head for the exit. That's the name of the robot. Please don't leave. It is called Head for the Exit, which is going to be a problem if there is an actual fire in the building.
Well, we just won't shout the robot too much.
Fair enough.
Maybe we'll just call them Help.
Help.
Or no, Head. Head for or Exit. Let's just call them Exit.
Exit. Though they are putting robots on
But
top.
there is a lot of safety encatchment devices on that robot.
Oh, I don't like it when there's a split decision. It means
Well,
that
this is getting very tense. So a split
there's a
decision has
disagreement
been
within the
announced.
judges. Okay, we've heard it from Judge Tim. 2 votes to 1. The winner of that last match was Enigma, the lifter robot.
So that is 3 points to Enigma. This is a points-based tournament bracket. And that will then decide who goes through tomorrow into the kind of knockout events.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So we're just seeing who loads back into the arena. Just doing some technical things with speakers, trying to work up. They're trying to turn up the arena noises so the audience can hear them.
I think it's more for the roboteers, so that the roboteers know exactly what's going on. When the pit has been enabled, when the pit has been dropped, and most importantly, when to start fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. Being loaded in, as I said, it's Head for the Exit. The saw robot, all of that armour made of plastic, very hand-lovingly made, hand-bent with a heat gun and shaped wood sections.
It is a beautiful,
oh, it really is.
robot.
Such a creative design. There is the deadly saw.
And so what type of battle are we going to see here? So we're going to see a bit of carnage from the saw, a bit of destruction, and what is the other robot going to be bringing? What is Luchador bringing?
Luchador with the suplexing device. It is proper wrestling now. It's an actual luchador in the arena. It's a grab lift robot. It can turn things over.
And we'll see if Head for the Exit can knock them into the top ropes, because they'll be flying around the arena if that saw does some damage.
Will that RKO come out of nowhere? We'll have to wait and see.
1.
Big
Activate.
in. Here we go then. Both quick across the arena. Luchador managed to get Head for the Exit up on top of them.
And Head for the Exit. That saw blade is way too high at the moment. They're not going to be able to engage with where it is at the moment. Luchador really grappling there with Head for the Exit.
I think the idea is that they're going to get hold of them, bring that sword down on top of them, really cut up the insides of the robot. But
we're slowly starting to see it. The saw blade started to move but didn't go all the way down, and Luchador is really getting underneath Head for the Exit. They are grappling. They are doing a brilliant job to control this fight.
Luchador is another one of our invitees. They did very well at an event in Liverpool very recently.
And we're now seeing the pit being lowered, so now an extra dangerous zone for them to enter into the pits. So very close, and it's interesting. Head for the Exit is jumping up and down around the arena. Is that because of the saw blade?
Possibly the saw blade, possibly the drive wheels, because they're bouncing around. They're lifting very slightly at the front, which means that they're not quite touching the ground with that front fork, which is why Luchador is able to get underneath.
And now we're seeing a bit of a grapple. That is a good hold. They are up in the air. That is very impressive there by Luchador, heading towards the pits.
Are we going to see a suplex backwards? No, just a simple grab.
Oh!
And drive away. Very good driving control from Greg Catalina, driver of Head for the Exit there.
So skipping over the pits, the jumping drivetrain actually helped him there, getting over the pit. and they are still in this battle to live another day. Head for the Exit is now stuck on top of Luchador, and this is a very precarious position for Luchador. The tables are turned, the saw blade is now coming into effect.
There it goes, you see it coming down. You might see some sparks in a moment. We'll have to wait and see.
And there's
you
the
certainly
noise.
Hear it. Luchador in a bad place at the moment.
And the countdown has begun, so will they be able to get some more damage in there? You have to say a close battle is going to go to the judges.
Luchador seems to be stuck at the end there. One side of drive is a bit stuck. Will that affect the judges' decision? This is going to be another tight one, I think. We're seeing the replay, that saw blade trying to get engagement on the back of Luchador's lifting setup.
And that is the exposed, delicate part of Luchador. So that is where they want that saw blade to be. That's where they want the damage to be done. But I have to say, I think it came a little bit too late into the fight, because Luchador, in the opening sections of this battle, they were all over Need Head to the Exit. They were controlling the fight, getting underneath, carrying Head for the Exit around the arena. For me, I think Luchador will be getting the judge's decision, but we will wait and see.
I'm not sure. Certainly the damage is going to go in the way of Head for the Exit, I think. But, of course, we know the damage is not the only category these guys are going to be judging on. We shall wait and see.
And it's challenging for the judges, because they need to keep in touch with everything that happened in that fight. Who was the one to hit the pit button?
Absolutely.
Who was the one to carry over to the pits? Because
Whose
of
strategy
course,
was working well? Who's the more aggressive of the two? Who was the better controlled of the two? It's going to be a very, very interesting fight.
Indeed it is.
We see Greg walking past.
Come
There
and
he
talk
is.
to us.
Come
Hello,
say hello,
hello.
Greg,
What was the question? I didn't quite hear.
so why were you jumping around quite so much?
Well, usually I've got extra downforce because of a magnet because of a magnet at the bottom. But came in overweight at tech check, had to take it out, and so it's, let's just say, a little bit unstable. I need to sort that out. Also, as you might have noticed, it needs to have. It's got this wheelie bar here at the back. I changed it out a little bit because the traction wasn't really working well with the previous one, but this one is a little bit too weak. So I thought I think I need to rethink it.
Reinforce it and get ready for the next
I'm
fight.
just glad that I got one saw.
Absolutely, it made a lovely noise as well,
exactly.
soaring into the back of Luchador.
Because I thought that he had me just clamping on and I was unable to move. I thought, okay, this is it. And managed to escape. Head for the exit. But not quite.
Not quite exited the arena.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Yes, right. We are awaiting judges' decision, so best of luck. Greg there, all the way from the Netherlands. A long way to come.
A long way to
Excellent
come.
robot.
And the judges are still deciding. They're still deliberating.
Well, we have a unanimous decision, which doesn't mean it wasn't a close fight. But the winner of the fight is Luchador.
Congratulations, Luchador. 3 points added to their score.
That's soaring possibly a little bit too late. We have 2 more robots loaded into the arena.
And this is the final heat of round 1, if I'm not
indeed.
mistaken.
We have Corrosive, driven by Sam Elliott, popular YouTuber, and Dr. Zayas, a new one on me, which is this horizontal spinner over there in the red square. Here we go then for the last battle of heat, or the first round of the heats.
Last of the first.
Here we go then, the drum spinner
And neither
is not getting up to speed yet. There it is. The horizontal spinner on the other side. Chunks being taken out already.
And now
Big
we're
hit.
seeing some real aggression. Now we're seeing some real combat damage.
I
Or is
believe
that
there might
already
be
over?
a
Is Dr.
weapon
Zeiss out?
I believe a weapon tooth has come off of Corrosive there. It's laying in the arena. I think that's what it is anyway. I can't quite tell from this angle.
But the countdown has begun for Dr. Zeiss. It is almost over. That's
And-
the end of the fight.
He didn't even get out of his square.
So I would say look at the replay, but the damage was already done.
Well, an interesting fight there. We might get a chat with Sam Elliott if he's feeling kind to us.
It's such a shame with these high damage robots. You always hope for a bit more of a fight, a bit more damage, a bit more aggression, but they're such high impact.
Yeah,
That initial
lots of-
hit alone was enough to win the fight for
Lots
Corrosive.
of big damage. Is Sam going to come over for a talk quickly? He's not listening, so I doubt it.
He has wandered off, but we maybe catch them
We'll
a
catch
little
him
bit
later on, yeah. Dr. Zayas, I wonder what happened to them.
Well, you have to say,
They
it just
got-
looked like a drivetrain issue to me
Yeah.
because the weapon was still spinning, but they just weren't moving.
They
so
did get hit very hard, to be fair to them.
But
So
you-
hard that a weapon tooth came off of Corrosive there. That's what gets all the bite.
And it's interesting, it's really interesting because these robots, you would expect them to be designed for the carnage, but you can't predict that level of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tricky to work out what's going to happen when two spinners collide.
Well, sparks normally
Usually-
happen,
usually sparks
and that is
and a
the
fair
only
amount of
given.
damage.
That is the only given, is sparks and damage.
Back in the arena, we have This Is Not My Beautiful Wife, Evo, same as it ever was. And they are going to be fighting. They are going to be fighting Baby Shrek. I'm just being told that This Is Not My Beautiful Wife now steers, which is a great thing for a robot to do. We will also see some robots we didn't see in round one. Every round we'll have robots that aren't fighting and robots that are fighting. And so some have got a break, some don't. And that's just to give them a bit more time for repairs and things. So if they haven't fought in round one, they've just been tinkering, getting things ready for their other robots.
So let's count us in. 2, 1, begin.
Here we go then. That steering is going very nicely for This Is Not My Beautiful Wife. Baby Shrek though, getting some big hits. Oh, that is everywhere.
And it doesn't
There is
matter.
the exposed battery, and that is going to be the fight.
It doesn't matter if you can steer, if you can't survive the carnage.
Yeah. So for our audience, both at home on stream and for those here as well in the audience, if a robot's battery is taken out of the robot, the fight is stopped so that we don't have any big battery fires.
And watching the replay there, oh, what a shame for Not My Beautiful Wife. That was thrown right up into the camera. Watch it on the replay, that looked really cool. But of course, you maybe don't want to watch it because then it was followed by the shredding of your robot.
That's
And
not,
it didn't steer. So the cheers of his steering, it didn't steer. Baby Shrek, well, they just got in and they wrecked their competitor.
It's very not in one piece anymore.
And we can see now that the
Here's that
broom,
replay again, look.
the broom is back out. And oh, thank you, Stephen, for playing the replay again. So the countdown, the match is now begun. Baby Shrek moving in, and you can see, yeah, they're just not steering, they're not moving, and that allows Baby Shrek to get in, do the damage up into the air, as I said, and that was them immobilized. Talk to us about your robot.
Hot glue. Let's show the camera the broken remains of your beautiful wife.
There's all sorts of bits that might be mine, I don't know.
So we've got lots of shards of broken plastic. For the audience, let's just see, this plastic is 10 mil?
8 mil.
8 mil thick. That is some thick stuff that's just been shredded to bits by Baby Shrek there.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very, very not in one piece anymore. The screw stayed in though.
Yeah. More hot glue.
More hot glue needed. Are you going to hot glue the plastic back together?
See, so I'm aiming for best designed, most destructive, judge's choice, you know, the whole thing. And I think so far I'm winning.
I think you are too. Well done, Rara.
Yeah.
An excellent win for you.
I'm glad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I left
Yeah.
my hot glue gone on my desk. I've got a busy lunch break ahead.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Happy fixing. And
Do you know what didn't break?
the little waggle thing. Can I just ask, is this your beautiful wife?
No, this is not my beautiful wife.
Okay, this is not Rara's beautiful wife. Okay, we
Where,
heard it
where
here
is
first.
your beautiful wife?
Not here or existent.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Rara. And the shards of This Is Not My Beautiful Wife are still being swept in the arena. Dave there. Oh no, in fact it was Garfy there on brush duty.
So when there is a level of carnage that needs to be swept up, it is a very luxurious job.
Yeah, it's a
sweeping
bit
up
of
the rubble.
It's similar relaxation levels as a Zen garden, like raking the sand, it's sweeping the broken shards of robot parts.
And then, as is tradition in this competition, it is all swept over the pit, and then the pit is lowered, and then all of the carnage, all of the shrapnel is collected, and at the end of the day,
we play Whose Part Is That?
Whose part is that?
We've got up on screen at the minute the up next fight, so we've got Boom Zoom and This Is Not a Drill being loaded into the arena next. Then Let the Good Times Stroll, our shuffler robot is coming in, they're going up against Brug. Crossblow 3 is going up against AOB. Stratus will be fighting Dustwind. Angel Slice is coming up, they're going against Vertex. And then Schnack will be fighting Seventh Circle. Those are the next 5 fights after Boom Zoom versus This Is Not a Drill.
So yes, we are into Heat 2.
Round 2.
Round 2. So
Round
how
2.
many heats in total are we looking for? I think it's 5.
Oh, heats, rounds 5. Heats more.
Heats more.
Heats
understood, understood. So, Not a Drill now being loaded into the arena, as we can see, with their lovely little figurine and the Dutch flag.
Yeah,
I'm so scared that that flag is going to get destroyed at some point.
So we've got a lovely big one on our far side over there, so it's all good. The Dutch honour can still fly in the building. And hopefully they've sorted out their wheeling issues from before. It does look a bit more stable than it was before, perhaps.
Well, you say that, but as they lurched forward, it did do a wheelie and it jumped up. So if they're looking to get underneath their competitor, they're going to be struggling. And Boom Zoom, they're quick, they're nimble, and they're quite low to the ground.
And hey, while you're at it, guys, while we're waiting for you while we're waiting for the robots to load in, if you want to follow the page, the Robot Rebellion page, I'm going to show you a QR code on the camera. Hopefully it's going to go into focus, maybe. But you can go find us on Facebook, Robot Rebellion, or you can, not do that. It's up to you, it's free country.
Well, if you're watching this stream, you definitely should do it, because we're giving you entertainment, we're giving you some good fights, and, well, why wouldn't you? Because if you do, you get to see some more.
You do indeed.
So do follow the page, do subscribe to the YouTube channel. I know we're on Jevon's YouTube channel.
We are on my YouTube channel today, and we are ready to start with the next fight. It is Boom Zoom going up against This Is Not a Drill. Here we go then, the John Deere look for Boom Zoom. All very nearly out of the arena there for This Is Not a Drill.
And Boom Zoom immediately using that flipper, taking great control of this fight, putting Not a Drill into the corner, once again lifting them into the air. Great control so far, but Not a Drill not out yet. They will be getting into this fight. They just need to renegotiate themselves and find an angle with which they can attack Boom Zoom, because Boom Zoom is really great at manoeuvring that front pit flipper up against them, and now it's the
flag
turn.
is on the floor. No, the flag is down. Boom Zoom pushing This Is Not a Drill into the red square corner.
And now Boom Zoom looking a little bit less aggressive, so that is giving Not a Drill a chance to fight back, pushing Boom Zoom into the corner. They're going tit for tat in this battle. Not a Drill is not allowing Boom Zoom out.
They're trying to get underneath, trying to get that flipper in action to see if Boom Zoom can indeed self-right.
And did you see that there? They were very close. Not a Drill very close to the pit, as is Boom Zoom, but they both narrowly escape it.
It's a very good driving match from both of these two robots. Boom Zoom underneath the front of This Is Not a Drill. Once again, now coming back around and trying to get that front wedge underneath. Tries to do so, just pushing up against the front of Boom Zoom. Can't quite get underneath to get that flipper into play.
So Boom Zoom being really low to the ground, and they're getting close to the pit. But both robots able to escape. 30 seconds left of this fight. We are getting close to the end. And again, Not a Drill pushing Boom Zoom up against the side. So good control on both sides of the Roboteer's control. I'm really struggling to determine who has got this one.
It's going to be a really tight one for the judges as we enter the final 10 seconds of the fight.
7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aggressive tapping at the end there from Boom Zoom, and that is the match. It goes to the judges. A cookie. Very nice cookie. I might have a cookie as well. Thank you to whoever brought us the cookies. It's much appreciated. It's a very close decision. Either robot could have this one. The judges are deliberating to my left.
And if you have just joined us, do stick around because we do have some incredible spinners, some incredible damage-dealing robots yet to come. But it's always nice to mix it up and have a little bit of a Roboteer competitor, control match.
Robot combat all hinges on that driving. And to see an excellent driving match like this, that young lad driving, this is not a drill, did an absolutely amazing job of driving all around. We are awaiting the judge's decision. From my left, you can see behind me the robots. They're talking with judge and ref and general all-round good guy, Tim. Discussing with the other judges, Ben and Ryan, to see what the outcome is. You're not here to have fun.
And it's a very challenging. The Dutch team, you've left your flag. Yep, they're coming back for it. Team Health and Safety. Here is the flag. There it is, representing. And there you go. Congrats.
An absolutely amazing job driving that match.
Brilliant,
both
brilliant
the drivers
job.
there. Really superb. We await the judge's decision still. Being loaded into the arena next is going to be Let the Good Times Stroll and Brug. Let the Good Times Stroll is a shuffler bot. This uses little leggies to move across the arena, shuffling along. They get a bit of a weight bonus, not as much as a walker robot. They use proper legs and have to have 2 sections of mobility in their legs to be able to walk. Whereas a shuffler can just shuffle along.
So what is the objective of a shuffler, really, if they don't have a weapon to them, which, well, does this robot have a weapon to it?
Well, yes. It's got a very heavy, very scary vertical spinner on the front of it.
And I assume that the weight bonus is actually really beneficial because it means the spinner, that robot's going to be more static, and the Roboteer is nodding ferociously.
Nodding hard at us. We have a judge's decision for the last battle before we begin this one. It was a split decision from the judges, but it does go in favour of Boom Zoom. Well done to Boom Zoom. Some more points coming your way. And some points going towards, this is not a drill as well, because obviously when it goes to a judge's decision, the loser also gets some points for staying in the battle for so long. Here it goes, shuffling across the arena. Look at him go.
So it is quite quirky,
With
it's
his
quite
little
fun to
leggies.
watch. So yes, if you have just joined us, prepare
Rumbling
yourselves
across the
for
arena.
a fantastic battle, because we have a vertical drum spinner up against
This is a thick old disc on this.
Brug. So Good Time Stroll in the blue corner.
Blue corner.
Brug in the red.
Here we go, countdown with us. 3, 2, 1, begin.
So
Off
Brug,
he shuffles.
Brug is moving around and they are seesawing their way towards
Let the Good Times
Stroll.
is indeed strolling across. This is going to be an absolute clatter. He's up to speed.
Get ready for the hit. Get ready for the impact, because once that hits, they are going to be flying across the arena. Can they get close?
Brug has not got its saw on anymore. It is just a grabber now.
And there was just a little nip there by Let the Good Time
Oh,
Stroll. And
there
here
goes some
comes the
forks.
damage.
Forks everywhere. If anyone needed cutlery, it's time. Brug is upside down. Can it get back up from there? Needs to self-right.
And Let the Good Time Stroll. They're reorganizing themselves. Are they going to
And I
re-engage?
think the loss of that saw has actually hindered their self-righting.
But they're still trying. The countdown has begun. 1.
And that is it. It's a win for Let the Good Times Stroll. Milo there with an excellent win with Let the Good Times Stroll. It came strolling across the arena. It strolled into Brug, and Brug went for a stroll
So we've got the replay up in front of us, and look at how this began. Brugg did not have the manoeuvrability that they needed. They needed to get over to Let the Good Times Stroll and
One side of
immediately
their drive
engage.
just wasn't happy. Shuffling, trying to get across the arena.
And then you have this anticipation building as Let the Good Times Stroll winds up their drum spinner.
And in it comes. One hit there, few sparks.
But just really a little tickle, to be honest. Brugg was able to knock that one off, and then there it goes, the front forks being ripped away from Brugg. So, Let the Good Times Stroll there, absolutely doing the damage and getting the job done. They are gaining 3 points in this little fight.
So it is 4 points for a KO in that match. In all matches, in fact.
In
I'm
all
being told.
matches, 4 points.
And it's even, you get a point for going in, not forfeiting your match, because this is a battle of attrition. Everybody has got so many fights to get through that even getting to the arena is an achievement. So if you get to the arena, you're guaranteed 1 point towards your overall score. If you win the fight by knockout, you get 4. If you win by judge's decision, you get 3. If you lose by judge's decision, you get 2.
Interesting little brackets there. So really, a win by knockout is over and above the way to win this competition.
Most certainly.
Getting 4 points as opposed to, well, any of the other points available is absolutely the way to win. And now we're getting to see it on the live stream. David there with the brush, the very
Brush
brilliant
cam.
And that is a well tried and tested technique,
Yeah,
isn't
this
it?
arena is not brushless. In fact, it has a brush in it. Coming into the arena next is an interesting fight. It's two people I went and did Ninja Warrior with a few weeks ago in Leicester. It's AOB and Crossblow.
And we'd already discussed AOB, I believe, with the high-pressured plastic
High-pressure
bottle.
plastic drinks bottle, doing some flipping action. Crossblow is a 4-bar lifter, no longer the only active one in the UK. Because, of course, we've got a Froggy back. So it's excellent to see Crossblow back again. Of course, we saw Oliver earlier on with Barber Surgeon, his other robot, the Omni-wheeled saw robot. This should be an interesting fight between the 4-bar lifter, which operates in a sort of up and out motion, I'm going to call it, up and out instead of a traditional just lifting the weapon up, and AOB, who has got that traditional flipping upwards.
So AOB now being loaded into the arena, Crossbow into the blue zone, and well, very much looking forward to the fights. This is round 2, so we have a number of rounds going on, only heat 3 of 11.
Yep, we work through all of the round 2 fights for the heat, and then we move on to all of the round 3 fights, and at some point we'll come and edit all of this together into a lovely episodic adventure.
But let's get started with this fight.
2, 1, activate. Here we go then. Crossblow and AOB meeting in the middle. AOB turning Crossblow over, but Crossblow can drive inverted and should be able to self-right from there.
And it was
to
a
get the
brilliant,
right angle.
brilliant
AOB
ballet.
trying to flip Crossblow out of the arena but doesn't quite manage it. Now hooked onto AOB as Crossblow.
And it was a brilliant ballet as they both started, both pirouetting around each other. And as we're seeing now, AOB getting some brilliant flips in, but they only have a limited number of flips. They have to be careful not
Absolutely.
to drain their bottle.
Yes. The flips are a bit thirsty and they do need a drink from that bottle.
And the pit has been lowered, so now I actually feel that this battle might be leaning towards Crossbow because AOB might have used up a lot of their pressure, and AOB is now up against the wall as Crossbow starts to get some aggression in.
However, don't count AOB out. It does have some very low forks, which makes it a very good push bot as well. At the moment, though, they're circling each other and locking together.
And it is just that little, very close there by Crossbow. I thought they were going to back themselves into the pit area, and now once again Crossbow being inverted, but that doesn't bother them much. AOB is watching to decide what to do next, and now they are engaged with each other, up against the pit button, but there's not much over there. Can AOB flip them into the OOTA zone?
Well, I'm not sure if they can do that or push them into the pit. Crossblow desperately trying to self-right, get back onto all 4 wheels at the minute. It only has the power of the back 2, and that's not very good for pushing.
And this is where AOB needs to be taking advantage. They need to be on Crossbow 24/7, pushing them towards the pit area, but they're just not managing it. Brilliant control, brilliant escaping, by Crossbow, but they are escaping. They're not being aggressive.
Yeah, no, this isn't very good aggression from Crossbow at all.
And they're getting close.
And AOB has just made a driving error, falls into the pit, was winning that fight, I believe. If I look at the judges, they're nodding back at me. AOB was on top, but Crossbow is the one who's above the pit, and AOB is unfortunately down.
And that is how quick it can turn. You can be leading on aggression, you can be leading the fight. That was where I saw Crossbow getting very close, thinking they were going to back themselves in. Little did I know that it was AOB at the end of the day. They were the ones walking themselves into the abyss. So still watching the replay, and you can see darting around and AOB starting to get caught on the arena floor there. They are really low to the floor and there's a little gap. And Crossbow going in for some aggression, and now this is almost where, you got to say, Crossbow coaxed them into the pit. They pirouetted around, they tried everything, and this is where we go. They head over towards the pit, and AOB gets a good position, nice little push up against the pit wall. And now AOB in a brilliant position, but it just tips itself in. So unfortunate.
Catches a wheel on that edge, and by that point it's all over for AOB. But not quite all over, because they still have a few more fights left.
They do indeed, but I think that is a loss in both of AOB's fights, which is really unfortunate.
It's a tough one. Definitely a tough one for them. They are going to need to come back strong later on in the competition, I think.
Well, their only hope of getting through to the Sunday round is to win their next two fights. I have to say, I feel 8 points is a strong number, but they need to start winning now if they do want any hope of continuing. And now into the arena. I believe that is Dustwind in the blue zone.
It is indeed Dustwind in the blue area.
And we are waiting for the second robot to be added in. And oh my, yes, they are back.
It is Stratus time once again. The big wheels, the big spinner.
So for the audience who are here with us today, please stay with us for this fight, because this is going to be one to watch. Those big wheels, and in the center is a spinning weight that will do incredible amounts of damage. And well, I'm actually looking at Stardust. I wonder, or Dustwind, are they too low? Are they going to be safe from that spinner?
No. No, they're
Worth
not.
a try.
No,
Optimistic
thinking. No. They have indeed got the whip. They might be able to hold off on the wheels.
I try and add a bit of suspense.
No, I'm
a
sorry.
little bit of suspense.
I'm sorry.
And in you go with a solid, blunt answer. Well, there we go. So, Jevon, call it. Who's going to win?
Oh, I'd never do that. I'd never do that, because anything can happen in robot combat.
So, Dustwind in the blue, Stratus in the red. One. Let's begin. And Stratus getting that weapon up and running. And look at Dustwind getting to the side, but now you can hear it starting to wind up, and it's going to make it harder for Stratus to control. And look at the damage on top of Dustwind.
There is a big crater there that wasn't there before, and that crater is just getting bigger every second. You can see the insides of the robot now from Stratus.
And you were saying Dustwind, they are wider than Stratus, so if they go straight on, there's a chance that they can stop the damage. But no, look at Stratus once again.
Dustwind have put some tactical sticks on to try and hold Stratus at bay, but unfortunately I think they might be just tactically too far away.
And that gash in Dustwind is getting bigger and bigger. It's almost as if Stratus is going to saw their way through the whole robot.
It seems to be stopped. It looks like Harry Potter with a scar on his head, I must say.
And the judges' countdown has begun.
And that is a win for Stratus.
So immobilized, and look at Stratus with the showmanship. But unfortunate for Dustwind, there wasn't much they could do.
There are some very big holes that weren't there before in Dustwind.
So we see there that initial impact on the replay, and now we are looking for Stratus, and this is where they start to make that inroad, the damage. They start to soar away at the top of Dustwind, and Stratus is just so unforgiving. There really is no mercy from that robot. But I have to say, if another robot, another spinner, another drum beater, if they can nip at the wheels of Stratus, I feel that would immobilize them, and that is really the strategy. So Stratus so far winning, I believe, both fights. But I think they are defeatable.
As well.
By knockout, but they are defeatable.
Certainly.
All you need to do is take the wheels out of.
A lot of people have a lot of strategies for Stratus, whether it be to hold the wheels away, whether to hold the body, whether to put a massive great face on it that you can just wail on all day and does nothing to the robot. There are lots of strategies.
Whether to just plead for forgiveness and hope for the best is, yes. I don't think there's much you can do. But yes, a lot of shrapnel in the arena. So we need to get the brush back out, clean it up, and then we'll get the next robots in for competition.
Yes, indeed. And coming up next, I believe we are about to see the debut today of Angel Slice. They're going up against Vertex, the vertical spinner.
There's loads of shit in here, I didn't see it.
So you can see a brush cam there. Tim is doing a good job of sweeping up everything in the arena. We are joined on stream at the moment by Mr. Sam Elliott, who, what happened in your fight? Was that one of your teeth laying on the floor?
No, so what happened was, I'm a Wally.
Okay, that was never in question.
Well, no, it's not. So what happened was with me, I didn't Loctite my teeth in, and one came out, and it kept bouncing off the floor. And as a result, I couldn't really spin the drum. It's kind of like similar to what happened with Night Fury last year, where I just kept hitting the floor and it wasn't worth me spinning it, so I thought, okay, I'll turn it off. And
so Loctite as in the glue substance for those that are the uninitiated. So we Loctite them in so that things don't come loose, basically.
Yeah, and I didn't do that.
No. Have you done it now?
No, there's no teeth in it at all now.
Oh, that'll be interesting for hitting
I'll do
other
it a bit.
robots.
I will do it a bit,
I would. Have you got a round out, have you?
Yes. No, so I'm way down the order.
Are you? Okay, fair enough then. Yeah. So you got some time to fix that.
I do.
What do you think of the competition so far? Some strong
really good,
contenders, I think.
It's been really good. I was really impressed earlier with. Obviously, I was impressed with Stratus earlier. That was really quite scary. I think. Who else did I see earlier that was impressive as well? I enjoyed Zephyrus and Agro-Wobber.
I did too. That was a good, fun fight.
Very fortunate for David that he didn't end up getting detonated out of the arena. And the poor Sproing. Oh, poor Sproing.
Poor Sproing. Split in twain. But we are about to see a fight between Vertex and Angel Slice. I wonder, Sam, do you want to join on commentary for this one?
Yeah, I'll offer some expert analysis. Why not?
Of course, you commentated over the North Down Havoc event recently.
I did, much to my delight.
Yes. Okay, we're all good to go arena side. And so we're going to get this match underway. Count it down with us, everyone. 3, 2, 1. Activate. Here we go. Angel Slice trying to get spun up, but it hits a wall straight away.
Great slam by Angel Slice, and over goes Vertex, back on its wheels now, back on the attack.
And
over
a good
goes
hit.
Angel Slice.
Very good hit on Angel Slice, and I think the belt has come off of Angel Slice. It isn't spinning any longer.
No, it's not. It's smacked around by Vertex as well, recovering well from that earlier clash with Stratus and chasing Angel Slice around the arena. Very well indeed.
Some excellent hits from Vertex. Angel Slice taking flying lessons very seriously.
Absolutely, and it's come back down to earth with a bang, but the pit is now able to be activated. Over goes Angel Slice again, stuck in that corner.
And I might have seen a little whiff of smoke there. I'm not sure what from.
Oh,
huge hit, and another.
Pit activated. Who will fall victim to it? Angel Slice, probably the only option left to him really, is either break Vertex or shove it down the pit, and Vertex's spinner has stopped.
I wonder if he's trying to control the fight or whether he's suffered some damage somewhere along the way. Was that smoke from him earlier? Was it from Angel Slice? We're not sure.
The benefit here for Vertex as well, it has the wedge, so it can push Angel Slice easier than it can be pushed around.
But you say that. It's doing a pretty good job of it at the moment.
plenty of power in both of these machines. Obviously not for the weapons at the moment, but
Yes, this has become a pushing match, as is the way with long spinner fights. Those spinners tend to be the first thing to break.
yep, absolutely. And Vertex struggling on one side, maybe, or no, it's okay. Seems like
I think
he was
trying to
struggling a
get
little
some
bit.
position. I'm not sure. I think you might be right. I think it is struggling very slightly on one
Yeah,
side.
like it's not running freely, let's say that much. Angel Slice back in the centre of the arena.
Angel Slice and Vertex meet once again, pushing into each other. Circling now, the lovely
There's
pirouette.
definitely a little bit of smoke from Angel Slice. It came from the top there. Looks very hot. It is quite hot today.
It is very hot today.
I think Angel Slice is now dead on that left-hand side as well, and it goes to our esteemed panel of judges.
Yes. Tim, Ben and Ryan will be looking at damage control, aggression and strategy.
Those early hits from Vertex were very impressive.
They were very, very impressive. I think Angel Slice got one swipe in at the very start. Then the weapon, the belt, came up over the top of the chassis, got hooked up there, got stuck.
Yeah, it's
There
stuck,
was
it's
some
stuck on that
smoke
top bolt, isn't it? It's strange it didn't get cut.
there. Yeah, it is very peculiar. I wonder if they just stopped spinning that completely and just went, no, leave that. That's damage to prevent for later on.
Yeah.
So Vertex and Angel Slice are seeing the replay here. Post-weapon downage.
Yeah.
Pushing into each other, trying to get some position, trying to push one another towards the pit.
The unstoppable force meets the immovable object.
Absolutely. And the judges are actually inspecting the damage. That's when you know it's a close fight, when the judges all get out of their chairs simultaneously and go and observe
often,
the
do they?
robots.
They
No,
don't
they
often.
don't. They enjoy their chairs.
They
The
do.
chairs are safe.
Yeah. Same place to be.
Yeah.
How are you enjoying the competition, Jeff? I didn't ask
I'm
you.
enjoying the competition greatly. I'm enjoying seeing the robots in action, some of the new ones that we've been anticipating, looking forward to, some of the old favourites back once again. I think I enjoyed most of the same fights you did. Certainly Stratus has been a highlight of the day, seeing that working well.
It's so peculiar to see a huge style robot from the US kind of try to beta weight level. I know Huge did a version
They have their
of it.
own one in beta weight, but yeah.
It always tended to not perform as well as the bigger weight classes.
Absolutely, but we've always seen that Tom's featherweight version of it has done very well.
It has done very well.
That's
How well
straddle.
has it done, Jevon?
It's done bleeding well, in fact.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know its results. I could look them up. I'm not going to.
There's a wiki page for it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know what to do.
Yeah, internet. Let me know. You will anyway.
Yep.
Do let us know which robots you're enjoying in chat as well, or if you're here in the live audience, go and find the chat over on the World of Woodrow YouTube channel and let us know what robots you're enjoying watching today, what you've enjoyed, what you've seen, what's been a favourite, because we have awards here for later tomorrow.
Yeah.
And one of them is the fan favourite officially.
People's
it's
Champion.
The People's Champion. So we need to know, who is the People's Champion? Which robot are you enjoying the most? We have a unanimous judges' decision from this fight.
Do we?
And it has gone in favour of Vertex. Well done to them. Give them a round of applause. Vertex, the vertical spinner, gets the big points. 3 points for them, 2 points for a judge's loss there.
Okay. So coming up next, we think we're having a bit of a reshuffle of what you just saw on screen.
We are.
We're going to see Swag Demon, or is it Swag or Swag Demon?
I always thought
Sam,
it was
where are
Swag.
you? Is it Swag or Swag? I can't see him anywhere. He's somewhere.
He's hiding somewhere.
Yeah. But it's a very scary drum spinner.
I think we should call it Swag Demon.
Swag Demon. And
Swag.
then EMP, of course, the flipper we saw earlier on.
We did indeed, working quite nicely actually.
He's had I'll tell you what, Felix, bless him, has gone through so many iterations to get that flipper working the way it should be. He had to basically redesign and remanufacture a load of parts this week just gone.
That is impressive, and it is a very clean-looking machine.
It's
for
so
that.
beautiful.
The fact that these builders can turn these robots around in such a quick time. I mean, you saw earlier on Vertex completely done in by Stratus, and now back fighting and got a
winning
win.
fights. Yeah,
it's incredible how these guys get it done. In the arena, we have Swag Demon.
Is it Swag or Swag, Sam? Swag Demon. Is that an
Swag
official canon decision?
He's
now?
canonised Swag
Okay.
Demon.
So Swag Demon is now non-canon. Swaggy Demon. Okay, so not even. Beautiful, excellent.
That drum spinner over there. He's going up against EMP, the flipper.
Should have been an interesting fight this because EMP has that kind of slope front. It's going to be interesting to see if Sam can get a good purchase on the front end.
We saw in fight 1, EMP very low to the ground, very good at getting
Against
the ground
Schneck,
clearance.
yes.
However, Swag Demon is
Swaggy D.
Swaggy D.
Swaggy D.
Is very good at just doing things in, really.
It is quite terrifying.
There's a procession of food walking behind me.
Why would you want coffee on a hot day? You tell me, Trevor.
I wouldn't. I would drink the hashtag not spawn Ribena.
It's not on stream.
No, it's not on stream. There we go. Look, the hashtag not spawn Ribena, the traditional. But Ribena, if you are watching, I'll tell you what, Pringles need to be watching as well.
Yes,
actually,
please.
For the I've got Craig just
Pringies,
here.
where you at?
The BBB Joe Brown YouTube channel needs
where you at?
some.
We have a
some
fight to talk
sponsorship.
about, Trevor. Enough shilling for Pringles.
Yeah. Sorry.
Although Texas barbecue Pringles are the best.
Here we go then. EMP, Swag Demon or Swaggy D or whatever you want to call it.
Oh,
Meeting
big
in the
connection
middle
there from
and
Swag Demon and destroying the back end of EMP.
Can it EMP? So
The link's
right
out.
there.
Link's on the floor.
Oh, well, no, it can't then.
It's done. And that was very, very emphatic, wasn't it, really? Sam,
Swag Demon.
how could you? He's worked so hard on that robot, Sam. How could you?
An excellent win.
Pringies out for Philo.
Yes. Oh, dear me.
Yeah. EMP there. Lost its removable link.
Didn't really know what hit it, did it? So the removable link, for those that don't know, is basically a giant plug.
It is, yeah, and you pull the plug and it stops working.
It does.
Tim.
How are you doing, Tim? No, it's not. Sorry, man.
You thought it'd be lunch. We've got brownie bites.
Please
if
do.
you're keen.
You're not talking. Why not?
Would you like brownie bites? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a pain. But it's safer than switches.
It is. Maybe.
You could say.
Some
Comments.
would say. Comments, you decide. I'm sure we'll have a lovely argument.
Please
about
don't
it somewhere.
start.
Yeah, no,
It's a bad idea.
If you are a Switch fan, I hear no Walk Havocs on later.
It is.
But don't turn this off to watch.
No, watch us.
They're on for 2
We
days
have
too,
way
and they're on way
less.
into the evening.
We also
so-
have way less fingertech head beaters.
Yeah, we've got 2.
Again, fingertech if you are watching.
We like you, but there's too many of you
Yes. Please limit the numbers. So we currently have Gareth. There's no robots ears in there.
Gareth has pressed the button. I think he's about to fight.
He's
Schnack.
going to fight. What a fight!
Hits him with your bristles.
So in the arena at the
There's
moment,
seconds. Quick fight, that one.
very quick. We have Schneck in the arena, all the way from Ireland.
Yes. A very
one
long
of,
way.
One of 2 Irish machines here this weekend, the other being Babrock, who we've yet to see. And Schneck is taking on the vertical spinner 7th Circle in red and black, driven by our lovely arena marshal, Dave Weston.
Indeed. 7th Circle did very well in their first fight.
It did struggle on one side of drive, if I remember correctly. Against,
Yes.
who was it fighting? It was Step Up.
Was Step Up, but that didn't seem to hinder him because Step Up was struggling more with drive in losing 3 wins.
I mean, it got mint, didn't it, really?
It did really, yeah.
Yeah.
Eviscerated.
Yeah.
Here we go then. 7th Circle taking on
Schneck. Away we go.
7th Circle
slowly.
up to speed. Just lifting up very slightly. Schneck trying to get in there as well. There was some engagement of 4.
See, 7th Circle is struggling on that right-hand side again, isn't it?
Yeah,
Look,
it's definitely not happy, is it?
And Schneck wisely keeping clear. I wonder if they're going to try and wait it out. Wait for that pit to go down and just simply dump them in. Or they won't listen to me and they'll just send it.
No, just go for a good old push. I hear that's what's best. We want an actual
Pit
fight,
is
don't we?
enabled and the pit has been activated. Seventh circle in the air now.
He won't want to be facing his back end. That is where his removable link is. Very close to driving in the pit as well.
Was circling around the seventh circle, so that means that's an eighth circle. Oh, big connection! Almost hit the
Absolutely
pit.
shot across the arena.
But it
I don't think
survives.
it's moving from there. That was a huge hit.
What a connection from seventh circle. It almost hole-in-one into the pit, but what a win for seventh circle, spinning in delight.
Well, well, well.
Who would have thought?
Let's watch that replay.
So
This is where it all went wrong for Schneck, because seventh circle was struggling here. Just comes around, good push
was
into the sidewall.
sensible to avoid the spinner early on, hit the
But
pit
then-
button, and then all of a sudden it wasn't.
There was a call to send it from somewhere, I think.
And send it, seventh circle did. Wait for it, bang!
There it goes.
And how on earth did that not go down the pit?
I think there was some sort of force field over the
Must
pit
have
and
been.
it's sort of just gone round it.
Must have been. What an incredible hit from seventh circle, and what a win. That's now 6 points.
It is in no.
No, it's not. It's 5,
Eight,
isn't it?
8 points for two. Oh no, it'd be
It's a
4
2
points
fights.
for this one for a knockout.
Is it 4 for a knockout?
It is 4 for a
I didn't
knockout.
know this.
It's
Oh my
4 for a
god, I'm
knockout.
learning things. I should
4
have
for a
done.
knockout. Plus it's 3 for a judge's decision earlier. Would you like to do maths?
7.
It is 7.
7 for seventh
points
circle. There
for
you
seventh
go.
circle. There we
Anyway,
go.
I'm going to disappear now
Yes,
because
thank you very much, Sam.
Gav is back.
You've got to fix your
Welcome
robot.
back, Sam.
Enjoy. Thank you very much, Sam. Give Sam a round of applause on commentary there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Thank
You can
very
you
much.
can find Sam on YouTube at SamElliott64 on YouTube. On the Robocast, where we interview members of the Roboteering community. It's good fun. We get to talk to all the
Do you have
fun
a
people.
favourite video from Sam?
It's the one where he has to drink the flamingo colada. Is my favourite. He lost a bet.
I'm hearing a lot of laughter
He
around me
lost
as
a-
well, so clearly.
he lost a bet to Joe Brown, the Grab Crab driver, who also has a YouTube channel. Go subscribe. And there was a bit of a subscriber battle. Who would get to 1,000 subscribers first, him or Sam? And it was Joe. And so the flamingo colada had to be downed. They are awful, I have heard. But yeah,
Wow.
that's a good video. You should go and watch it. But no, I think any interview we do with Pete Abramson, the bot whisperer, in BattleBots is always a fun time because he knows his robots and he's very, very passionate about them.
So let's talk about that fight because it all looked very mundane, and then out of
It's a
nowhere.
very sleepy fight, and then we all got woken up all of a sudden.
So why is it that they got knocked up into the air?
So when a vertical spinner comes around, it spins upwards like an uppercut to somebody, and it's a punch under the chin, and they go flying upwards. And in doing so, the vertical spinner also goes downwards into the ground. So it does cause some damage to the other robot. They have to be really well reinforced, otherwise they're going to lose their weapons, as we've seen previously today. The vertical spinner of Vertex going down. When you see that hit, they get sent into the floor, the other robot gets sent upwards. If they were spinning the other way, the robot that's spinning would go flying upwards because they're punching down and the robot goes up. It's all Einstein's theory of relativity. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
That was Newton, my friend.
Newton.
But anyway,
Whoever, I'm not a science teacher. Don't at me.
Einstein's theory of relativity.
Yep, who cares? It's only
But
science.
look
isn't it?
at that impact on the replay again. That impact is absolutely incredible. So, we are getting ready for the next battle, and it's the Roboteers' favourite, or one of the Roboteers' favourites. We
indeed.
have
Sir Lancer Frog.
Sir Lance a Frog entering into the arena, and well, you were very excited to see them compete, but
It's so
they
very good to see
didn't
them back.
win, did they?
They did not. No, a rough start for Sir Lancer Frog. Robots have moved a long way along since Sir Lancer Frog has last competed. So it was a bit of a rude awakening, and we'll see what happens. They are fighting Biscuit robots.
Digestive.
It is indeed digestive.
And, you know, one of the plainest biscuits that you could possibly get. This is not a plain robot.
Well, it's not a plain robot. It's going to cause an absolute barnstormer. However, it is a four-wheel drive vertical spinner, and they are one of the most common robots to build at the minute.
And that's because they are just the most competitive.
Yeah, there is a definite meta of four-wheel drive vertical spinners.
So what about Stratus? I mean, I know it's a vertical spinner, but it's a different
Definitely
take.
outside of the meta. However, we're starting to see more of it creeping in. Certainly from Tom Brewster as well, the driver
Well,
of Stratus.
It's interesting as well because the more and more robots of that type that enter into the competition, Well, I mean, it's quite difficult to organise yourself, to orientate yourself against that. So
certainly.
I would be really interested. A battle, two Stratuses against each other. I'd be really interested in how that was to play out.
Wouldn't it?
All right, audience here today. Let's count down. 2, 1, begin. It's all very static there in the beginning, but now we're getting going. So Lancerfrog making in that initial move, Digestive getting their front up against them, but they're both really low to the floor, and Sir Lancerfrog up into the air, a nice vertical little space there, and now we're going up against the side.
Ooh, big hit there from Digestive, who has to turn away and trying to gyro his way around the arena. I think they're struggling with left side drive there.
They really are struggling with that manoeuvrability, whereas Sir Lancerfrog
is upside down but still driving fine.
But they're getting on top of that spinner, and that is throwing them all over the place. So we're seeing some sparks fly once again, getting on top of that spinner.
Now that's been causing all sorts of damage. What is that awful racket? Digestive seems to be still.
And the pit has now been lowered, and as you said, Digestive do indeed seem to be still.
I think they're having some problems with their spinner touching something else inside or underneath the robot. There is a count on for Digestive, but they are still just about gyroing around.
Well, every time they move, the countdown stops. So it's up to Sir Lancerfrog to do something about it. And Sir Lancerfrog, not really a jumpy robot, but that spinner really is getting them into the air.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we're seeing a little bit of they're both stuck on top of each other.
Trying to free itself as Sir Lancerfrog is just not happening, is it? In fact, it's walking both robots around. We have paused the match.
So we have paused the match because they are entangled with each other. We need to let them loose so that we can get a proper fight. There are 30 seconds, I believe, when the countdown was paused.
Yep.
30
so we
seconds
will,
left
we will
of the
continue
fight.
for 30 seconds. Oh, just under 30 seconds.
29.528 for those who want the milliseconds. But yes, they have untangled. The controllers are picked back up. We are re-engaging. And now you can see Digestive spinning, and what a loud bang there. And now we are officially beginning. So Lancerfrog is trying to maneuver themselves. They really need to get themselves flipped back over because they are not the right way up for their strategy. But the countdown has begun.
Digestive keeps stopping for some reason. They're now up against the wall, and this could be it for them. And they've done the thing! They have done the thing!
What is the thing?
They are up on their spinner, no wheels touching the ground, and that is the thing.
So there we go. We saw Sir Lancerfrog beat it. They overcame the odds and they beat the spinner.
Yep.
The damage dealing of the spinner.
This is a battle of survival, and Sir Lancerfrog was the survivor of that one.
And it is such a legitimate strategy.
Definitely.
Someone has a spinner winding up full throttle, push them up against the wall. That's going to take away all of their momentum. It's going to do a lot of damage to that robot. And it's going to give you an opportunity to get closer because that spinner is going to lose a lot of momentum. So congratulations to Sir Lancerfrog. We'll get those robots out of the arena. Please feel free to come on over to us if you want to have a little chat.
So we're hearing it is a judge's decision, technically.
Well, we'll hear it straight from yourself. So a lowdown of what's happened, if you're able to give us one.
So Gareth was standing in as the arena operator, and when you restart the fight, there's an actual 5-second window where it does another countdown. And so the final count out for Digestive was outside of the outside of the 3 minutes. So basically, the countdown wasn't complete for the final part. Joe brought that to our attention because of the delay on the clock. technically goes to a judge's decision. However, Digestive got counted out nearly 4 or 5 times, so it's unanimous for us that we can say it's Sir Lancelot.
There we go. So you hear there that we had an issue with the countdown and everything that happened there. There were a few seconds left on the clock. They counted out first. They were counted out before the seconds were done.
They restarted the fight before the timer itself restarted, which basically meant that the countdown didn't happen within the allotted time.
So it goes to a judge's decision, and the judge's decision went in favour, of course, Sir Lancelot.
Now, why do we care about that? Well, the reason we care, especially for those watching the stream and in the arena today, it is 3 points for winning a judge's decision instead of the 4 points that would have been given
it also
for
means
a knockout.
That Digestive gets 2 points instead of the 1 that it would have got as well. So it's all to do with the points, and it's important that we get it right.
And that brings it much, much closer.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
is a much closer points difference, which gives Digestive and Sir Lancelot a much better opportunity into progressing into the Sunday events. Now, there are events happening around the venue here today. We are a part of the Robot Rebellion. There is a festival going on, but before we get into that, let's talk about this fight.
Yeah, Babrog in the red, Aggro Wobber Smithers Edition in the blue. Here we go. Aggro Wobber has some new forks on and the Wobber face on as well this time. Not the big HDP block. This is going to be a more control battle.
And it is just a maneuverability. Maneuverability is key, and up against the side. Oh, what a brilliant pin. But up into the air and over, a suplex. Brilliant stuff in here.
Babrog just managing to get hold of Aggro Wobber Smithers Edition, lift them up.
And Babrog so far taking control of this fight. There was a little bit tit for tat, but that grapple really is a massive statement. And let's see if they can get another one in before the timer is over. But they are struggling to engage with each other. Now we're getting to see it. Will we see another flip?
I'm not sure. Didn't quite have the right position there for Babrog. Aggro Wobber goes for the pit button, trying to get Babrog down that big old hole in the arena floor.
And now we're starting to see them. They edge ever so closer to the pit. Babrog is right in the wrong position. Can they get pushed in? They're going the long way round, the scary way round.
Good driving there from Babrog. Now Aggro Wobber is close to the pit. They'll have to drive very carefully round the
and
pit.
Can they get their way around? And yes, they
Babrog's
can.
going to try and cut down that driving area.
And in they go! So there we have it. You saw that brilliant driver, the strategy. Babrog waited for them to get out of the pit area, but they knew exactly what they were going to do. Their options were limited, and they cut off the exit and caught them, pushing them into the pit. Brilliant, brilliant driving by Babrog.
Yeah, excellent control there from the team from Ireland. They will be happy with that win, their first win on the board.
And it's always so upsetting when you see a robot fall into the pit. There's nothing more they can do. Their fight is done. Into the abyss they go. But for Babrog, that must be a real confidence booster as well.
Yeah, certainly. That first win on the board is always a lift for you, because you have the nerves start to settle down. You say, okay, that was my first win, that was my first fight. Everything is working as it should be. And that in that fight, everything was working exactly to plan. We saw the lifter, we saw the grapple, we saw the suplex as well. So really working well as Babrog. Aggro Wobber just didn't quite get the drive in. Driving masterclass from Babrog though.
So it's really challenging, and as we said, it's really difficult to get that practice time, because it's not often you have access to an arena like this where you can look after your robot, look after yourself and practice safely. So practicing the maneuverability with these robots is actually quite challenging, and it's not something you get a lot of opportunity to do. So Babrog, how many years of experience do you think they have driving that robot?
Oh, well, they've been driving it for about the last year, but they've been driving lots of robots since way back in 2019, 2018. Owen's been in this sport for a while. So.
And coming all the way from Ireland to Southeast London, that really is dedication and commitment to the sport. They are dedicated through and through, and I'm very happy. Not that I wanted Aggro to lose, but I'm very happy to see a win for them on the board. It's great to see. I would love for everyone to win, but this is a competition. There can only be one winner at the end of these 2 days, and Jevon, I don't know if you've actually shown the belt to the live stream at all.
Well, I haven't. It's in front of the arena today. to see later on. In the arena we have Baby Deadbod in red, and we have Metis 2.0 in the blue.
And Metis trying to get in to stop that spinner from getting up momentum, but it's too late now. The damage is done!
Oh,
And
big
look
damage!
at that.
The internals are external. Metis has been exploded.
And that is now the back carcass absolutely
And they are
ripped off.
stopping the fight. The internal electronics are on show. If the spinner were to hit that, we could see fire, and that would be a big bad for everyone involved.
And I think you called it pretty early into that fight. You saw it was hanging on. They continued for one more impact, and that was enough to dislodge the back chassis of the robot. And well, very, very quick end. And once again, destruction and carnage has been had. And looking at the Roboteer, I think they're wondering how to repair it at this stage.
Yeah, that is a big repair job. It's the same Roboteer, Rera, who has This Is Not My Beautiful Wife, who we last saw in pieces as well. So plenty of guts hanging out of that one.
Yeah, and by guts, we do, of course, mean circuitry, wires, and components.
Yeah.
Wonderful from the audience here. Lovely cheers and shocks of gasps as the sparks went flying. So if you do want to come down to this wonderful event, please do. We're here tomorrow as well.
I believe they're selling tickets on the door as well, so you can come and see the action.
And there's some, not to promote it too much, but there is some lovely fish and chips I've just seen outside. So
excellent. Well, that might be a good lunch opportunity for
absolutely, absolutely. So here we go, getting ready, getting the arena reset up. And well, if you've been joining us from this morning, thank you. It's been absolutely brilliant to have you with us. Some amazing battles, some amazing fights. Just ended that last fight with a brilliant, spectacular spark show. And we will be here for the rest of the day, for tomorrow as well, so please do come back and participate. I hope you've been enjoying the fights, enjoying the battles. And well, I'm still yet to pick a favourite for this tournament because
there's so many good ones.
So much that can happen, and also, as we've seen already, the outer zone, the pit, as you've said before, anything can happen in the robot battling arena.
Okay, loading into the arena, we have, by the looks of things, Attitude Adjuster with a new little friend. It's a little Boom Zoom.
So, Jevon, talk to me. Is a mini Boom Zoom, what is that doing in there?
Well, it's an ant weight robot. This is the smaller of the weight classes, 150 grams. But if a robot has some spare weight, they can use that. Also in the arena, we have a very exciting robot built by Mr. Jack Tweedy.
So here we go, we got that hammer saw coming down, or waiting for that to come down, I think it is, and Boom Zoom's really just, mini Boom Zoom's just
staying out of the action for now.
Nipping on the side, it's just a little shrimp nipping at the heels, and they get slammed up against the side of the arena, and down comes the hammer. But there's not much weight to that robot, they're lifting themselves up off the floor, it's almost as if they're not doing much damage.
It's a bit crazy, and I don't think the spinner's spinning quite right yet. Anomaly with a lift there, trying to get in.
But look at how barbaric, look at how crazy it is. Don't go near it, that is mental.
It is doing its very best to be as aggressive as possible. It's doing a pretty good job of it, actually, at the minute.
I mean, the aggression is there, the damage is lacking, and they're meant to be working with Mini Boom Zoom, but they're knocking them out of the way so that they can get back to the aggression. And look at them, they're starting to push them out of the way. Mini Boom Zoom, the only thing Mini Boom Zoom's good for, really, is hitting the pit button.
Yeah, definitely. Either that or getting in the way, a nuisance spot of the opponent. Anomaly.
And look at it, just non-stop bombardment of hammers coming down. And now we're seeing the pit button being hit. And correct me if I'm wrong, if Mini Boom Zoom goes into the pit, that's both of them out?
No, this is just a smaller robot. It has to be the main weight of the robot goes down the pit for that to be a knockout.
So up against the corner now, very much cowering in the corner whilst the hammer keeps coming down.
I think he may have got his fork stuck in the wall there, but has managed to get away.
and nicely, well, I was going to say nicely revolved, and now pushing them others into the corner, and that was a flip, and now we've got them upside down, but they get vertical again, and back to the hammering. They just will not stop. The aggression is ruthless.
Relentless attacks all the way through this battle. Another good flip there from Anomaly, but is it
And
too
into
little
the
too
pit
late?
goes
There
Mini
Boom
Boom
Zoom.
Zoom.
And that is it. Seed
So,
called.
We
A
are
very aggressive
going
fight.
to a judge's decision. And Jevon, I have to say, aggression, no-brainer who that's gone to, but
Well,
out of the
absolutely.
two.
Control and damage we also need to look at. It's going to be an interesting one.
And when they're looking at the damage function, is the damage done to Mini Boom Zoom a part of it?
Oh, and strategy as well, yes. I've just been reminded by driver of Luchador Jack Franklin there. Thank you very much. I would have forgotten otherwise. Yeah, so definitely the damage done by Attitude Adjuster, that hammering has to be doing something to the internals, even if you can't see it on the top. Because I think Anomaly might have had some extra padded protection on the top there to try and absorb the blows. There might be something under the surface that we need to see.
And I guess that's one of the challenges with these lighter robots, having that hammer weapon. You're a light robot, so really you can't get much damage because of how light you are. The impact, the inertia isn't there. So really challenging for them to get damage. Their spinner didn't seem to be working, but maybe they can get that fixed for the next fight, and maybe that will help us improve.
Yeah, absolutely. These robots go through a lot over a weekend, and to have this amount of damage, it just builds up and builds up and builds up. So they need to try and work on the things that aren't working to try and get them to work. It's quite good. Attitude Adjuster hasn't taken too much damage in that fight. They can focus on that spinner.
And just looking into the arena now, there seems to be a blue underglow on that robot. Very much some style points going on there. Is it common for underglows to be seen, underglow lighting?
Sometimes. Sometimes it's common. However, that's just the people that really want to put on a show with the robots and make them look cool. We have a judge's decision. Was that part of that one?
So we are awaiting the judge's decision. Almost got the wrong announcement.
Yeah. Okay, it's a unanimous decision, but potentially controversial. Who knows? I'll call it. It is a win for Anomaly. The loss of the mini-bot hindered them massively.
But now we got another fight. Grapple turnover in the red, and in the blue, I'm not sure.
It is the wonderful Poltergeist. Had to think for a minute there.
So grapple turnover, they have a grapple on their robot. They're going to be looking to get the grips on their enemy and then lifting them up, rotating them like a rotating crocodile. But they're really struggling to get that grapple around their opponent.
Yeah, it's just too thin for the grapple diameter. I don't know how to describe it really. The size of the robot that they need to be grabbing hold of, they can't quite get a good grab on it to turn it over. Meanwhile, Poltergeist is having problems with their forks. Some are up, some are down.
And this is really a battle of pushing and shoving, so the pit button has been enabled. None of the competitors are going over to it yet. They don't really want to engage with that. Poltergeist again, their forks are getting stuck on the floor, so it's really difficult. And is this going to be a grapple? Almost an opportunity for a grapple, but yeah, their forks are just too wide. They are unable to get the purchase, and as I say that, up they go. Grapple now, putting Poltergeist up against the wall, and is that Poltergeist out?
That could well be it. They are stuck up on their link. No wheels touching the ground.
3, 2, 1.
And that
they
is
are
it.
out. So that is what we are talking about. Grapple turnover there. They managed it. They got a hold of a certain part of Poltergeist, lifted them up against the wall, and well, that was all they needed to do, because then the 10-second countdown began. Poltergeist was enabled, and we have a win by knockout for grapple turnover.
Now being loaded into the box next is going to be another controlling fight. It's the debut today of Boring Bot. Oh, so boring. Yawn.
My favourite bot. Every time you criticise it or give it any stick, I defend it.
It's so boring.
But
you say give it stick. It's funny you should say that because it does have the 2 waggle sticks on the top as their weapon to grab a hold of their opponents. It's a very well controlled machine by Mr. Alex Shakespeare.
Shaky. So, although it's a boring bot, there isn't many weapons on it. The control that they achieve with that bot, they actually get some really exciting fights, some really good control fights. And I think that what they lack in weaponry, they definitely make up with control and skill. They did really well in the last tournament that I saw them at, and I'm excited to see how they will do in this up and coming battle.
Meanwhile, in the other square, we have Deja 2, which didn't win its last fight. It died mysteriously in the middle of the arena. Hopefully they've fixed those issues. There's only 1 grabber on there now.
So they are sacrificing some of their aggression. Everyone in the arena, let's count down. 3, 2, 1. Activate! Let's go, and they're both charging into the middle, and the boring bot is not boring. Look at the aggression.
Very quick out of the gates, but not grapple turnover, we had that in the last fight. Deja 2.
Deja 2, but look at the pirouetting. Boring bot is literally running circles around Deja 2.
Yeah, it should be Deja 2 driving circles around with those mechanism wheels, trying to get all around. Now with the grab.
And a bit of an entanglement there. Boring bot getting caught on the pit, but still doing a brilliant job to navigate, to maneuver, and to escape Deja 2. Look at them, they are absolutely dodging. Deja 2 is trying to get the pincers, the forks underneath Boring Bot. Boring Bot's having none of it, now shoving them up against the corner. Will anyone activate the pit button? Will we see the pit enabled?
A good grab from Deja 2, but Boring Bot away again. And now it's Boring Bot in with the grab, and
they're wedged up against the side. Deja 2 is up against the side. Boring Bot has won, and the countdown has begun. 3, 2, 1, they are enabled!
Well, immobilization there from Deja 2. Boring Bot gets the 4 points.
And that's what I'm telling you, Boring Bot is not a boring robot.
Sorry,
they make up with it, with sheer aggression, that control.
Just woken up, it was such a boring fight.
Honestly, that's fine, Jevon, I'll commentate for the pair of us. Honestly,
so
brilliant maneuvering. And that is 4 points. 4 important points.
4 very important
board.
points for Boring Bot. Hello.
and Shaky, please come on over and talk to us, Shaky, because we haven't spoken to enough Roboteers.
Yes. Here he comes, driver of the most boring bot in all of the world.
And here comes the banter between Jevon and
actually
Shaky.
Boring.
I heard him saying things about my robot, Jevon.
I mean, you're the one who called it Boring Bot.
You know, but it's boring.
Is it? Is it boring?
It's a 4-wheel drive with a waggle stick, you know. And I have trouble staying awake when I'm driving, quite frankly.
Well, luckily you did, and that was a very impressive match.
I actually think one side of my drive was slowly dying throughout that, so I'm kind of glad it ended without me having to try and control something into a pit, because it doesn't really do control.
No, but it does do pushing into walls and getting them stuck in weird positions very well, as we've seen.
Quite nicely.
Well,
that was good fun, and as well driven by Thomas as well.
It was indeed, and important 4 points coming your way for the win. So, hopefully, see you again. Well, we will see you again. Not hopefully about it. We will see you again later on in the competition when you fight again.
Before you do run away, there's a bit of damage here on the front fork. Is that from the previous fight?
That's from the previous event. I debated replacing it, but then I thought, I've got stuff to do.
It looks good, doesn't it?
It's good enough. It's good enough. So battle hardened.
Thank you very much.
And oh dear, the Gyro Walker is in the red corner.
Will it work this time? In the other corner, we have Igor.
So Igor's going to be looking to charge into Gyro, put them on their side, and that's pretty much the end of the fight. Although saying that, the Gyro is now getting up to speed.
And I don't think that is it. I think they're a bit stuck together, but he might be able to get out of that.
So as soon as Gyro gets going...
He does indeed get out of that, and Igor does not look overly mobile. However, neither does Di-Fi.
So Ji-Fi, for those in the audience, Ji-Fi is trying to walk using a walker. And what have we done here? Have we paused the fight?
I'm not sure what's happened. Both are seemingly stuck, stable. Whether we're going to reset or not, I think they're just deciding now. We will get word to you as soon as we find out what on earth is going on in this fight.
So you can see the strategy though. We've all had a chance to view it. Igor chased into the Jai-Fi and tipped them on their side. We saw that in the previous fight. Jai-Fi needs to get spinning for it to be an active robot.
Yeah.
If it's not spinning, it is pretty much useless.
If it's not spinning, it's not winning.
Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, you give them that one. That's a brilliant tagline. So Jai-Fi, they need to get spinning, otherwise they are stationary. They use the gyroscope to walk around the arena. Really weird design, but really cool, really unique.
Yes.
Igor, they just want to stop them from moving as quick as possible, because if Jai-Fi hits them with their spinner, Igor, you have to say, is going to be up into the arena roof and around all of the walls.
Well, Igor doesn't seem to be moving very much at the minute. It is lifting its weapon up and down, but there's no drive.
And I've noticed that all of the judges are at the door to the arena, so there is serious deliberation going on right now.
Deciding what on earth is going to happen here, whether we're going to continue the fight, whether the fight is over, somebody's died, what's happened.
So the fight has been paused for those in the audience. The fight has been paused at the moment, and we will await the judges' deliberation as to whether we restart or if they'll go to a judge's verdict. I think there's three options here. They reset the fight, they resume from where they're currently standing, or it goes to a judge's decision.
You are correct. Those are the three paths here. Or a double knockout, yeah.
Which I guess would be a judge's decision.
It would still be a judge's decision. So, we shall wait and see.
So how did you see that fight? Because Gyro, they did get some damage in there. They did actually get some movement.
Yeah, Jai-Fi managed to just about walk its way out from the corner. Igor, very quick across the arena once again, managed to get Jai-Fi up on its side, not quite onto its top like we saw in the first fight with Jai-Fi. But Jai-Fi then hits Igor. Igor doesn't move. Jai-Fi then moves across the arena. For me, Jai-Fi has been immobilized last. And therefore, I believe it would be a knockout for Jai-Fi. However, the judges have the final say on this. I am not a judge.
And there's more than just the judges involved. We've got David, the arena controller.
The arena marshal.
The arena marshal, looking after the arena, looking after things. And there is a serious deliberation, so I'm very intrigued as to what's being discussed. The Stick of Destiny, as you've recently called it, is in use.
It is indeed.
Potentially there to retrieve a robot.
What's going on? Having a chat, and hopefully we'll have an answer soon as to what happened there.
Yeah, so please do stick around with us. This is only round 2 of 5 left to come, so many fights left to be had, and there are many robots, some with incredible weapons, brilliant spinning robots that will do an immense amount of damage, cutting into their opponent. We've got some drum spinners that lift their opponents up into the air, and we've got the judges coming over to talk to us. Do I need to mute the microphone?
Oh no, he's going to talk.
So we're going to talk us through it, so please take the mic.
So we've had a little bit of a discussion over there with Tim, who is kind of judge and referee, who decided that in this situation what we essentially have is a double KO where both robots have been incapacitated at the same time. And that means that it comes to us as judges to then judge on the fight that we saw. We've made that decision. It was a split decision, and it's gone in favour of Jai-Fi.
There we go. So Jai-Fi, the spinner, is the winner of that fight, as you heard there from Judge Ryan.
So congratulations, Jai-Fi. That is 3 points for a win on the judge's decision. Most points at the end of the day will continue to Sunday, where we'll have a different tournament bracket. So, interesting conclusion there.
Yeah, definitely. It's been it's a very strange fight, that one. But we do have hopefully a longer fight coming up next that has more exciting moments in it. End Boss is fighting Enigma.
Yeah, so if you are thinking of leaving, do not leave. Stick around for End Boss, because End Boss is a destructive, devilish, evil robot, and I really do feel sorry for Enigma. But Enigma, they're not out of the woods yet, because they have a shield, they have protection against what End Boss can deal damage towards them.
They do.
And
they
if
have
they
some
maneuver,
very thick plastic as
if
well.
they maneuver correctly, the pit is always there. It's always looming, as is the Outer zone.
Yeah, absolutely. If Endboss end up on their top, that spinner's going to send them somewhere, and if it might be out of the arena, who knows? We
So
can never
look
quite
at
predict what's going to happen.
Look at Enigma, just getting themselves into the blue corner, currently facing the wrong way, if you were to ask me. But
yeah,
well, they're happy with the position, so I'll leave them to it. To me, that almost sounds like they're going to plan to almost drive straight into Emboss and stop that spinner from building up momentum.
Quite possibly, they will have to end up the forks, which gives Emboss a slight advantage on the pushing game. It's interesting tactics back and forth here. We'll see what happens. Obviously, the rear HDPE armor is thicker than their front metal armor. So they want to try and protect that front armor for later on and have that thick HDPE to absorb the hits.
So this is the silence before the storm. This is the quiet, calm part. We can see Endboss getting their robot ready and engaged. So Endboss will be taking the red zone, Enigma in the blue. One and all, we are about to see an incredible battle. It might be over in a matter of seconds, so do not blink. And if you're in the front zone, make sure you mind your ears, because there will be some loud robots. So everyone, let's get ready to count us in.
Here we go, let's be nice and loud. 3,
2, 1, activate! And Enigma dodging Endboss as Endboss goes in for the initial battle. Their
Excellent
spinner
driving.
is up.
Now upside down though, but Enigma self-rights quickly and gets round behind Endboss. Endboss does the same, hitting that rear HDP, but as I said earlier on, very thick and not really doing too much to Enigma.
And Enigma doing a brilliant job to get the side of their robot. How many flips was that? That was all over the place, but landing on their wheels.
Yeah.
Landing on their wheels, and now they have Endboss up against the side, so Enigma's turn.
Oh,
but
big
they have
hit to
been
the face.
thrown right across the arena, and
There
that
are
is the
wires,
shield
there
gone.
is face, there's stuff everywhere. Endboss is causing all sorts of damage, and Enigma is looking for that pit button, I think.
So this
We
is
nearly
really
found the out of the arena zone though instead.
This is really not what Enigma wanted. So close to the Outer zone. If they get knocked over, they are out, but that is the pit now engaged.
He won't go
listen
down
to
without a
Endboss.
fight. There goes the front armor, and there goes the front fork.
And they're so
and
close.
He's tapping. That is a tap out. Enigma taps out to Endboss.
So we said stick around, we said prepare for the carnage. Endboss there ripping off the front metal shield of Enigma, and at that point Enigma had no way to fight back. They tapped out of the battle, and when you tap out, you lose all of your points. It counts as a knockout. Endboss running away with this with 4 points to their tally. So congratulations, Endboss. What brilliant carnage we saw in that battle.
Absolutely. Endboss putting on another destructive clinic. It's getting all those points racking up, isn't it?
It really is, it really is. So we now get to wait a moment whilst the arena gets reset, and we get to reset ourselves. So thank you for joining us. If you're in the hall with us today, loving the cheers, loving the crowd reactions as the robots smash up against the arena wall. It's brilliant to have someone here cheering with us. Exactly, yeah. We want to see robots getting destroyed and Endboss delivering, unfortunately for Enigma. But don't worry, Enigma will repair and they will be back.
Yes, most certainly. We look forward to seeing them back, but coming in next, we have more Shane for our love. And it is Gaelic Gladiator coming in next, the two-wheel drive egg beater. That will be fighting the Barber Surgeon, the Omni-Drive Sawbot, who we saw in the first fight had their forks a bit too low, and they were struggling to move around the arena, struggling to get that saw engaged as well. How well will this one go for them, I wonder?
So did you say we have an egg beater entering into the arena?
We do have an egg beater entering into the arena.
So once again, audience, stick with us because this is going to be one you will want to see. This will have carnage. And the face has been retrieved. Yeah, let's give him a cheer. Round of applause. Don't lock him in the arena. There we go. So it's very good that they're retrieving their parts. Reduce, reuse, recycle. If you can, we'll put it back onto the robot. There's no
Yeah.
reason to throw it away.
That'll be fixed, I'm sure. Just need some more tape, hot glue, zip ties, screws.
Cable ties?
Yeah, probably cable ties.
Cable ties are good. So we're now getting into the arena, and you can see the safety measures that we have in place, all of the mechanisms that stops the robot from spinning up prematurely.
And you can see the Barber Surgeon has a slightly different setup for this fight. No forks this time. They've instead got this catching section designed to sort of plough into the front of the Barber Surgeon and deflect those blows.
Well, it's going to be really interesting. So the egg beater, that needs something to engage with. That needs something that gets pulled into it for it to be really effective. This front shield maybe protects the Barber Surgeon a bit better than you might have thought.
It's an extra layer of plastic armour that will just absorb the blows, and it might go flying through the air, but it should be still drivable.
And I do wonder what happens, who would win in a fight if they clashed, Egg Beater or the Saw Blade? Could we see the Saw Blade become shattered in this fight?
We may do. Oliver will have to be very well timed with his Saw Blade coming down on just the right parts of the Gaelic Gladiator.
So if you are positioning yourself wrongly, you're going to get hit. And this is one of those fights where a big impact on one robot can actually damage yourself. So you do need to be careful, and you need to be calculated which maneuvers you go for and which point of your enemy you attack.
The door is being closed and means it's almost fight time. Gaelic Gladiator in the red square, the Barber Surgeon in the blue.
Count us down.
Here we go. 3,
2,
1. It's Morbid time.
Activate. And
Here
that
we
egg
go
beater
then.
gets up so quickly, and immediately the Barber is being thrown all over the place. Gaelic Gladiator is up to speed with that brilliant ramp, putting them into the egg beater, and they're really trying to, almost getting hit by the Saw Blade. It is the Gaelic Gladiator as Barber comes down with the Saw Blade, up against the side, up against the wall.
The
And
Gaelic-
those Omni wheels are being really difficult, really challenging to maneuver, and I think the Gaelic Gladiator is trying to challenge and take out those Omni wheels so that it can get the mobility advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. The strategy points that the judges will be looking at, Barber Surgeon's looking to get those catcher sections in front of the Gaelic Gladiator, but at the minute, Gaelic Gladiator's just getting round to the side and attacking those sides.
And you have to say, those extra prongs that the Barber put on, they're actually protecting them incredibly well. I didn't think they'd do that much to protect them, but they're protecting the Omni wheels, stopping that egg beater from getting too close.
That was a good position, and the sword did come down. I don't know how much damage it did.
Oh, and we're hearing the grinding of metal, Saw Blade against the egg beater.
And the egg beater
is
seems to be down
stopped.
as well. Perhaps they've cut something?
No, they're back up and running now.
I'm
So,
not sure. They're not looking too healthy. I think their spinner may well be down here.
and now this is becoming a battle of pushing.
However, the Barber Surgeon seems to be still in the water.
But will the Gaelic Gladiator want that? Will they want a count out, or will they want the pit? They're getting ever closer. Will we see the pit become a part of this fight as they're so close on the edge? They're so close, and now is that in? Is that in? They're so close. There we go.
That'll do it. Well, the Gaelic Gladiator there lost his weapon, but it was to no avail. Barber Surgeon.
And they could have taken the count out, but I think it's much more sportsmanship to push them into the pit, because there's the risk factor of yourself falling in.
Yeah.
It is actually a demonstration
It puts on a
of
bit
your
of a show,
control.
doesn't it?
Demonstration of your control. So it's not an easy victory. It is actually an opportunity to show that you deserved that win.
Yeah.
And I think that was brilliantly done by the Gaelic Gladiator. Brilliant fight for them. But as you said, it didn't really go to plan. Their egg beater wasn't engaging. I think the Barber Surgeon, they put on some brilliant defences, and the defences actually worked.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure Shane will be going back to the pits to look and see what happened to his egg beater, because it shouldn't be stopping like that. It didn't get hit very hard, so yeah, we shall have to wait and see if he comes back with a working weapon, or if this is it for the Gaelic Gladiator for the weekend.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty of opportunity to get it repaired. So
No, I think that's.
I wouldn't be too worried myself.
No, I'm going to call it. Yeah, no more
real
clearly
pessimistic today, aren't you, Jevon?
Very, very pessimistic.
Well,
I'll keep, be back.
I'll keep the optimism going. It's beautiful blue sunshine. I hope you're all staying cool in the weather today.
Yeah, stay cool, stay hydrated. Lots to drink. I'm going to have another one from my Beaner bottle. Shame not spawn.
I was going to say, I think that was more a reminder for yourself to stay hydrated.
It was indeed, yeah.
And now we're starting to get the robots in and geared down for what? Well, we've seen them before. The acceleration was incredible. I would love to see a straight up contest between all of these robots for who has the best acceleration, because it's between Boring Bot and Gear Down for What. They both get off the line incredibly quick and they charge down their opponent and take immediate control of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that will be much the same for the robot that's entered the arena on the red side, Bandai Slamco. Of course, a massive play on the whole Pac-Man theme and Bandai and all sorts. It's a very nice looking bot. We saw Slamco at the last BBB event. It did very, very well. It's back, it's redesigned. It's been having some issues overnight, but it seems to be working now, so we'll look forward to seeing if it works.
Well, let's begin the countdown. So everyone in the arena, let's join in. 3, 2, 1. Activate, and Gear Down is immediately chasing into Slamco, and now we're seeing a real aggression battle. Slamco is really just dawdling around the middle, but Gear Down, what is going on? They do not have any protection on them whatsoever, and their arm seems to be the wrong side of the robot.
Well, that arm is a big hammer that comes swinging over, as you've just seen, can cause some big damage as well.
So immediately going into the rubber wheels, which actually is a valid target for that hammer.
Absolutely. The armor on Gear Down for What is lacking because of the weight of the other components. It's all brushless and all weighs quite a lot. That's why it's got so much speed.
So much aggression, but Slamco really struggling, as you mentioned, to move around this arena, and it is so low to the ground. Potentially that's the reason why, but they managed to maneuver themselves to the pit button. The pit will be dropped, and Gear Down for What has to be very careful. It's a quick robot, one mistake and they're into that pit.
Some excellent control though from Gear Down for What, and another great axe hit. That front section is pivoting as it should, but they don't want to get stuck up on a wall. Another good axe hit.
And I feel like the axe arm is almost too rigid, because Slamco's getting too high up onto Gear Down for What, and that's stopping the axe from coming all the way down. It's actually protecting Slamco.
Yeah, definitely. They're trying to get lined up for another good hit, trying to go for a push, trying to get Bandai Slamco down that pit.
And we're getting close to the end now. 30 seconds remaining of this battle. So will we see anyone go into the pit, or will it go to the judges? Both look to be a little bit stuck. Gear Down not really maneuvering as much as you'd expect. No, they are fine. And it is Slamco that's getting counted, but they're maneuvering. And now we're seeing Gear Down getting closer to the pit. Slamco backing away. But they've got to be careful. Slamco, you're in this danger zone. Can Slamco get around there maneuvering? But Gear Down just can't really get any closer to him. Oh, they're so close on the edge.
But it
goes
look
to
at how it ends.
Look at how it ends. Slamco right on the edge there. Sorry, Gear Down for What right on the edge there. Slamco escaping so far.
Very close.
What will the judges decide, Jevon? What will the judges say?
Well, I think for the majority of that battle, it was Gear Down for What in charge of the fight, controlled the pace, controlled the action, got the aggressive hits in. Slamco definitely on the retreat for a lot of that, so I think it may well go Gear Down's way. But that poor control at the end, you never know what might sway the judges.
And yes, you have to say Gear Down for What, brilliantly controlled, but patience is a virtue, and I almost feel they ran out of patience. They almost got too eager to get Slamco into the pits, and as we said, if they fall down, they will lose the fight.
Well, we do have a judge's decision. It is a unanimous decision in favour of Gear Down for What.
Hey, so brilliant stuff from them. 3 points for a judge's win, but that means Slamco does get 2 points.
It does indeed. It survived to the end of the fight. They'll be glad about that.
And for good reason as well, because Gear Down for What They really did control a large portion of it, hence a unanimous decision.
Yep.
And it was very close, very, very close to them going into the pits.
It's worth saying that a unanimous decision doesn't always mean it's not a close fight. Sometimes it will be unanimous in a very close way. We do the judging points going either way, and if it's very, very tight at the points, then it could be a unanimous decision, but incredibly close. That one wasn't. That one was quite open and shut, I feel, but a good fight all the same. And we have Gear Down for What's brother or sister, I don't know, but the Right Honourable
relative
Sir Dr. Gareth Barnaby, PhD Esquire.
The third.
The third, yeah.
Absolutely the third.
Is here with his new robot, Tosser 3 Flipping Spree. Very similar to Gear Down for What. It moves very quickly around the arena, but has a very cool flipping mechanism, which I'm excited to see in action.
Can you talk us a bit more through that mechanism?
I wish I could, but I have no idea how it works.
Interesting. So brushless motors again on this robot?
Quite likely, yes. It's the Gareth Barnaby way.
And then back into the arena is the Luchador, looking to grapple, wrestle, fight their way to a
I feel
win.
like whenever we say the word the Luchador, we have to put a or something in there as well. It feels right, you know?
I don't want to lean into the stereotype.
Okay,
I just want to. I mean, if they were here in a sombrero, then maybe we could lean in it a bit more, but they're not so far. So the Luchador claiming the blue zone.
Gear down.
Flipping spree claiming the red. And we're getting the thumbs up. We are ready to begin. So for those who have just joined us in the audience, let's count down the begin of this fight. 3, 2, 1, activate!
Here we go then.
And Luchador running to the red zone, but Flipping Spree getting out of the way, and Luchador straight underneath, but Flipping Spree now back.
A fast and frenetic fight. Flipping
Oh,
Spree
look
upside
at
down,
that.
but self-righting.
And that was a successful, very successful self-right. That's a confidence booster. And now it's Luchador's turn to self-right, and they do. So both of them capable of self-righting, which means we're going to have a proper battle. Uta Zone is going to come into play, or the pits. It's going to be aggressive, and it's all going to be about who can get under the other.
Both of these robots are very, very well driven. Both of them very
Oh, the outer zone!
As I was talking about good driving.
So the good driving there, done by the Flipping Spree, got underneath, driven to the pit button, and what's behind the pit button, Jevon?
It is the Uta Zone. Is it slow motion on the replay? It looks real time, it's going so quick.
So for our audience joining here today, behind the pit button is what we call the Uta Zone. If you touch the Uta Zone, you are Oot.
Oot out.
Oot and out. It is the out zone, so it is a dangerous part of the arena. It is something that needs to be avoided, and in this flipping battle, the winning robot was the Flipping Spree.
Yes, well done to Tosser 3, well done to the Right Honourable Sir Gareth Barnaby, Esquire, PhD,
the third.
etc. The third, yes.
Yeah, congratulations. That was a brilliant battle. A brilliant driver's battle.
Yes, most certainly. These flippers, they're not easy to drive. You have to wait for your flip. You have to time it perfectly. And that's exactly what he did.
And this is interesting because both of them really well matched. You have to say it was really well matched. It could have gone either way. Flipping Spree got the better of it, got a bit of luck, just the correct positioning. And the timer has been hit, but for no reason in particular. So that was the timer for the previous battle finishing. So don't worry about that. That was just the previous battle finishing. And we're now waiting for the robots to be placed back in to the arena. And I'm looking around at the replay now. Look at this. Brilliant position in battle. They both repositioned themselves, and it was just the Flipping Spree really just maneuvering about. Look how quick both of them are. Being a real-time driver of these robots, you've got to be on it 24/7.
The processing speed must be so snappy.
And that was it. That was it. Flipping Spree saw their opportunity, got on just on the edge of the Luchador.
And it was the flip as they were driving towards the Uta Zone. If you get there, try and flip, I think he'd end up on the other side of the arena again.
So
flip as
built
he
up the
goes.
momentum and landed them into the Uta Zone.
A perfect shot, a hole in one.
Honestly, it's almost as if we have a basketball hoop in that arena, and that would have been a slam dunk.
The slam dunk.
But as I was saying, I can see a couple of fresh faces in the audience now. So if you are looking at this thinking, how do I take part? How do I get involved? Please talk to the Roboteers around the arena. They are brilliantly welcoming, and it is such a lovely community. And if you are thinking of going that extra step and building your own robot, bristolbotbuilders.com, have a look on their website.
One-stop shop.
And they will give you a brilliant introduction into the components needed. And that will maybe get you into the competition, and you can have your robot fighting in this arena next year. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Now, the overall trophy for this event is something called the Beetle Belt. It's sat in front of the arena. You can see it on the floor. And the present owner of the Beetle Belt and looking to defend their title has just entered the arena.
So in the red zone is Night Fury. They are the champions.
They are the current holders of the Beetle Belt. Will they hold on to it? They are fighting Ares to see if they can get those all-important points.
So let's get involved. Let's count this in. 2, 1.
Activate. Here we go then. Night Fury getting up to speed. Ares trying to cut down that angle so they can't spin up.
So Night Fury is a spinner. They're trying to do as much damage. Ares is all about controlling that spinner, stopping it from power up. But Ares is looking to be immobilized.
Once again, being caught on one of those arena seams. It's just too low to the ground for its own good.
And I can see the wheel spinning, but it's just not moving.
It's not. That armor underneath the robot, just too low to the ground, getting caught on the seams.
And this is such a challenging thing about this robot because it's not easy to change. Hello, Craig. You've mistimed it a little bit. But we're...
There we go.
There we go,
We'll
so
move
we'll
to the
get
side
out of
so
the
you
way.
can see.
So if you are waiting for the stream delay, if you are looking to get involved, Bristol Bot Builders, your one-stop shop, build something. It doesn't have to be amazing, it doesn't have to be pretty. Build something, and then you can come to the event. Oh, is it inverted? No, it's fine.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
But bristolbotbuilders.com, Chip. bristolbotbuilders.com is where you need to go. Or find Bristol Bot Builders over on Facebook or Twitter. Not Twitter.
Wherever it is.
There's a
And then
Twitter
you
logo
can
on
be
there, I think so.
competing at Robot Rebellion. You could be here next year with your very own robot, Robot Rebellion.
Or anytime sooner, look online for your local events. There's even a section on the Bristol Bot Builders website to look up what events are on around the country. bbb.gd/events. Okay, we're looking to load up 2 more robots into the arena. Okay, so I'm just hearing from Judge Ryan there. This is the older version of Sproing. For those who didn't see earlier on in the day, Sproing got absolutely detonated, split in half, and needs a bit longer to be repaired. So in actual fact, Sproing has had to forfeit this fight, but they wanted to fight anyway. They have old Sproing, so they won't get any points for this fight. It is a forfeit, but they wanted to fight against Zephyrus.
I was going to say, I mean, it's such the spirit of the competition. Zephyrus is a damaging robot. You're going to get some destruction.
Yeah.
But we're here to see the carnage. Roboteers throwing in robots that aren't even entered into the event because they want to fight. They want to see damage. Or is Sproing thinking tactically? Can they do damage to Zephyrus and maybe give themselves a better advantage? Because if Zephyrus is damaged, they're going to suffer in their later matches.
I think that may be it. It's a bit of a tactical play, perhaps, to see if there's some damage they can cause to Zephyrus.
So yes, if you're entering the arena, welcome to Robot Rebellion. We are about ready to fight, and we need your help to count us in. From 3.
Zephyrus.
3, 2, 1. Activate!
Here we go then. Sproing getting in and a big hit straight away. Disco dancing around the floor as Zephyrus on its face A good old head spin. I love it.
And now Sproing position themselves to the side of Zephyrus. That is where they want to be. They don't want to engage with this. The
big
massive
damage.
spinner. And look at that damage. Plastic shrapnel flying everywhere. But Sproing is not out of it. Still trying to get in there with their flipper.
I'm not sure it's still in it anymore. Those wheels have been absolutely shredded on the near side.
And that is Zephyrus dancing around the arena. We have a victor in Zephyrus.
The right outcome, I think.
Well, it was a forfeit, so they had won the battle no matter what.
Yeah.
But they actually earned the point in
Very
the battle.
sporting of them to have the fight anyway.
So watching the replay now, and you can see that was where Zephyrus did their final amount of damage. And the showboating, I do enjoy the showboating.
I like the showboating.
From the spinners. Oh, that's
look at
actually
this.
perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's actually perfect.
There it is, look. Bristol bot builders for all of your Bristol bot building needs.
So if you're looking to get involved, there are other websites available. I feel like I'm the BBC. Other websites are available, but that is a one-stop shop.
It is. We like the BBB here. A lot of the robots you'll see here today have been supplied parts by BBB. The build guides are really useful. The event guides are really useful. And they literally do have the shop. They have the how to build a robot. You know, it's a one place you can go. You can also find the Bristol Bot Builders group on Facebook, where a lot of these roboteers here today are there to have a chat with you, ask the question, how do I get started, what do I need to get started, and they'll be able to help you out with some advice on what bits and bobs you need to build a robot.
And for everyone in the arena watching, yes, it's not the most glamorous sport. We do have to sweep the arena clean with a brush. So all of that shrapnel gets placed into the pit box area. And at the end of the day, we will weigh up all of the shrapnel and just see how much damage has been done in today's competitions. Now, I love this. The name of Not My Beautiful Wife is so long, it's knocked their competitor's name off of the screen, but
Crossblow
is their competitor. So, Beautiful Wife up against Crossblow. Then we have Echo versus AOB, Boom Zoom versus Let the Good Times Stroll, Rest in Pieces versus Brug, and then Stratus once again back into the arena versus Angel Slice. Which of those fights are you most looking forward to?
Oh, definitely Stratus versus Angel Slice. That heat is shaping up to be a bit of a heat of death. It's very, very explosive. However, Boom Zoom is being very impressive so far, as is Let the Good Time Stroll. So I look forward to that one as well. Up next, however, we have a fight between one of our Dutch entries. I went a bit Dutch when I said that there. Dutch entries in Head for the Exit. That's
and believe it or not, that's not the one with the blonde highlights.
It's not, no. The one with the blonde highlights is Corrosive. He's begun to match his robot in yellow and black.
Do you think the name Corrosive matches the hair dye? Did you dip your hair in corrosive material?
No comment there.
We're going to go for it. That's the origin story.
Canon now.
That's the origin story of Sam. Sam was walking down the alleyway one day and some corrosive material fell on his head, and out of that spawned the robot. You have to admit, the destructive robot of Corrosive. It is a brilliant
and
robot.
Hopefully he's Loctited his weapon teeth into his drum spinner this time, because that's what went wrong last time. He forgot.
Did you manage to catch up with him and confirm?
I did, yeah. And he was a silly boy and forgot to glue in his weapon teeth. Not a mistake you make twice. Or maybe it is, who knows?
Yeah,
we'll wait and see.
So when you hear us shout Head for the Exit, we're not instructing you. That is the name
fire, it's fine.
Of
it's
the
name
robot.
Of the robot.
So if you are in the audience, I'd love to hear you chant and cheer for which is your favourite, Corrosive or the Exit. Which is your favourite? I'd love to hear you cheering on your team. I think for me, Jevon, which one are you going to pick, and I'll go the opposite?
Well, I'll go for Corrosive in this one because I love them both, but Sam is a co-host on the Robocast, so I ought to go with him, really.
Well, here we go. Count us in, everybody.
3,
2, 1. Activate! And Corrosive moving in, but so is Head for the Exit. Both of them getting their weaponry up to speed. And I can hear some noise. Something's hitting the arena floor.
He's struggling a bit. Once again, that drum is hitting the floor. So maybe he didn't. Oh, there goes the saw blade, snapped in two.
So head for the exit is now weaponless.
And
what
there
is
goes
that?
the front plough of head for the exit as well. And there goes a wheel.
Cover your ears, everyone. This is getting a loud fight. And oh no, head for the exit is trying to self-right. They look to be stuck.
What a headstand.
Can they get underneath? Can they get returned upside down?
And that's the fight. A beautiful headstand to finish from head to the exit, but Corrosive is the winner.
So you saw the damage, you saw the carnage. The saw blade was ripped to pieces, and that meant that Corrosive now, they had a bit more free reign over the fight. Let's watch the replay.
It all happened in very quick succession. The saw blade goes first, then Corrosive drops, hits the front of head for the exit. That front plough then comes off, goes flying. I'm trying to work out what that third thing that came off was. It's potentially the other half of the saw blade, actually. It goes out of the arena.
Enough to throw him upside down, head to the exit, upside down, and
then a headstand.
Brilliant gymnastics, but
yeah,
that's not what we're trying to achieve.
All the style points in the world, but it's not a judging criteria, unfortunately.
And then Corrosive spinning around in sheer joy. Yes, they are the winner of that battle. And I don't know if Sam can hear us. Sam, can you hear us? I think he's talking to his fellow competitors, so we won't be able to get him over here. Come on over, Sam. Because I want to talk to you about the noise that came off of this robot. Put it up to the camera. Let's show the people what your robot design is, and was there any damage?
So the robot design is obviously a drum spinner. It spins very fast and, hits people basically. Damage-wise, I've actually got a little bit. So all of my screws on the one side of my armour came out. So the lid was kind of half on, half off at the end. And for the second fight in a row, I kept bouncing off the floor with the teeth. I did put Loctite them. They're tight as they can go, but clearly I need to screw it in a bit more. And I got the saw again. That's 3 for 3 now.
That is 3 for 3 on saw hits, so you're doing very well.
But yeah, that was nervous because I lost drive straight away on this side again. The tyre, I noticed over on the pit bench earlier, the tyre had actually come loose off the motor, and I took it apart and tightened it all up again, and it's just come loose again. So we'll have to have a look at that. And
could you quickly, for the audience, explain what this bit is?
It's my locking bar. But last year I had a robot called Slav King, which was Adidas themed, and I kept the locking bar as a little memento. And
so what does the locking bar do? What's the importance of it?
So a locking bar is important where if I, for whatever reason, the weapon just started spinning up, as soon as I plugged it in with the link, the teeth would hit it and it wouldn't go any further because it can't spin any faster. It would just start grounding it into itself. So it's
a vital piece of safety equipment.
And I'm assuming these motors, they're not very torquey. They need time to spin up.
Yes. So I've never actually timed it. I always tend to be quite careful with the throttle on the spinner anyway, but I think you can probably get up to top speed in 3 or 4 seconds, which isn't very much, but it's enough to have someone dart across the arena and stop me.
Absolutely, especially with the speed of some of the robots we've seen today. Looking at your bracket, which robot are you most concerned about?
Tosser. Tosser and Luchador are both, they're not going to damage me, but they're scary control bots.
Thank you for joining us, Sam. We're getting ready for the next battle.
AOB is fighting CSB Echo. AOB in red, CSB Echo in blue.
So AOB is the flipper robot with their gas pressurized bottle, and Echo is very much a shunter box. This is going to be a battle, and is that already immobilization put up against the arena wall? Jevon, what do you think?
I mean, there's not going to be long enough to tell you all about what I think, because I think the fight is over. That was a very quick one. AOB saw what they had to do. They need some points on the board, and they got them.
They do, so we did discuss that. That is their first win by knockout. But so unfortunate for Echo, they just didn't get any chance to get back into the fight. They just got tipped up and that was them done. So are they purely a static moving robot?
Yeah, it is just a pusher robot. There's no weapon or anything on there to try and free them. So if they are propped up, no wheels touching the arena floor or walls, that is unfortunately them done.
So a very quick, simple fight. That's good for the competition because it means we can get on to the next one. But what a shame for Echo. Really hoping to put more of a showing into that fight, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. Coming in next, we have Boom Zoom and Let the Good Times Stroll. The Shuffler bot back once again, here to walk his way over the competition.
Absolutely. So if you have joined us, you're about to see a robot that waddles its way around the arena and has a devastating weapon. You will see some sparks. You will see some carnage. You are here at the right time to see the best of robot destruction, robot rebellion.
Yes, definitely. So this next robot coming in after Boom Zoom, who's being loaded in presently, doesn't have wheels. It has little shuffling legs, and it's going to shuffle its way around the arena and hit things hard, basically.
But that doesn't mean that Boom Zoom doesn't have a chance. It is
Absolutely
a quick,
not.
nippy, powerful robot. As you can see, it positioning itself to the blue zone. They have great control.
Yeah.
And as we can now see the Shuffler bot being put in, they're not very maneuverable.
No, certainly not. It takes them a little while to get across the arena, turn around. Boom Zoom will be the more maneuverable of the two in this fight, I think.
So there is going to be a battle of strategy. Yes, the Shuttler bot of Let the Good Times Stroll will be divisive, will be destructive, but only if it gets engaged with Boom Zoom. If Boom Zoom can maneuver themselves around and get to the backside of Let the Good Times Stroll, they're going to be in with a brilliant fight. So it's all down to the drivers. The weaponry has been decided, the designs are set. Now it's up to the drivers. How will this play out? And you can see them shuffling around the arena.
But they are struggling to shuffle into position here.
So they're now backing their way. Look at it, vibrating almost its way across the arena. And we are ready. So get ready. This is going to be a brilliant fight. I hope you're excited, everyone. Count us in.
3,
2, 1.
Activate.
And Boom Zoom's going to be looking to stop Let the Good Times Stroll getting up to speed. But is that Boom
No,
Zoom
I think
stuck?
I think he's waiting for Let the Good Times Stroll to do that. In fact, use the arena against it. Get that robot spinning itself against an arena wall. It means that it's not damaging itself.
So you can see Boom Zoom positioning themselves either to the side or the back of Let the Good Times Stroll, and almost that drum almost rotating and hitting Boom Zoom. This is really Boom Zoom's opportunity to decide how they want to engage. Pushing them up against the pit side of the wall.
Boom Zoom has got them in a pin there, and pins can last 10 seconds before they have to release.
And it's at the flip!
It's a lovely self-ride. The roll cage on top means it's back on its shuffling legs, ready to shuffle a bit more.
Oh, and that's some smoke, that's some
but that
serious
is a big
smoke.
smoky fire.
So everyone, clear the way, stay seated where you are, stay seated where you are. We have safety precautions in place.
If we can clear a channel for Dave to run through with a big box, that would be very helpful. Thank you very much.
So yes, we have safety measures in place. This is a controlled procedure. Dave will now run that box outside. And please do not obstruct him. He will run that box outside.
There he goes.
So yes, very smoky, very destructive. And well, what caused that fire to start?
Who knows? Perhaps the whole thing got a bit hot.
Well, let's give a massive round of applause. Massive round of applause. I told you this was a fight you'd want to see, and there you go. It went out in a puff of smoke. Now you see it, now you don't. Look at the arena.
We're going to go and try and fan some of that smoke out. It is not healthy to breathe it in.
No, so please do not approach.
What we've just seen is a big battery fire. We're watching the replay back now.
So yeah, if everyone can please stand back, we don't want anyone breathing in the smoke, so please, if you could turn around if you're on the benches and face the other way.
We're going to try and clear the smoke out of the box.
And we're just getting it controlled. So the replay, we're now seeing the safety precautions in place.
So let's talk through this. So Dave has a big box, a big metal box. And any robot that is on fire gets taken out of the building in the big metal box. There you see him run at pace out of the building so that nobody breathes in the noxious fumes. And they really do smell of the robot's LiPo batteries, lithium polymer batteries. You can't put a battery like that out, you have to let it burn out before you can do anything with it. So there might be a bit of a repair job for Let the Good Times Stroll. going forwards.
And we might need a minute or two just to reset the arena.
Yeah.
So please do bear with us whilst we get the smoke cleared. We obviously need David to come back as well.
He's on his way. I think there's a team outside looking after the charred remains of Let the Good Times Stroll.
So there we go, everyone. So, well, you're very lucky to see that because honestly, it doesn't happen often.
It does not, and I'm not sure what caused it, whether something had just been nicked or what, but that was a very sudden, very flamey fire.
Indeed, indeed. So you can see I've got my shirt over my nose just as a safety precaution. It doesn't actually smell that bad. I'm being a bit dramatic. But the fans are, well, are we getting them? Yes, they are operational.
I think we're operating a bit of a Crystal Maze section here.
It does look that way,
doesn't
it?
The fans, please.
It does look that way. So we'll get this all cleaned up. So if you're here in the live arena, please give us some time. Feel free to come back in a little bit later.
We are going to have about a 10-minute break just to clear the smoke out of the arena, and we will be back for more Robot Rebellion action. Don't miss it. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Well, feel free to go somewhere, but then absolutely
come back in 10 minutes.
Come back. You'll see more of this carnage.
Yeah, go and have a chat with the Roboteers. There's plenty of them about, and they'd love to have a chat with you about this sport. Especially Joe.
We're good for smoke now. We can start again. Smoke's good. Yeah, I know. They went somewhere. I'm going to try to fix all this. We're going to go live again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Robot Rebellion here at Rapture Gaming Festival. We are ready to continue our fights. We had a bit of a fire earlier, and we found out in that little break what actually happened to the robot. It was an ESC, the brains of the robot for the weapon, caught fire, and so we had to go and get it out and make sure everything was safe. But we are back, the smoke has cleared. We are ready to go again with Rust in Pieces being entered into the arena, the multi-bot, the cluster bot, half the weight of a normal beetle weight, but there's two of them. They are going to be fighting Brug, which is a big clampy bot. On screen and up on the whiteboard behind me what happened in that last battle. A lovely self-right, but then the ESCs decided to go up in smoke.
That's right, I've been in the pits and Milo has made a very smelly robot right now.
Yeah, it really does whiff.
It's got a horrible blackened mess in there, but he's confident he can get it back in the arena. That's good news.
Yeah.
Good news.
Safely transported out of the building in a lovely large metal box.
Big up Dave Weston on the box transport system. That guy knows how to close a box quickly. Look at him go in the live replay of him running off. That's excellent.
We are ready to go once again. So Brug in the red square, Rust in Pieces in the blue.
Oh, lovely manoeuvre there as they separate out to go around the sides of Brug.
They do very well to work together. They always manage to sort of surround the opponent and really bully them into it.
That's right. I think it's because they're jazz musicians outside of Robot Combat. They can really channel the jazz within.
Wheeler's gone from Brug.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And a nice lift into the wall as well from Rust Pieces.
Not the sort of damage I expected from this fight, I must admit, but damage all the same.
We'll take what damage where we can get it. They're all just having a little tussle against the wall right now.
Yeah, back and forth, back and forth. That pin will have to stop at some point.
We might need some separation, but no, they have freed themselves.
Brug struggling on one wheel. Hasn't yet been counted out, but maybe it might be now. It has no wheels on the floor.
No wheels on the floor.
Oh, there we go.
Too soon. He's just about keeping himself balanced enough to have a wheel on the ground.
This is a bizarre fight, I won't lie.
So Rust in Pieces have opened the pit now. The pit is now open. And now they're going to try and get Brug in there.
There's going to be some coercion, I think, to try and move Brug towards that pit. A bit of teamwork, which they're doing really quite well.
Yes, they've just sort of corralled, surrounded him. Brug has nowhere to go, but probably
a
down.
little push, a little shove, and down they go.
Oh,
the win
lovely
is Rust
stuff.
in Pieces.
You see what I mean? That's jazz in action, people. Those guys know how to toot their saxophones so well that they also toot the other robot into the pit.
You can see the replay in the live on YouTube and up on the whiteboard behind me as well. Just some lovely driving from Rust in Pieces.
It's so nice to see them back together. I believe Ed's had a lovely year abroad, away from Rust in Pieces. He's had some time to reflect.
He went away, he had some spiritual meditation over Rust in Pieces, and he's come back to channel his inner Rust.
That's right. It's been like Isaac doing a solo big, like, wide thing. And it's
Wide thing is the right term. Yeah.
And it was we saw it last year. If you came to Rapture last year, you might have seen a big wide thing. That was Isaac. And now he's split it in half. And I feel like the team's back together.
Yeah, definitely. Everything is right with the world again.
That's it.
Well, you can hear the lovely tones of Mr. Joe Brown on comms next to me. Hello,
Hi.
Joe.
Great to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Staying hydrated?
I'm staying very hydrated. I've had one bottle of the Ribena, actually it's not small, and yeah, I'm almost through the second, so it's all good.
That's pretty
Everything's
good.
fine. And I've had all the brownie bites and a couple of cookies.
That's a very well-balanced lunch.
Yeah, it's a balanced diet. I am eyeing up the fish and chip balance.
Yes, it smelled great. Can't say I've tried it. I went for some pasta earlier, but the fish and chips are available.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in full swing at the gaming festival now. And it's great to see there's such a big turnout here. Thank you to everyone who came and to check this out.
Can I have a cheer from the live audience if you're here in the building?
There we go.
Lovely and loud.
And yeah, all these people are here to check out the next fight that will be here shortly. We've got Straddle loading in right now. I'm going to have to leave you in a minute because I'm on the fight.
Stratus.
Little Straddle.
It's the wrong one.
Sorry. See, this is why I don't commentate.
So yeah, Stratus and Angel Slice. This is going to be...
This is one to watch, people. I'm going to do the thing that Gav does. You want to stick around for this fight, people.
You do. You really do want to stick around for this one.
This is going to be hype. I'm going to go now because I'm on the next fight.
Well, thank
Have
you
a
very
lovely
much,
day.
Joe. And you.
Keep
Very
up
well
the
done.
good work.
Yeah, likewise.
Peace out.
Peace out. And he's mic dropped. And he's gone. Well, Angel Slice and Stratus, these two machines are destructive. And I'm joined now on comms by one Craig Croucher.
Hi.
We are ready to do this battle. Stratus in the blue, Angel Slice in the red. Let's get it going.
Spinning up.
Some interesting driving motion from Stratus. Getting in the hits on top of Angel Slice. That's very well armoured up there.
Definitely some debris coming off of it.
Oh, a huge hit! That is structural. The spinner looks a tad loose inside.
Yeah, that top bulkhead looks a little bit bent upwards.
Another big hit, just scraping a massive gash in the top. And another huge hit, but hitting that pit release button. They'll need to be careful of the pit now. Angel Slice very close to it.
You can see why so many of the Roboteers here fear Stratus.
It is such a presence in the arena, it fills it. Another big hit and that top panel is coming off, I think.
Andy and Angel Slice really persevering. Fair play to him.
You've got to wonder what Angel Slice can do. That is probably quite a good plan, but now upside down and with all the damage to the top panel, that's going to really hinder their performance. They're limited drive and they are trying their best to get away from the pit, but sticking a wheel over the top of it.
The countdown has begun on Angel Slice.
And the showboating from Stratus. A massive round of applause for the winner. And 4 more points for Stratus.
Tom Hughes show off.
What a fight. We're going to see the replay in just a moment. That was an exceptional one. Some huge damage. And just turned upside down. Couldn't do anything from there.
Angel Slice just did not give up though.
No.
The whole fight, even though it had that massive structural damage to that top bulkhead.
Even when upside down, still trying to drive away from the pit and get engaged in the fight.
Still trying to get away from it, and yeah. Can we just take a moment to really appreciate that beautiful Mr. Kipling artwork on the top of Angel Slice's disc?
Good enough to eat.
Good enough to eat, but please don't.
But don't. It's not there.
Grab Crab coming in next, I hear.
Grab Crab. One Joe Brown.
One Joe Brown.
The very same.
That rascal.
The mischievous scamp.
The mischievous scamp that is Joseph Brown. Having a little bop over there in the corner, holding his delightful crab robot.
He's going up against the vertical spinner of Vertex, just come off of a good win and a loss to Stratus earlier on. There's some very good robots in this heat.
Yeah, this is, colloquially we often have a heat of death in robots, and I think this is it.
This may be it, yeah.
This may be the one.
Coming up in a little bit, we've got Schnack versus Swag Demon. Step Up 3D is going up against EMP. Zephyrus will fight Babrog.
That'll be a banger.
Ultra Violence will go up against Agrobobber Smithers Edition. And Voltergeist goes up against Digestive. There's some very good fights to come.
Some bangers coming up. You do not want to miss these next fights.
You want to stay sat in this building enjoying the battling that is Robot Rebellion.
Robot Rebellion at Rapture, everyone.
And let us know what your favourite robot so far has been. Get involved in the chat online. We're over on the World of Woodrow YouTube channel.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. What humans do we have speaking to us, Jevon?
We have several humans speaking to us.
And several robots as well.
Somebody has said that they really need a calendar for these events so they don't forget.
Wow, if only there was a convenient website. I would recommend bbb.gd/events.
I think that's a really good shout, actually.
I think that's a really good shout.
Yeah, there's plenty of events on, and there's also like a calendar on there.
There is.
It's incredible.
Whoever organises those events must be absolute scamps.
Yeah, definitely.
He says, one of them dabbing away in the corner over there, loading his crab robot. I'll do that. just point at the banner behind us. Absolutely shilling our wares.
More BBB for your buck.
Next Beetle event is, of course, BBB Subterranean Showdown on the 7th of August in Bristol.
It's underground.
It's underground. It's under the train
Underground
station.
Beetle event in Bristol. It's going to be fun. Walk underground.
Here we go for this next fight. Grab, Crab and Vertex.
Let's get Krabby or Vertexy if you wish.
Crabby or Vertexy. I just hope we don't see any crab paste out there today.
Little nip there from Vertex on Grab Crab's front forks, but seemingly
Grab Crab doing a good job of keeping it away.
Oh, that is
sorry, Joe.
A jinx there from you. Just as we were saying it, but now getting in underneath, trying to lift Vertex up and getting a good
look at that grab.
That is a very good grab and a very good crab, and something is smoky.
The forks through the wedge on Vertex.
Not quite as big a smoking pile as Leather Good Time Strollers earlier.
Poor old Stroll.
And this is, I believe the term is bullying.
Surgical crab.
Well, there we go. Vertex, the first. Both fell in the pit. Vertex hit the bottom of the pit first. Vertex, they lose the battle. Grab Crab gets the 4 points.
The crab did the grab. Congratulations, Joe Brown, on your great win. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
That was a really good fight. We're seeing the bullying that was the grab from the crab.
It was a hell of a grab from that crab.
It does feel like a Dr. Seuss book at this point, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Really piercing that wedge and then surgically placing it over that pit panel. Look at that.
Down, down, deeper and down it goes.
That's a song.
It is. It really is.
Joe Brown. Hey, Joe Brown, come over here. Joe Brown. Joe Brown. Joe Brown. Joe Brown. Joe Brown. Come over here, Joe Brown.
Joe Brown.
Come and get interviewed, Joe Brown. The tyres shredded.
Show that camera there.
Shredded, bro. How was that fight for you, Joe Brown?
Scary.
Thank you, Joe Brown.
Bye.
Vertex is awesome, and I just had a lucky break.
There was a hit in there. Did you take any damage from that hit?
Let's find out.
We'll find out together.
There's a bit there.
Tiny, teeny little nibbles of off
And
the
you've
paint,
collected lots of, I'm going to call it arena paste on the magnets. So,
the hazards of running magnets.
no crab paste. Just arena paste.
I live on to fight Angel Slice.
Yes, Angel Slice later. Have you got a plan for Angel Slice? Ooh, interesting. So Joe is taking off the forks for Angel Slice.
Going for a scoopy approach, Joe Brown?
Scoopy.
Have I just given you some ideas? You're welcome, Joe Brown of Bristol Bot Builders. No worries, Joe Brown of Bristol Bot Builders.
What is Bristol Bot Builders?
Bristol Bot Builders is a group of robot builders and organisers in the southwest of England. BristolBotBuilders.com. Please
You're never going to see any more self-promotion than this.
Oh.
We have Swag Demon in the arena, and opposite them is Schnack.
One of my favourite robot names, this event.
Here we go then, Swag Demon up to speed with that drum, but catching an arena edge there. Interesting.
Terrifying spin up on Swag Demon, so fast.
That was a good hit, using him as a hat.
Big fan of the hat approach.
Swag Demon looking to line up the shots. Another big hit through the air. The acrobatics of Schnack.
Schneck looking slightly worse, but where is it going to go over the wall, or is Sam going to leave it there?
I think that's going to be it. I don't believe Schneck is even moving.
Sam's going to hate me for saying it, but that was surgical.
That's a win for Swag Demon.
And what a wonderful robot in Snake as well. That unique design with the grabber comes out of the top.
We've yet to see it in action.
Yet to see it grabbing.
Let it grab.
Let it grab. Let it grab. I can't sing.
No.
Congratulations, Sam. You are grinning somewhat.
Swag Demon doing very well so far then.
Swaggy and swaggy.
Swaggle doodle. Demon-y woodle. There we go.
Do you want to come and say a word?
Just the one.
Just one word. Pick your word carefully, Sam.
Any predictions on the word?
I have no predictions on what word is about to be said.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. No round of applause for Sam on that. Hello.
That went quite well, Sam.
It's good swag. It's just kind of like it just goes nibbles.
It just does the thing, doesn't it? It just does exactly what it's meant to.
It's like an angry little toddler, so it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
Put it down for a nap.
It'll be fine.
Did you just say you were going to put your toddler down?
He's off, and that's probably for the best.
Bye, Sam.
Bye, Sam.
Gav, please take over from me. I'm bad at this. Bye, everyone.
Bye, Craig. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you for taking over. Thank you. I am now fully recharged. And so are our competitors, as we've now got new competitors in the arena.
Yeah,
Jevon,
in the arena we have the rebuilt Step Up 3D. It's back, somehow. And it is going up against no, it's not. It's going up against EMP. I knew it was 3 letters. I just didn't know which ones. Here we go then. Grabber formation, and it's working quite nicely for Step Up 3D.
So we saw there EMP and both of them actually charging into each other, and they bounced off. EMP bounced off the shield there of Step Up. That shovel is massive. That really is making it difficult.
It's like
but
a
now
snowplow.
EMP are now getting underneath, and this is going to be a battle of wits. I reckon that plough is also going to make it challenging for them to fall into the pit. Step Up there, making it difficult for them to win, or lose I should say, for them to lose this battle of attrition. The pit button is now enabled. Will it be touched? EMP now putting Step Up against the side, and I think that's the button being hit. The pit is now lowering, and the danger zone has now expanded. So not only do we have the Utah zone, we have the pit area, the abyss, and EMP seems to be stuck in the corner. Step Up now taking control of this fight. That shovel really is scooping up EMP. EMP so close.
Very, very close to going down the pit there. Another good grab from Step Up 3D. This is going very well, much better than their first fight did, where they ended up in about 40,000 different pieces.
But now EMP have found themselves behind the shovel, and they're scooping into the side of Step Up, ripping the paper. Has that done some damage? I'm not sure to the electronics, the internals.
Well, the electronics are inside their own little box inside there. They are quite well protected in actual fact, but it's the motors aren't that well protected. They're very wide outside of that box.
So a little bit of damage potentially on the inside. 30 seconds left for them
definitely
to...
a wheel looking loose, and now on Step Up 3D as EMP gets right underneath, pushing them into a sidewall. That good pin can only last for 10 seconds.
So what can be done in this last closing stage is Step Up shunting, but it is a pushing match. It is a two raging bulls tussling against each other, and look at that. EMP are now
attack.
upside down, but is there enough time for them to need to self-right? I don't think they need to.
I don't think so, but that is going to be it.
But they have ended.
A very good fight.
They have ended the battle. EMP have ended the battle upside down. What would the judges think of that?
Well, it's always a good look for a robot if they've finished on a very strong note. For Step Up 3D, they managed to turn the robot over at the very end of the battle. That looks great for the judges, but we have to judge on the whole fight. And we're looking at the fight. There were some moments where EMP were definitely on top, or as it were, underneath Step Up 3D. It's going to be a tough one for the judges, but we'll see what the judges say. Have we got a decision, judges? We do indeed have a decision. Is it unanimous? It is for Step Up 3D.
So they are the winners, getting a nice haul of points there. whilst we get these robots taken out. Please bear with us whilst we get the stadium reset. And if you have just joined us, which I can see some fresh faces in the audience, welcome to Robot Rebellion. We are fighting robots against each other, and this is really just for fun.
Yeah, it is really just for fun, but there is a big prize, which is the Beetle Belt, which you can see at the bottom corner of the arena, sitting on the floor, that Beetle Belt. It's very, very nice. We look forward to seeing who will get it this time round. At the minute, the holder is Night Fury. They're doing very well so far. Just resorting our fan. It was used to clear the smoke out earlier. There we go, much better. It's all good.
So, entering into the arena, our wonderful friends from across the little isle in Northern Ireland.
Indeed.
Not Northern Ireland, sorry, the Republic of Ireland. How dare I?
Yeah, it's Babrock.
It is Babrock, so removing the safety and catchment devices.
It's a different Babrock to the one we saw earlier. It's only got the one claw on top this time, which is an interesting move. I think they've put a more defensive armour package together for their opponent, which is Zephyrus.
And everyone, one and all, please stay put, because this is going to be a fantastic battle. Zephyrus, you can see, has a deadly spinner on it.
On its face.
On its face. It's really a different type of spinner.
There's nothing quite like it in combat at the minute except for Zephyrus. It's spinning downwards but sort of face on at the other robots, and it's a different way.
You say spinning downwards, but it depends which side you hit it. One side is downwards, the other side is upwards. So we have in the red corner Zephyrus, and in the blue corner Babrog, and we will see who is going to be the winner, but we will need your help when we are ready to count down this fight. So everyone join in, and from 3, 2, 1, activate!
Here we go.
And Zephyrus now waiting to spin up, and we can see the sparks flying as they hit the arena rule. Babrog taking a little bit of a evasive action, almost backing away. They don't want to be hit.
That was a fun move.
And we're spinning around, up and down around the arena we go. Will we hit the outer zone? I do not know. But Babrog trying to take control, and is that Zephyrus out of action?
Zephyrus is on its face. The weapon belt is laying on the floor. You can see it there. Babrog, that armor package has paid off.
So after all of that dancing, all of the showmanship, up and down, around it went. All it took was the snap of the drive belt, and they're out. So I hope that didn't disappoint everyone in the audience. I hope those at home that didn't disappoint, let us know in the chat. Absolutely incredible. We're watching the replays now as Zephyrus waiting, and there it made that contact. Babrog getting the back end of it, and look at it going all around the arena. And where will we see the drive belt fall out? At what point? There it goes.
So it must have just caught it on its own spinner, snapped it, and thrown it.
And then Babrog almost scooping it up there as a victory token.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to need a new one of them.
They will indeed. I wonder, that's a rough guess, Jevon, how many drive belts, how many components like that do you go through at a tournament like this?
I would personally pack enough for each fight, because you can never tell if you're going to go through one or not. They are fickle things, and they do break frequently. It's one of the more common methods of spinner death.
Well, there you go, there you have it. So how come we see drive belts and not gears?
Well, gears tend to jam up quite a lot, and we don't want that on your spinner, because that could burn out a weapon motor or a weapon ESC, because there's too much going through it to try and get it to spin when it can't. So it's more reliable to use the belts or chains in the larger robots. Obviously we don't use chains in Beetles because it would be too heavy, but certainly the belts in the Beetles works quite nicely most of the time.
I like the new LEDs more.
Unlike what we've just seen. So, now looking into the arena, who have we got entering in?
We have Aggro Wubba Smithers Edition over in the blue square, and in the red just about is going to be Ultraviolence.
And this is the first time we've seen Ultraviolence today?
No, the last time we saw it, if you recall, it started bouncing off the floor and then utterly destroyed something called Sproy.
I see. Well, will we see a repeat? Will we see destruction, carnage? Audience in the crowd, do you want to see destruction? Wow, I don't even need to ask him to repeat it.
No, that was
plenty
loud enough.
Thank you, guys. All right, very excited now.
We are good to go.
And trust me, the more you cheer, the more the Roboteers will destroy their robots. Count us in, everybody.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
And straight
Once
away,
again.
grinding against the floor is jumping up and down. Cover your ears if you're getting a bit loud, but now we're lifting them up. Finally a bit of peace and quiet, but not for long.
Doing backflip after backflip is Ultraviolence. Aggro Wobber Spinners Edition has put that big block of plastic back on.
And absolutely destroying the arena floor is Ultraviolence. That is just destruction.
Ultraviolence, I think, has a bill coming its way.
Absolutely destroying the arena floor. David is not very impressed, but Ultraviolence still there, trying to cause some destruction. Look at them jumping
They're
around.
back on their wheels. That doesn't mean they're going to stop making loud noises because they're bouncing off the floor too much. That was massive!
That was aggro up in the air. They're now upside down, so their scoop is not where they need it to be.
But Ultraviolence is bouncing its way around the arena.
And
it
now
may bounce its way into the pit or out of that arena. We will have to wait and see. Can Aggro Wobber hold them off for long enough?
well, there's now a pirouette, a dance of robots as they try and stay away. Aggro Wobber staying away from the drum, and Ultraviolence hitting the floor. Oh, finally a bit of peace and quiet, but for how much longer?
That wedge is not attached very well anymore to Aggro Wobber. Ultraviolence now upside down, but pinned in the corner by Aggro Wobber. A good move from them.
And that drum is now constantly, repeatedly bashing against the floor, but they're being put into the corner. Aggro Wobber came in control of this fight. So the damage has been done by Ultraviolence, but Aggro Wobber is now taking some control.
Aggro Wobber is struggling to move quite as well as they would like.
And I think that's true for both of the robots that we have in the arena.
Certainly, yeah. Ultraviolence still smacking its way around the arena, off of the floor, trying to get a good bounce, but not finding him.
2, 1, and
that is
the
the match.
Audience in the crowd, what did you think? Did you enjoy that? Oh, come on, guys, did you enjoy that? Everyone's ears are so
Did you think it was a bit loud? Yeah.
Very, very loud, very loud. So constantly drumming against the floor.
Just trying to get any sort of bounce off of the floor so that they could self-right, but it just wasn't happening for Ultraviolence.
So Ultraviolence, I feel like this is a reoccurring issue for that robot. Surely they're always struggling as we now watch the replay.
Yeah, I imagine the issues come from the fact that their weapon is just too low to the ground. Either the weapon's too big or the mounting point is just too low. And either way, that weapon is just touching the ground every time they are moving around the arena, and they're getting a bad bounce.
And watching the replay, Ultraviolence got a brilliant hit on Aggro at the very beginning, but then Aggro started to take more control of the fight, and that was when we saw Ultraviolence hitting the arena floor, jumping up and down.
Yeah, it's not very good control on, well, that's my thinking anyway, we'll see if the judges agree with me, but that bouncing off of the floor does not show good control because they can't find a way to get back in. Presently just sanding down an edge on the arena that has come up since that fight. From too much bouncing on the floor, probably.
So a bit of maintenance is being had on the arena whilst we still watch the replay. And look at just Ultraviolence. It's just all over the place. And this is where we see Aggro Wobbler hitting the pit. But they're upside down, so their scoop is not really working for them anymore.
No, you did see later on that they dropped that scoop so that they could get back underneath. It works both ways up. And hitting that pit button is good strategy points as well.
Well, it would have been if they were able to get them any closer to the pit, but you have to say, Ultraviolence did a brilliant job staying away from the pit, even there where Aggro Wobbler is kind of taunting them, desperately pleading with them, come on, come towards the pit.
Yeah.
They don't want to. They know it's a dangerous place, and this is where they lowered that shovel, as you mentioned, lowered that ramp. So we are waiting for the repairs to be done, the maintenance to be done.
A judge's decision.
This is exciting.
The winner of the fight by unanimous decision is Aggro Wobber Smitters Edition.
Now, those on the stream, those in the audience, you might not know, but David is absolutely livid with the destruction done against the arena floor. He's not happy. He's having a good laugh. He's having a good laugh. So what do you think, Jevon? Have the repairs been completed?
I think so, and I think we are ready to load in 2 more robots. In fact, they seem to already be there. We have Digestive, the vertical spinner, being loaded in presently, and opposite it is Voltergeist. Looking a little bit different to earlier, it has a big front plough on it.
It's quite difficult keeping track of the robots when they keep changing attachments.
This is a game of rock, paper, scissors where people can cheat and turn it into like a mutant monster or something.
I mean, you say that, but it genuinely really is. It is. You know who your competitor is. You have an opportunity to change your weaponry, to defend yourself, and maybe get an advantage.
Or even change your armor package. Sometimes you'll see them with forks, sometimes you'll see a big thick wedge. Depends what you're fighting. If there's more armor up top or underneath, we'll have
So
to wait and see.
Digestive in the red, Voltergeist in the blue. Are you ready to count us in? 2, 1, activate.
Here we go then. Voltergeist moving across, trying to get Digestive stopped from spinning up, and it seems to have worked for now because it isn't spinning.
It isn't spinning, but Digest is also very, very quick. It's so nippy around there. I feel like it has a lot more pushing power. Maybe doesn't even need the spinner for this fight.
Possibly not. Voltergeist, meanwhile, holding that plough. It says something on it. Risk it for a biscuit, I believe, is the phrase written atop that piece of HDPE.
So I think it's safe to say the spinner is definitely not working on Digestive, but I don't think they need it. They seem to have the pushing power. They seem to have the control of this fight. And it's really just a battle for Voltergeist to stay in this as they get thrown against the side of the wall.
Voltergeist certainly is struggling to find its way around the arena, going for the arena pit button. But
And Digestive hitting into Voltergeist.
Slow and sluggish.
And now this is dangerous for Voltergeist. They were on the wrong side of the pit, but unfortunately for Digestive, they didn't have the traction to push them into the pit. So let's see. It's a game of pirouetting, balancing around each other. Digestive now pushing Voltergeist in the corner.
Yeah, that pin lasting 10 seconds and then away.
So you cannot pin your opponent for longer than 10 seconds. You need to allow the fight to continue. And now we're seeing it turn around as Voltergeist, I think, almost kind of gets a pin on Digestive, but that's immediately returned again up against the pit button.
Yeah.
And it's so close to the edge.
Voltergeist
so close to the edge. Will Digestive rotate? Oh.
No, Digestive backs off and Voltergeist is given the opportunity to escape.
So a missed opportunity there for Digestive. If they were quick enough, they could have pushed Voltergeist into the pits.
I think they were hoping for a count-out, but that count-out won't ever come if they've managed to escape from the pit.
Well, as you were talking about countouts, we're getting ever closer to the countdown as it now begins. 6,
very
5,
close to the end!
Oh,
and there goes Digestive at the very end of the fight.
5 seconds. 5 seconds was left of the race. The race of the fight. And Indigestive went.
Tell you what, everything was racing for a second there.
My heart is racing. So 5 seconds left of the timer, and Digestive, in their eagerness to get in Voltergeist, out they went. Voltergeist is the winner.
He seems a bit chuffed with that.
I think shocked is the word. Come on over and talk to us once you grab
get your robot. Come and see us, Jimmy. If nothing else, to see that risk it for a biscuit sign on the front of the robot.
Yeah. Well, if it's still intact, I'm not too sure.
He's coming over.
Over they come. So
he's just been informed. With that win, Jimmy, you are presently winning your heat.
That was incredible, wasn't it?
May I show the risk it for a biscuit sign?
Just watching the replay on here, and
we'll show stream in a moment.
I do have a bit of problem with grip on these new tyres.
I was going to say, what was happening there? Because you looked a bit more sluggish than the last fight.
I have no idea. I'm going to have to give it a test.
How is your lifter setup?
So I've taken out the lifter setup to put on the biscuit guard.
Yeah.
And
that seemed to work quite nicely.
I
You
mean,
managed to stop his
yeah.
spinner.
Well, his spinner wasn't working at all, I don't think, in that fight. But that, where I was caught on the pit,
Managed to
was a bit
escape.
hairy.
He backed off.
Yeah, no, he did.
And gave you a gap.
Sorry, I'm just watching this.
I know,
replay.
right? This is the thing. When you're in these fights, I don't think people realise that you are watching your robot and nothing else. So to see back the fights, to see what actually happened, is really.
I had no strategy. I was expecting to come out in bliss.
And yet, there's the win.
There we go. That was something, wasn't it? Yeah.
This is a bit of a different year to last year's Rapture event.
Well, I've got Volta with me, and the majority of the parts in this are actually parts from original Volta. Hence the name Voltageist. It's kind of a continuation of the same robot. So, but yeah,
And I think we need to show the back that you've printed very quickly. It's looking very nice. Thank you, Jimmy. We have another fight on our hands. It's Bad for the Mucker and it's Sir Lancerfrog. And there goes Bad for the Mucker once again, flying through the air, but as is Sir Lancerfrog.
I have nothing to say. So Bad is absolutely destroying everything in his wake, including itself, you have to say, as the gyration lifts them off. They just can't get the purchase, and they're leaping all over the place. So Lancerfrog is just not needing to get engaged in this.
It's some of the best acrobatics you're going to see from fighting robots, I must say.
And when you're a competitor like Sir Lancerfrog, how do you engage in a robot?
I mean, you've got to be thinking, what on earth can I do here?
Oh, now we're
some
starting
big
to see
hits though, but it doesn't matter. I think that was a lucky break. A very lucky break for Sir Lancerfrog. What on earth is going on over there?
So they got themselves back out. There is no rematch. Once you are out, you are out. So unlucky for Bad, but the destruction, the chaos.
Well, I was going to say, you see a few hits here that Sir Lancerfrog really took an absolute mincing at times. The top armour, I think, is starting to come off, and it looked still, but it didn't matter because Bad for the Mucker went bouncing out of the arena.
And we're watching the replay now, we're seeing the damage. Bad really did get some good damage in on Sir Lancerfrog, so some repair work to be done for that robot. But at the end of the day, Sir Lancerfrog just needed to sit back, relax really, and watch Bad take itself out of the arena. They're out and they've lost themselves valuable points. So that is Sir Lancerfrog with 4 points, advancing and claiming more points to their tally. So, brilliant fighting, but really, that was a one-man band who controlled that fight from start to finish, and they took themselves out of it.
Yep, definitely.
But I am seeing the brush being used, so there was some shrapnel, there was some damage.
Yeah, certainly some parts did go flying. There's usually a bit of damage after each fight, and there might be some shrapnel left over from other fights that we just haven't had time to clean up yet.
So thank you everyone for joining us at this wonderful event. We are here at Rapture Gaming Festival, and we are, I want to say, the jewel in the crown, Robot Rebellion, battling it out over these 2 days to decide who is the Robot Rebellion champion.
Yeah, and the owner of the Beetle Belt.
Is it possible to get the Beetle Belt on the camera at any point?
Yeah, I might go and rescue it from its place in
From
front
its
of
current
the arena.
perch.
It is tied round the arena at this point, so it might take a few minutes.
And it is very heavy as well. So
it is incredibly heavy.
Not something that you'll be walking around town with. It's
it depends.
Very much a display piece.
Yeah. If you're feeling really sort of gloaty, then.
If you're struggling to get the steps in, you need a hard-hitting exercise.
Yeah.
Then yes. So we are waiting on some robots at the moment. What heats are due to come up, Jevon?
Well, we've got Contradiction versus Attitude just still to come. We've got the Barber Surgeon going up against Boring Bot. Annie, Are You Okay? Comes back in round 3 as well. They're going up against Deja 2, Multigrab Drifting. Igor will be fighting Night Fury, a bit of a rematch from last year, I think. And Rudimental will be fighting Ares in a bit of a flip-off.
And I've realised we are into round 3, so we are getting through the fights. So a couple more rounds after this, and of course the heats are all due to come. But come on, Tom. Let's have a nice little chat with
we
one of
wanted
our
to catch up with you
competitors.
after the first fight, but you ran away. We've got here Mr. Tom Brewster.
Can I just say, you two are doing a fantastic job.
Oh, thank you very much.
Honestly, you're doing such a good job. You're the best.
And thank you for keeping an eye on chat for me as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of weird things going on there.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep on top of it. Yeah. Stratus is working very nicely, isn't it?
I'm happy so far. Yeah. I keep waiting for it to just split in half. I thought it would on the first. I really thought it would on the first fight.
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
I'm happy so far. It's been good. And just seeing Gus's robot bounce into the Uta zone.
Yeah.
I just thought I'm just so happy if not brought Drizzle.
Yeah, it's always the way with Drizzle, and it became a verb in Rebel Combat to drizzle is to throw oneself wildly across the arena.
It's like quite nice to see someone else drizzling for a change.
Yeah. We have to call it a bad move or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's unlucky, but
yeah,
it's entertaining.
It certainly is. Stratus, does it have the potential to go all the way?
Oh, I don't know. Don't say that. Now that you've said that, it's not happening. It's not happening. I'm going in the pit in the next one. Wheel's going to come off, the bar's going to come off.
Yeah,
it'll probably catch fire.
All explode, and the arena will.
I will say, looking at that robot, the wheels to me, they are just so exposed. How are they maintained intact? Honestly, were you worried about them coming into this fight? Because they are quite exposed, and if you lose a wheel, you are immobilized quite effectively.
I've got plenty of spares, so
yeah.
But the idea with the plastic wheels is that they can take lots of hits, and the whole robot can just keep going. So in that fight, I put on my very shortest bar, so that as I take damage, the bar can clear the ground and I can keep driving.
And it worked really nicely because you managed to really do a number on the top of Ancient Slice.
Yeah, that'll buff out.
Yeah. We have 2 more robots loaded in, so thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
We're going to start calling the next one, and best of luck in the rest of the competition.
Absolutely, good luck for the rest of the competition.
In the arena, we have Contradiction over in the red square, and in the blue square, we have Attitude Adjuster.
So everyone who's just joined, help us count us in. 3, 2, 1, activate! Here we go then. In the last fight we saw Attitude Adjuster in, their spinner wasn't spinning. Will that have changed for this one, I wonder? Well, it looks so, but can they self-right is now their main challenge, and they're getting a helping hand by Contradiction. I think it might have been a helping fist, actually, because it's been absolutely punted towards the sky. Well, it was an opportunity to do some good damage, and look at that hammer coming down, trying to get some aggression done, but they've been missing so far. Contradiction. That looks like a good spot. Oh, and listen to the grinding of the saws. Listen to that as it's slowed down. Some excellent back and forth damage. A good hit there from Attitude Adjuster, turning Contradiction upside down. They struggle to drive when inverted. And they really are struggling to move. Are we going to see a pit? I think we may do, so long as he doesn't. We're nudging ever closer. Attitude Adjuster has some problems with his drive though. So we've got the countdown began for Contradiction. If they get going again, the countdown will stop. But we're at 3, 2, 1. And that is it. It's a win to Attitude Adjuster. So we've got a wonderful audience entering into the arena. Welcome to Robot Rebellion. This is Mini Robot Wars, or Beetle Weights as I should call them. Robot Combat. And basically this is a bunch of like-minded individuals bringing some robots to destroy their competition. And if you're interested in getting involved, if at any point you think, wow, I'd like to have a go at this, bristolbotbuilders.com. Have a look online, and even you could be competing at this event next year, or around events around the country. Other events around the country, indeed. If you also want to talk to some of the builders, do go over to the sort of side benches and ask them questions. They are here to talk to you and to get to know about all of the information on how to build a robot. So there was a bit of carnage to be had there. Please stick with us because we have some incredible robots that deal an incredible amount of damage coming up. And trust me, you will not want to miss it. So far today we have pretty much seen everything from robots flying around the arena to robots falling into the Uta zone, down into the pit, just a good old-fashioned knockout through destruction, and well, at one point we did even see a cheeky little fire. So this event so far has had a bit of it all, and if you've been with us from the beginning, thank you so much for staying with us. looking forward to seeing what fights we have coming up next.
Well, entering into the arena at the moment is Jack Tweedy with Anomaly, the white robot. And on the other side, we will have Baby Deadbod, the horizontal bar spinner, ready to do some damage.
So making predictions for this upcoming fight, Jevon, what are the crowd expecting to see?
Well, the crowd are expecting to see a light smattering of damage, followed by a chance of explosions later on in the day. I was talking to Jack Tweedy in the break we had not that long ago. He said he was very worried about this fight because the bar of Baby Deadbod is about the size of his old robot.
And it is going to be spinning at a rate of knots, so they will be trying to get around that. Help us count us in. Everyone in the audience, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Activate. And there we go. Eliminator going straight up against Baby Deadbod. They don't want that spinner up and running if they can help it. Sorry, Anonymy. I'm reading the wrong thing. Anonymy going up against Baby Deadbod. And that spinner is really not getting up to speed. They're really struggling.
Not doing very well. And Anomaly is able to get in and try and get a lift in on Baby Deadbod.
And there we go. There is a lift. Didn't hold it though, so really just moving around, pushing around, and there's another lift, and Baby Deadbod really struggling. They don't seem to have a weapon in this fight. They really seem to be struggling, and now it is just a pushing contest.
The pit button has been pressed by Anomaly.
And Anomaly is pushing Baby Deadbod ever closer. Will we see someone go into the pit? It's getting very close. I don't think Baby Deadbod has the traction to get out of this, but does Anomaly have the strategic placing to get him in? They're very, very close, lifting him up.
Baby Deadbod's going to have to do some very careful driving around this.
Getting ever closer to the corner.
Anomaly just blocking him off, and now they are sort of eyeing each other up, seeing who's going to go for an attack first.
So it's a minute left on the fight. It's a game of chess.
Baby Deadbod is away once again, but Anomaly straight back over to try and lift him up and get him back over towards that pit.
And away they go. Okay, so they've cleared the pit area. So now we can get a bit more combat. Or have they? Anomaly doing a brilliant job shunting them over into the side. Another lift there by Anomaly. And Baby Deadbod getting closer to the pit.
Yeah, that was dangerous driving there from Baby Deadbod. But Anomaly is trying to cut down those angles, trying to find Baby Deadbod, and doing a very good job at it.
A very good job. We're getting very close, but this is the thing. Baby Deadbod might want to flirt around the pit because Anomaly could accidentally move themselves in.
We've seen it several times today already. The robot that was aggressing has fallen down.
And the countdown has begun. This may go to a judge's decision.
And that is the match.
Anomaly, calm down, Anomaly. That's the end of the fight. It has gone to a judge's decision as we watch the replay up on the screen. And well, I have to say, what happened to that spinning weapon? It was moving at the start, but then it just seemed to cog out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there. It's really not a very happy spinner. I'm sure Tom will be heading back over to the pits to try and work out what exactly happened to his spinner there. We saw some big damage from it in the last fight it was in.
And for Anomaly, you said they were scared of that spinner. They needn't fear.
Yeah.
They went into that fight and it wasn't operational.
Well, we have already got a unanimous judges' decision. The judges have gone in favour of Anomaly.
Congratulations, Anomaly. That is 3 points to your tally.
Well, we are about to see once again Deja Vu, and this time they are going to be fighting our Australian entry. Annie, are you okay?
So yes, those who are joining us here today, this is an international competition. We have competitors from 5 nationalities. We have the UK, kind of obvious, but I had to start there. We have Ireland. We have France, people from France. We have people from Australia and also from the Netherlands. So you can see the flag up on the side. So there are 5 international competitors.
And one from Romania as well, I'm hearing.
Well, we're now just finding out for the first
news
time.
to me.
We have 6 international competitors.
Getting more international all the time. Okay, we have two robots in the arena. Deja 2 in the blue square. And Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Annie is not okay.
So those at the front, you may need to cover your ears because we may hear some loud bangs against the arena floor. But we will see how that goes as the safety device is going back on. So we need to double check, making sure the robot is ready.
Yeah, it's all on. Yeah, now she's working.
So Deja 2 is in the blue corner. Annie is in the red, and that is the arena
There
wall
we go.
being closed.
Annie is okay. And Annie has a big disc on this time.
A big disc, a lot of damage potential. So, you're going to see Deja 2 running into the red corner to stop that spinner spinning up. Everyone here today, help us count it in as we stand by.
3,
2, 1. Activate!
Annie up to speed. Getting a little nick there on the side of Deja 2. Deja 2 have their weapon lifted up so that they can do that sort of thing, absorb the hit and throw Annie across the arena. Annie should be used for that sort of abuse though.
And Annie really does have a fantastic shield. They are prepared for this fight. Sorry,
now
not Annie.
upside down. Now
And this is where it's dangerous.
place to be.
As
Yeah.
soon as they get vertical like that, that spinner is out of control. Deja 2 taking a moment to step back, and I'm not sure if that spinner's going anymore for
Not only
Annie.
that, but Deja 2's wheels don't seem very attached either at the minute.
So now they're spinning on the spot. Deja 2 is going to look at this. They're going to get a grab in. Will they open the pit? And will we see a pit maneuver? I think that spinner has been deactivated.
Annie with a good push there, trying to get Deja 2 backwards towards the pit. Those wheels have very little grip on the mechanisms there on Deja 2.
And it's a really shoving match now as Deja 2 is waiting for that grapple. They're waiting for the right opportunity. They've lifted one wheel up. Can they get up? They are now stuck, caught in between the spinning disc. But it's a pushing match. Can Deja 2 get the traction? They're struggling. They're trying to get him over to the pit. It is very close, very difficult.
They've
and
turned Annie
now
over.
Annie is back where they need to be, but that
And
spinning
Annie is
disc
back.
still not working.
No spinner on Annie. It's a tough time and it's going to be a tough end to the battle for Annie to win it. They need to get aggressive and not on top of that weapon.
So 30 seconds left. Deja 2 really needing to do something impressive here. They're getting some grapples in. They're lifting up. Annie, are you okay? But it's not enough necessarily to win the fight. It's going to go to the judges at this rate. The pit button is being pushed as we speak. The pit's already down.
Yeah, and there is only 12 seconds left in the fight to do something. Deja 2 is somewhat still over that side of the arena.
I
No
think
way.
Deja 2 has had a wheel come off, so they're really struggling now for traction.
Wow, that's going to be an interesting one to judge.
So we have got a brand new audience. Please tell the audience, what will they be judging?
The judges will be looking at damage control, aggression and strategy today. A point for each, and in the case of a tie, it's going to be on how much they controlled the battle, how much they were dominant. That's the word I'm looking for, dominance.
So we did see a good amount of damage being done by Annie. You know,
Yep.
once when the spinning disc was operational, it was actually really good. However, it then completely stopped.
And
It
damage
ceased.
is damage, so the weapon going down counts against Annie as much as the damage that Annie did to the wheels of Deja 2.
And then Deja 2 starting to take control in the second half, lifting up Annie, grappling with Annie. And, well, I would like to say taking control of that fight, but we are waiting for the judges' decision. They are the ones who ultimately decide. Between me and you, who do you think is the winner of that battle?
It's going to be so tight. It can be looked at from two completely different standpoints, I think. You know, the damage and control of Annie trying to push in. There was a point where Deja 2 had got stuck against the sidewall. That's going to not go in their favour very well, but at the same time, Deja 2 did get those lifts in, turning Annie over several times. It could really go either way.
So, we're still waiting. We are still waiting for the decision. And I'm not sure we're going to get one anytime soon. So let's start talking about the robots entering into the fight. While some technical difficulties over there with the robots. That's
I believe they call that hammer time.
It's expected, to be honest. This is engineering. If there's an issue, if there's a problem,
hit it with a hammer.
No, you
Oh.
find a solution.
Oh,
you find a
okay.
solution. Sometimes a hammer is a solution. So do we have a decision?
We do indeed have a judge's decision. It is unanimous, but apparently incredibly close. No, and I'm not reading out what you wrote. It goes in favour of Annie. Are you okay? That was a very close judge's decision, even though all three judges agreed it was very tight.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Igor in the blue corner, and in the red corner,
it is Night Fury, the current holder of the
2,
Beetle belt.
1, activate. And Igor running straight into the corner. They do not want Night Fury getting up and running. So look at that power and aggression pushing him in the corner. But now we're hearing it, and we're seeing the sparks fly.
The eyes have gone, not the eyes.
So there we go. Igor's driving blind now as Night Fury ripping into that metal shield that's on the front. And Night Fury, I think, is really struggling to get that spinner engaged.
Yeah, certainly. You could hear it spinning up now. What a noise it makes. But Igor was doing very well at getting it stopped. The arena pit button has been pressed.
And the last thing Night Fury wants to be doing is getting close to that pit.
Very close to going down it. But they are away.
So when that spinner gets up to speed, they lose a lot of control. Nice amount of damage being done there. But Night Fury once again up and rotating around, getting close to the Uta zone. I think Igor has a battle plan here. They know that Night Fury is struggling to control.
Ooh.
And that was so close to the pit.
It's been a while since I've seen a move like that. Night Fury just skirting danger. Igor, without the weapon on this time, a tactical decision just to take the brunt of those hits from the spinner.
And sometimes when we go up against a spinner, the shield gets ripped off. But this is really good for Igor. And into the pits.
The winner, Igor.
And that serves them right. So that shows you don't need weaponry. You just need controlled aggression.
In the fight between Spinner versus Wedge, Wedge comes out on top more often than not.
And you have to give an assist to the pit there. The pit was the deciding factor in all of that.
Absolutely.
As we watch the replay, absolutely textbook by Igor.
Night Fury skirted danger once, they couldn't do it twice.
So, everyone take a breather, because that was an amazing fight. Did you all enjoy that fight? Oh, fantastic, fantastic. So we do have a live audience, this is incredible. As part of the event that is going on around us.
Yes. Brush cam there. We're seeing the replay again. This was a very good fight. One of my favourites from the day so far.
And so yes, so up on my right is the replay of the fight, and you can see there Night Fury. They really do struggle as soon as that spinner is up and running. They really find it difficult to fly around this arena floor. And Igor was taking full advantage of that. The pace of Igor though, they used to go flying underneath. And this is where the pit lowers, and we're so close, and we're starting to see Night Fury. I believe this is where they narrowly avoid the
I
pit.
do want to watch that moment again, because the moment where they just skirt with danger, just fly over the corner of the pit. Incredible
And we can see
moment.
that there was some pieces of damage done there, so I think Igor did lose some parts of his chassis.
Yeah.
But that's a very powerful slam. Powerful slam by Igor, and Night Fury looking a little bit dazed there, wondering what happened to it, and just struggling.
I think there might have been a bit of a few who survived that one.
Survived that one, but they couldn't survive the full distance, because look at Igor all over them, throwing them around the arena, getting them ever closer, and into the pit they went. What a brilliant, brilliant battle. And we're now getting ready for another fight. These fights are thick and fast, and they're continuing today and tomorrow. This is a 2-day event. And if you're watching this thinking, what is this all about? It's robot competition, where one person tries to destroy another person's robot. If you want to get involved, if you think this looks fun, Bristol Bot Builders is your one-stop shop, bristolbotbuilders.com. You can be competing at this event next year or at events around the country. So if you think this looks fun, have a look and just get building. Once you've built something, you can expand and grow from there. So, looking into the arena, who have we got ready to fight?
In the red square we have Ares, and in the blue square, well, it's only rudimental, isn't it?
Is it?
It is.
Incredible. So, everyone in the arena, help us count this down, starting from 3.
3,
3, 2, 1. Activate!
Now, in the last 2 fights Ares has been in, they've got caught on an arena scene. Can they avoid the same fate a third time?
Well, their spikes, the forks in front of them really are low, and I can see them digging down. And this is going to be a shunting battle, all about control.
Excellent
up against the
lift there
wall.
from Rudimental. Can
Well, is
Ares
that
escape?
it? Is that the end of it? Or will they self-right them? We're counting down.
I think their weapon may be down.
2,
That could well be
1.
The winner is Rudimental.
So for everyone in the arena today, there are a number of ways you can win. The one we have just seen is by count out. That is where your vehicle is immobilized and the referee counts you out. Another way to win is through the out zone. If you knock your opponent into the out zone, that little triangle section behind the pit button, as soon as you touch that, you are out. You cannot continue in that fight. Another way is to push your opponent into the pit. Come and talk to us. Come on, well, come and talk to us. I know you weren't in that fight, but let's take a look. So, have you been struggling today with your robot?
Thomas with
I have not been struggling apart from my pulley decided to melt just before that fight when I was doing a spin-up test.
Oh, so that's what happened?
Yeah. Which it was annoying because 3D made an attachment, like he put on an attachment, spin, delayed the fight for like 5 minutes just for my weapon not to work. Yeah, screw him.
Well, there we have it.
The robot's been doing well. You saw what happened to Metis.
Yeah, definitely. So hopefully more fun to come from Deadbot.
Yeah.
Look forward to it.
Just to grow era, this thing hits harder than Night Fury, so maybe we need to see who hits the hardest.
We shall see. Maybe some whiteboards tomorrow. We'll see who goes through and who doesn't. But Baby Deadbot should be good to go for the next battle. Happy
Getting
days.
the thumbs up, getting the thumbs up, that's good. So, what are we about to see? So, everyone in the audience, you're about to see a very interesting battle between 2 friends, actually, between 2 friends. Oh, isn't that lovely? So, we have the ever impressive
Gear down for what?
Gear down for what? Thank you, Jevon. Incredibly quick, incredibly rapid, so keep your eyes out because they are going to be flying across.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it.
And then we also have Mr. Cat's Mouse House, which is a very interesting robot. It does have a bowl and is very nicely decorated as a cat.
Yes. There it is, look, the kitchen bowl for mixing and fighting, apparently.
Well, it seems to serve a purpose for capturing your opponent, and there is a little drum spinner in there that will do some damage. Only a light tickling.
Yep.
But it might be enough.
Scratch.
Might be enough to disconnect some wires.
Yeah,
you know.
we'll sway a judge's decision on damage. Who knows?
So, in the blue corner, Gear Down, and in the red corner, Mr. Cat.
Are we ready for this battle?
Oh, come on, guys, are we ready for this battle? Three, 2, 1, activate!
So Mr. Cat's Mouse House has the bowl lifted and bringing it down on the top of Gear Down for what? Gear Down very fast. Now upside down.
And can they self-right? Do they have a mechanism? They
yes.
do. So this is a really fast-paced battle because both of these robots are very quick. And Mr. Cat's struggling to self-right, but they don't need to necessarily.
They can still keep moving even when upside down. There was an axe blow, kind of, from Gear Down for what?
I reckon this is going to come down to a pit box maneuver, but can they break through that plastic bowl with that axe?
There's always the potential.
So now Mr. Cat swallowing Gear Down for what? And trying to capture them, but now pinning them up against the side, getting some good hits in with the hammer.
Very close to the out of the arena zone as well. That could have been curtains for Mr. Cat, but they do get away.
So Mr. Cat now hitting the pit button, and it's now going to be a case of staying away from that pit drop zone. But Gear Down is now wedged within Mr. Cat. They're nudging them around, and they're both in!
It's, yeah.
That's going to be a very intense decision. Who went into the pit first? It is whoever is the lowest into the pit or touched the floor first.
So we've just heard from Tim, arena side, that we're going to go to a judge's decision because neither robot touched the bottom of the pit. Only a robot that touches the bottom of the pit is eliminated.
So you need to touch the pit floor to be eliminated. You can see it on the screen. They are very successfully wedged. Neither of them, very hard to tell. So it's a judge's decision looking at damage, control, strategy, and aggression. So 4 categories there. There was also a 5th, but I can't quite remember it, or was it not?
No, that was.
Was there mucking around?
Yeah, it was mucking around.
Mucking around, trying to make us look like fools, when it's very easy to
drive
do.
systems and daring do, or something like that. I don't know.
So now David is going to go in. He's going to assess how they are wedged together, whether he can assess a winner. And I don't think they can. The judges are getting up to look into the arena themselves. They're going to be very intrigued. Very intrigued. So as I said, there's a battle between friends. So I must be honest, I think they're both very happy that it went to a judge's decision, because that is a good number of points for each robot. And we're looking at the replay now up on the screen. You can see the hammer blows, Mr. Cat trying to hit that pit button, but it wasn't activated yet. And this is where Mr. Cat really did get good control, capturing Gear Down for what? And look at that nudging, look at the control there from Gear Down. But unfortunately they couldn't back out of it, and they followed Mr. Cat into the pits. Well, Jevon, have we got a decision?
We do indeed. I was just hearing it's a split decision. It's the right reaction, thank you. In favour of Gear Down for what?
So there we go. 3 points for Gear Down, 2 points for Mr. Cat.
Yeah.
And all of these points are going to be tallied up. And Sunday, tomorrow, we will start doing, I believe, knockout elimination style events.
We will indeed, yes. Where there's only one chance to get through. And if you're out, you're out. Entering the arena at the moment, we have the Luchador going up against Dr. Zaius. The Luchador is a grapple robot. It can grab hold and lift and suplex the opponents. Dr. Zaius, a horizontal bar spinner, going to look to cut up the opponents.
Well, you say that. I think Luchador's actually got a full-on flipper attached to their robot.
They have a big chunky front wedge on there to try and deflect the blows.
One important factor about these competitions, you can adapt and change your robot to fit the fight that you're about to go into. So if you have the ability to, you can put a bit of strategy on there and maybe change your flipper to a grabber, your grabber to even a spinner if you have the capability to do so. And well, the mole grips are about to come off. So let's...
It's like the gloves coming off, isn't it?
It very much is. The gloves coming off, the LED lights come on, the red lights of aggression, and here we go. So, Dr. Zaius in the red corner, in the blue corner, Luchador. And well, I have no idea who's going to win this fight, but it's going to be interesting.
Oh, most certainly.
Help us count it in.
3,
2, 1.
Activate! Here we go then. Luchador managing to do a good job of corralling Dr. Zaius into a corner. That spinner is still on Dr. Zaius. Is the whole robot still? That is a question. It looks to be a bit done in.
Luchador getting a little bit stuck and they're zigzagging their way away. But Dr. Zaius, I think, is stuck. I'm looking at the Roboteer and they're looking at it, seeing if they have any engagement, any control.
He is moving all of those controllers all around.
And the shake of the head, that sounds like it's it.
The winner is Luchador. A very quick fight there. With another 4 points for Luchador there, which is going to be going well for their overall standings.
And I would say, do we have any visual on the tally, on the standings as they currently stand?
I was thinking the same thing.
So we're looking over, but yes, they are very busy with everything that's going on. And now we are waiting once again for the arena to be cleared and the new competitors to be placed in position.
Well,
and I think they're very excited.
Yeah, coming in next is going to be the rebuilt This Is Not My Beautiful Wife.
For the third time today, a rebuilt robot.
Yeah, Barrett's been very busy rebuilding things.
90% hot glue is what this robot's made out of. True engineering fashion, if you can't fix it with duct tape, use more duct tape. But the perseverance is incredible, continuing to battle on. And I think we're getting ready.
Is it forfeit?
As we await an opponent.
Yeah, we're just waiting to see what happens here.
So bear with us for a moment as we get the opponent sorted out, and then we will get a fight going on in the arena.
So we're just hearing that Cross Blows unfortunately forfeited this match. They took some heavy damage earlier on. So Wife just needs to show that they can move, and it will have won this fight.
So a win by default if they win, or win by forfeit I should say, and I think that's enough to satisfy the referees.
That is proof that This Is Not My Beautiful Wife wins by forfeit.
So that's a nice little 4 points and a little trip back down to the pits area.
And we're just looking for who's coming in next into the arena. I do think we need to take a look at this repair job. It's very interesting.
There's like 90% hot glue in here. I'm hiding my shame behind paper.
What's this?
So that was from Metis killing Deadbod's weapon. That was Deadbod's weapon pulley, but now it's a fancy hat.
Is it holding the robot together?
Slightly.
Yeah.
There's tape on the bottom holding one part together.
Lovely. But it moves.
It moves. I have to tap one of the wheels to make that wheel work, otherwise it doesn't work. I don't know why.
That might be something you can go and have a look at.
I have time.
You do?
Wife has a win.
Technically, yes.
She doesn't deserve one.
Technically, yes.
She really doesn't deserve the win.
That was
she
a bit.
Still has one.
And still waving, still waggling the googly eyes. So, Jevon,
there we go.
We need to have a talk after this. That was a bit unfair of you.
What?
A win's a win.
A win it is indeed a win.
No technicalities here. Points are points, and that's going on their tally.
Loaded into the box, we so far have Tosser 3 Flipping Spree, which is exciting.
And for those who are here seeing their previous fight, Flipping Spree really took control of that battle and was really impressive, you have to say.
I do. They managed to get Luchador out of the arena in one of the best fights of the day so far.
And I'm very anxiously waiting to see who their competitor is.
I believe it may well be Head for the Exit, the Sawbot from the Dutch contingent.
So these are our friends all the way from the Netherlands coming to compete. So we have our international representatives here today. And I love the fact that they have a health and safety theme. They are team health and safety.
They are indeed. And I believe when he says we all have to say woo at time to time.
You're terrible. That actually took me a while to work out what you were saying.
It's an old robot of his called Wee Woo.
I understand. I was just too slow to the party.
Yeah.
So, Flipping Spree in position in the blue corner. Head for the exit in the red. And a call out for tape has just been made. So if anyone has tape close to hand.
Just a slight adjustment. Once again, that scrap heap challenge spirit of Tinker Time.
Some quick repairs. Honestly, it's impressive that no matter how long you spend building your robot, you'll always be repairing, always be fixing it, and there'll always be something that you can improve. So they're never finished articles, are they?
No, they aren't. There is no perfect design.
So a little bit of tinkering time taking place here. We are waiting patiently for this battle to commence. Flipping Spree is a flipping robot, so you're going to see some robots flying up into the air, I fully expect, and then head for the exit. Well, in previous fights...
As if head for the exit hasn't done enough air miles already.
Well, and in previous fights they have a saw blade attached to them, so a saw blade grippling into a flipper. Let's see who will come out on top.
That flipper has very limited armor all around it, so the saw blade could do some healthy damage.
And that is a brilliant point, because if that saw blade gets anywhere near the drive belt, then that flipper is going to be completely rendered useless.
Yeah, absolutely. We are ready to begin, so without further ado,
everyone help us count us down, starting from 3, 2, 1, activate! And Flipping Spree getting underneath, into the air we go for head to the exit, and head to the exit now self-righting, successfully self-righting, but Flipping Spree straight back on top of them, no time to recover.
Yeah, there's some good driving there from Greg, trying to get all around. Another good flip though from Tosser 3, and another just not giving Greg and head for the exit the time to get back round, but
the
that's a good
turnaround,
position.
The turnaround, and now you can hear the saw blade getting to work.
Involved.
And well, Flipping Spree trying to get away from it. They're now able to do so, as there's only a 10-second pit or pin time limit. But look at this, Flipping Spree now back up, and
Didn't even use the flipper there, just bouncing it off the wall with the speed and agility of Tosser 3.
But once again, head for the exit, getting the right way up. And now we're seeing the pit drop down. Both of these robots having to be careful. They're quick, they're nippy, but they're close to the Utah zone. Not quite. Head for the exit again, back on the right way, but they're so close. Knocked over the pit. So Flipping Spree doing the right thing there, not falling into the pit, getting around. And well, you have to say they're living for the fight another day. Under a minute left to go, but is that the end?
It is.
They're walking away.
Something has gone wrong with the sawbot of head for the exit. That's such a shame. That was such a good fight up until that moment.
And lovely round of applause from the crowd. Thank you, everyone. It's great to see the support for our competitors. Thank you for the support. So, looking out on the replay, we just caught head for the exit being flipped over the pit box, and then also almost going into the Utah zone. And then look at that, it just immobilized. What do you think is the reason?
I would imagine it's something as small as a wire coming disconnected, or the link coming just out far enough. It looked like it flew through the air, landed and stopped. And that's the sort of thing that happens. Such a shame for Greg, because that was a really good fight for him so far.
And they both were really in the fight. Both of them were really there. You saw Flipping Spree doing a fantastic job, literally on a flipping spree, but then head for the exit got caught very nicely, and they pinned Flipping Spree up against the wall, and that allowed them to get the saw into Flipping Spree. So some damage was being done by head to the exit.
Yeah, it's they are talking now. The camaraderie of the robots here is always wonderful to see. Everyone's such good friends in the pits, and everyone gets along nicely.
Absolutely, it's a wonderful community to be a part of. I fully recommend, if you have any desire whatsoever, if you're watching and thinking this is great fun, I'd love to get involved, please do consider it. BristolBotBuilders.com is a fantastic place for purchasing components and just getting an initial idea as to where to start. And once you've started, come to an event, talk to the competitors.
Who knows where the road will take you? Even if you bring a robot to the event, we all talk to each other still and work out how each other do things. I was having a look inside Dave Weston's other robot yesterday, Lilith, which is a front hinge flipper similar to mine, but it's the direction I want to go with mine, so I want to see how.
And watching the replay, expert navigation there by Flipping Spree. They were so close. They were pointed directly into the pit. They had to narrowly dodge the way. So a little jerk to the right, and then they were able to avoid the pit, but that was very challenging for them. So brilliant control.
Being loaded into the arena now, we have Ramdai Slamco in the blue square, and End Boss being loaded into the red.
So for those who are with us in the arena, watch out, this is going to be a fantastic battle, as End Boss has a nasty habit of ripping into their opponent. And you will see some damage, some carnage, maybe even some sparks fly in this fight to come.
Also coming up, we have the Barber Surgeon going up against Boring Bot, Brug versus This Is Not a Drill, AOB versus Baby Shrek, Rust in Pieces versus Let the Good Times Stroll, and Grab Crab versus Angel Slice.
And David quite rightly pointed at me and said, hang on, Slamco still has a chance in this fight. Don't shake your head. Run away. Just run away. Just run away and survive. Okay, they're saying they won't drive. I'm wishing you the full best of luck. And maybe M-Boss will be a little bit sympathetic. Maybe they'll be kind. No, you're shaking your head. Okay, so those spectating, those watching, you're going to see some destruction. Because there is no mercy here.
But anything can happen in robot combat.
So count us in, everyone.
3,
2, 1. Activate. And they said it's not driving, but look at that. They're getting out of the way. Slamco, they are getting into the fight. And they are upside down all over the place. M-Boss not really engaging that much with the spinner. I think Slamco's doing a great job so far to keep out of trouble.
Yeah, you saw there getting put up onto its weapon. But those front wheels are so close to the front of the robot that it can.
And that is the battery disconnected.
Oh dear.
That is an immediate disconnection. That is destruction. Slamco, for a moment, I thought had a real genuine chance. But then Slamco was slammed into the barrier.
I've seen that get better. I know that that's repairable. Yeah, it'll be fine.
So let's watch the replay now, because here we go. There's a little bit of separation, a little bit of a gap. Slamco going up into the air, and that's where it got thrown into the barrier.
You just see parts shower in front of the
just
camera.
Out of the camera, but the shrapnel that went flying, and then M-Boss, they knew that they had won. They backed away, and they celebrated.
Very sportsmanlike.
And they celebrated.
Well, a bit of a repair job there for Ramdai Slamco. And M-Boss, another 4 points, looking very healthy in their tournament run.
Come on over, let's have a conversation, because
Shane,
I asked if you were going to be kind and give forgiveness, but you looked at me and said no chance.
No, it's a proper competition, so I'm not taking anything for chance. It almost cost me in the first fight. I went a bit too easy on Gear Down for What. I kept letting him get back in the fight, and it almost cost me, so until that robot's dead, I'm just going to keep hitting him. So, yeah.
What would you say is the secret to the success of this robot?
Sam Price building it. Like, he's the king of the verts. He builds Baby Shrek, and he's done an amazing job with that one. He's helped with this one. We've spent quite a bit of time making it. It's a brand new one for this event, so
we've it looked different.
Yeah, we've changed the front because that sort of cost me in previous. I mean, it still won the competition, but the front end was a mess. So we've got the nice fork mounts now, so
made it more reliable.
Yeah, so the front end's a lot more reliable. The rest of the robot was okay. Never had an issue. And the same thing's happened so far today. So we've got one more fight. Can't remember who it is, but I'll take it. Nothing's for granted at this point. Like, jeez.
Yeah, you're watching it back. Yeah, that was a big hit, a very, very big hit there.
I had him with his back against me, and I could just ram him into the wall. So it was like, maybe roof it. I did, and the battery came out, so I knew I had to stop then, and I won. So all good. To see who I've got next, and I've got to get my other robot ready as well. So that's doing all right.
Yeah, how is it for the audience here and the audience at home? What's it like to run 2 different robots at an event?
Today it's been fine. I've had no damage from anything, so far it's been all right. If both got damaged in fights, then I'd probably be a lot more stressed than I have been. I've just been sat chilling, eating food, and charging batteries, and that's it. So it's been very relaxing
right.
so far.
You're having a lovely day then, aren't you?
It's far better than last year. I was very stressed last year, so yeah. A lot better this year.
Lovely stuff. Well, thank you very much, Shane. Best of luck in your last fight for your heat. We have entering the box Brug and...
Sorry, did I just hear that they're going to go up against Cat House?
I think so, yeah.
Are we finally going to see that plastic bowl get stripped to shreds?
Maybe, we'll see. Yeah, loading into the box, we have Brug in the blue square, and we have This Is Not a Drill heading into the red.
So we can see there Brugg just getting themselves set up there with their weaponry. Are they allowed to position their weaponry where they want it?
They can indeed, so long as they are not spinning anything before activate.
2, 1, activate, and here we go. So, Not a Drill is trying their best to get engaged with this fight, and oh no, that flag is already coming under attack from the grappler.
It's an interesting fight this. Both of these robots have struggled with wheeling, and we're seeing now who's the better at getting underneath when they are wheeling.
So the real challenge here is that when This Is Not a Drill accelerates, they lift up the front, and that means that they're not unable to scoop underneath. You can see it there. Every time they accelerate, they lift up. So they need to control that and get to the side of Brugg, because that's really their weakest part. The easiest part to get underneath them, that and behind them. But the pit has now been dropped.
It has indeed, and that could be a good tactic for This Is Not a Drill, who has been driven excellently so far today. Brugg really quite struggling at the moment to get angled up in front of This Is Not a
This Is Not a Drill.
This Is Not a Drill.
So you have to say Brugg staying on the right side of the pit there, because This Is Not a Drill has the traction, has the acceleration. And Brugg there with an interesting grapple, so holding down, but is that going to allow Not a Drill an opportunity to throw them into the pits? Not quite. Maybe to the out zone as they lift up that flipper.
That flipper lifting, that's good weapon usage. First time we've seen it properly used today, I think.
So a good opportunity there, but we're seeing now the forks of Brugg are too low to the ground, and Not a Drill is unable to get underneath them, and they're now trapped once again in that grapple. But we have 30 seconds left of this fight. So can we get over to the pit? They're all staying very far away from that area, and Brugg is doing a fantastic job, I think, to control this. I'm not too sure how the judges are going to rate it. It's really, really difficult. Brilliant controlled aggression on all sides.
Yeah, I would say so. Certainly, This Is Not a Drill has been initiating a lot of the combat, but losing the advantage driving up those forks and allowing Brugg to get in there for a grab. This is going to be a tough one for the judges, I have to say.
So finishing strong there is This Is Not a Drill by pinning Brugg up against the side. Maybe it happened a little bit late. They do seem to be properly grappled into each other now. So
I believe they're stuck. Yeah.
They are probably stuck. So they're going to make their way over to the door. And there we go. They're distangled. But, Jevon, I always like to ask you first, how would you rate that fight? Who is your favourite for the win?
That is going to be a very difficult one. The damage done is going to be minute, because neither have that much of a damaging weapon. And there wasn't much damage to either robot throughout. There was no wheels that fell off, there was no disconnections of wires or anything. Control is going to be a very interesting one, because while the controlling attacks of This Is Not a Drill were good, the actual then moves in that attack were all Brugg, holding on, grabbing a hold, and holding a pin in that jaw. Aggression, I think, is going to go for This Is Not a Drill, because This Is Not a Drill was initiating a lot more of the attacks than Brugg was. Brugg was struggling to turn around. It's just strategy. I'm not sure how it's going to go, but the judges, they have a judge's decision. Unanimous.
We are holding this in suspense, Jevon, so who is it?
The winner is This Is Not a Drill.
Way, congratulations, congratulations. A brilliant result for the Netherlands team.
Very, very tight fight, that one, I think. Yeah, come on over. It'll be a very quick one. Hello. Hello, hello. Very, very well driven, young sir.
He's very shy.
Come over.
Talking there.
Yeah, very, very well driven. That went very well for This Is Not a Drill.
Yeah, well, we've been training together at home, and he has been improving quite steadily on, so I'm actually very proud of what he's done so far. And it was a nightmare. Oh, we're starting.
We are starting another fight. It was a very quick interview, but...
So AOB in the blue, Baby Shrek in the red, and off we go. AOB is a flipper, but watch out for that compressed bottle, because if that bottle gets punctured by Baby Shrek, you're going to hear a loud bang. And Baby Shrek is obviously a vertical spinner doing a lot of damage. Up into the air we go.
Roof.
And there we go. The bottle, I think, has been punctured.
Yeah, there is a hole in that, and I don't think he's getting back down from there. Once the bottle's punctured, there's no flipper mechanism, and that is curtains for AOB.
So for those watching at home, the audience here, AOB is a pressurized flipper. That means it relies on air to use its weapon. As soon as that bottle got punctured, all of the pressurized air has escaped. Their weapon is no longer working, and they are out of the fight. So Baby Shrek, very quick work there of that battle.
Definitely, and I think the driver of AOB needs to go and have a very quick drink of or whatever that he gets these bottles from.
Honestly, I think they could do with maybe my metal bottle. I feel like that's a better solution, but also maybe more expensive and just
would
harder
definitely
to
take
replace.
some modifications to get the valves and everything in.
Would.
Don't know how much it would weigh either.
You say that, there is a screw top.
Well, there is a screw top, yeah. You're right.
So let's watch this replay. So unfortunately, I think we've already stumbled across the end of it. Although we've just had the pause button hit. So we are waiting to get reset. But yes, incredible battle there. It really didn't last long.
No.
And Baby Shrek went in with the game plan.
There was a definite game plan, as I was just about to say. It read
Hit
my
them
mind.
into the
It
air,
read my mind.
knock them upside down, put a hole in the bottle, and well, that's the end of the fight.
Just seeing here once again the replay on screen. AOB tried their very best, stayed on the front of Baby Shrek for quite a while, but that last hit hits the bottle, turns it over, and that is curtains.
And immediately they knew, they started dancing, they started celebrating. And quite rightly so, because they did deserve that win.
Yeah, definitely. Well, coming in next, we have Angel Slice, that horizontal spinner, looking a lot better than it did than earlier on against Stratus. They're going to be going up against Grab Crab.
So once again, an interesting battle here. Two differing weapons. We have the horizontal spinner up against the grabbing control of Grab Crab. So very much a grapple robot. A grapple robot is designed to pin their opponent up against the wall.
Yep, and then turn them over and throw them somewhere. Pit, out of the arena, just over their head, who cares?
Well, if they can suplex out of the arena, that would be a
That would
sheer
make my
display.
day. I think that would make my day.
Sheer display of driver
no,
ability.
No pressure, Joe.
What do you reckon, Joe? Can you do it?
Suplex out of the arena.
A shake of the head, and he's already given Grab Crab there, already given the win to Angel Slice. Bit prematurely, perhaps.
I think it was on account of its pink.
Well, those in the arena, help us with the countdown. 3, 2, 1, activate.
Here we go then. Angel Slice very quick up to speed. Joe has indeed taken those forks off and has gone for a different setup on the grabbers.
And you can see that Grab Crab did try and get a hold, but was thrown off by the spinning
And
disc
the weapon
of
belt
Angel
has
Slice.
come off again on Angel Slice.
So now it's
Broken
a push.
this time.
So now it is a pushing battle for Angel Slice. That's the only weapon they really have to their advantage. Meanwhile, Grab Crab, you can see their grab is still going very strong, and they're looking to throw, to suplex Angel Slice, maybe even out of the arena, but getting caught on the side of the wall there. Grab Crab not able to lift him over as much as they wanted.
The pit button has been pressed. Grab Crab think that they have the better drive system to try and push Angel Slice into the pit, perhaps.
So really, for the Angel
Angel
Slice
Slice
getting
might
very
do it for
close. So for Grab Crab, really the goal is to lift them up. What is Angel Slice doing? They're desperately getting close to the side there. Grab Crab is now in a dangerous position. Grab Crab
And
escaping it. So Angel Slice taunting Grab Crab over to the corner and the pit box, and you have to say that almost worked for them.
Yeah, very, very close to going down for both robots. Angel Slice is over the pit once again.
And is this a tease?
And that's it.
It wasn't a tease.
It wasn't. I think it might have been a driving mistake, that one.
But you could tell Grab Crab was not going full speed. They gently strolled up to that one, went, "Are you okay, mate?" And Angel Slice drove themselves into the pit.
Yeah, definitely. I think earlier on Grab Crab did perhaps save Angel Slice from going down the pit. They want a bit of a longer fight. We want to put on a show for the people watching.
Absolutely. So this is it. This is where it is. And you can see Grab Crab just teasing ever quicker, ever closer. And Angel Slice really did the work themselves. So a little bit of debris needs to be cleared from the arena. Into the pit box it goes.
Happily not too much from this one.
And then we will get the next fight underway as soon as we can.
Well, if you're still with us and have been with us all day, thank you very much for watching. We've been enjoying the show so far, certainly, and we hope you have too.
There have been some incredible fights, some really worthwhile battles. They've been great to see. And honestly, I think today has been a brilliant show of roboteering so far.
Certainly.
So there is a bit of a pause whilst we wait for the competitors to get ready.
Entering the arena at the moment, we have Dustwind.
Well, I think they're going to be pulled out as we get the next fight prepared.
Oh, okay.
So
you've been paying more attention than I have. There we go.
So Dustwind being pulled out, they're going to get a bit more time to fettle with their robot, to adapt and improve.
Looks like Seventh Circle is gearing up to go in. Very soon, apparently. Very soon. Going to go through some of the upcoming battles, hopefully to get some of the Roboteers up to the ready table.
So Roboteers, do pay attention, this is the upcoming battles.
So we have Vertex going up against Dustwind, EMP is going up against Seventh Circle, Ultraviolence will be fighting Babrog, Aggro Wobber Smithers Edition versus Sproing, Bad Father Mucker is fighting Digestive.
So if your robot was called, please come up to the ready tables so that we can get these fights underway. And I've already heard the audience excited by what robots they've seen enter into the arena.
Yeah, we have Step Up 3D going up against Swag Demon. This could be another big damage fight, so if you like damage, come on over. If you're standing outside and can hear the loud speakers, come in, come and see the robots. They go boom.
Definitely take a moment out of the sun and come into the shade. It is much cooler in here. It's actually been relatively comfortable for most of the day. I've been very much enjoying it. And so, which robots are in which corner, Jevon?
We have Swag Demon in the red square and Step Up 3D in the blue. Only just though, yeah, only
so
just fits.
Step Up only just fitting in that corner. A nice large snowplow shovel. And Swag Demon's going to have an incredibly difficult time, I think, ripping into that shovel because it's such a flat surface. It's hard for them to get any purchase. As I say that though, immediately disintegrated, and now they're ripping into it.
I think you may have jinxed it.
What have I just said?
Swag Demon, though, is being pinned by Step Up 3D and
is
stopped.
Is that the mobilization? Is that stopped?
It's now free again. Step Up 3D is becoming 4D. If you catch a piece of robot, let him have it back.
So Swag Demon making short work there of the snowplow. They didn't have anything to do with it. The pit has now been enabled and they are ripping into Step Up doing what they can. But what defense do they have? It's just plastic and paper. They really are exposed in this fight. They need to win the pushing battle. They need to get Swag Demon into the pits.
And to be honest, they're not doing too badly. At the minute though, there is a wheel caught inside the drum of Swag Demon. It's now free again.
and you can hear the drums starting to clip away at the arena floor. Swag Demon, I think they are taking their toll. Obviously, when you do damage, it's not for free. There is going to be damage on that drum.
Yeah, certainly, and there's always going to be some more damage going back at you. A wheel has come off of Step Up 3D.
And I'm seeing a stationary robot that looks to be immobilized, but they're still going, so they're still in this
The motor
fight.
is hanging out of the robot.
And up into the air, something goes. I'm not too sure what that was. Pure disintegration now, and it really is a pushing battle. 3 wheels against 4, but they're still doing it. Sorry, 3 wheels against 2, I should say. And I cannot believe this Step Up is still in this fight. Swag Demon is ripping into the side. They're now underneath.
That
They're
motor
over.
is all
They're
the way
getting
out of the
closer to the
robot now.
pits. Look at the carnage. Look at the shrapnel.
I don't believe it. I think Step Up's going to make another judge's decision, you know.
Are we going to go to the end? 4, 3, 2, 1. And oh my God!
Right at the end. Cataclysmic damage at the end there.
So Step Up is somehow still moving, but for a second I did see the exposed electronics of Step Up, the exposed carcass. That was very close to being a knockout, I think.
Well, it goes to the judges.
And look at this, we can see now Swag Demon was ripping into the shovel got stuck in its drum and it just chewed away at it. And now look at Step Up kind of assessing the damage done to him. More pieces, more parts flying all over the arena. Step Up having an absolute nightmare, and look at that carcass.
We are going to get an up close and personal look at what remains of Step Up 3D.
So we're getting the cheer from the crowd. They love that. They love seeing that. Why did you allow that robot to be destroyed to such a level? Look at this thing.
You don't get points if you tap out.
That is very true. You don't get points if you tap out.
Plus, everything is bolted to one piece of HDPE. I don't know if that's a good thing, but it seems to have held up.
And I'm actually really impressed. So your motors are held in place by cable ties?
Yeah, I don't know how to make mounts or where to buy mounts, so I can drill though, so I can put cable ties in there.
Yeah, that is, I'm going to get a close-up look on from the camera and going to try not to drop any pieces on the way, but if we take a look at this, that is a nice mangle of wire, so if you want to have a look at the insides of a robot and how to build it, something like that will do it.
So it's quite simple, really. It's 4-wheel drive, 4 motorized wheels.
Yeah, basically, I had a robot before called Briefcase, and this is basically, wow, people have heard of it. Hello. Basically, all the electronics I took out of there and put into here. Let's see, receiver, speed controllers, battery limiter circuit, the battery with a bit of a plastic over it. It is, I think that's everything I've got, and the servo. That switches in and out. I got 2 holes there and a couple of modules.
And then 3 of the 4 motors are still attached as well. I think there's one over there somewhere.
Yeah. Please give me my motor back. I need that. Thank you.
Might have to go pit diving.
Here it is. David's bringing it over.
There we go. Thank you very much,
yeah,
Dave.
That's just a soldering job. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice clean cut. I was quite glad, really.
Yeah. Cool. It's warm.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, and I've got another lifter for the next fight, which is in the morning.
Excellent. So you've got plenty of time to work on the robot before we finish today. Yeah. Thank you very much, Eli.
Might need a new scoop.
Yeah. Might have to pop to a hardware store tonight. What are the judges saying?
That is a brilliant point. That completely escaped my mind.
It's a split decision.
Is it really?
For Swag Demon.
So we've just heard, for what it was worth, they had to go to the tiebreaker category. So the judges...
If ever you wanted proof that it's worth going to the judges, that's it, I think.
That mentality, you don't get any points for tapping out. They've destroyed their robot, it's amazing. But that's what we're here to see.
Yeah, and
they
that's the whole
have
point
got
of Robot
points.
Combat.
They have got points.
Yeah, a nice 2 points there.
So, wow, what a fight we have just witnessed. That was incredible, an amazing amount of fun. And I hope everyone watching online, watching here in the audience, very much enjoyed it. Thank you for watching on the live stream. Drop us a message, tell us what you think of the fighting so far. Look at this replay. Look at it grinding. Once they get on top. Once they're on top, Swag Demon is just ripping into the underside non-stop, and you can start to see the wheel come off, you can start to see the paper being exposing the electronics. And this was where we thought it was done. That was where we thought the fight was ended. But look at that! Step Up just came back to life.
Yeah, they did really, really well in that fight. To just keep alive. That's the aim of the game. Keep alive, get the points.
And even at the very end, at the very, very end, once we thought the fight was over and done, Step Up was still going. They still had motion. They were still moving. And I truly thought that the Swag Demon would be able to push them into the pits. Once they lost 2 of their 4 wheels, I thought Swag Demon would have everything they need to push Step Up into the pits, but they just couldn't get there. They didn't have the drivability, they didn't have the control, and Step Up was able to navigate around and get away. Despite all of the shrapnel, they were able to get away.
Well, loading into the box now is seemingly Vertex and Dustwind.
So let's get ready for some more carnage as a vertical spinner goes up against, well, a robot that's been really battered today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it seems to be held together with lots of tape, as predicted.
As predicted. So, those in the arena, help us count us in, starting from 3. 3, 2, 1, activate!
Here we go then. More vertical spinner for Dustwind, who's had a really rough day of it so far.
And immediately the tape is being ripped off, and Vertex is just pushing them up against the wall and ripping into them.
Yeah, that is the top panel that's being held on with tape, and I'm not sure how long it's going to be held on for if that tape comes off.
Well, we're seeing the side pieces being ripped off, and yet the top piece is now, well, is that an immobilization?
I think that might be
Dustwind is
it.
pretty much out. The count has been started. Vertex has made their way over to the door. They think it's done. The crowd are cheering. They think it's done.
And it is indeed done.
Well, once that klaxon sounds, there's nothing more to be said.
No, that is a win for Vertex.
So let's watch the replay. You can see the top, as you predicted, the tape was not holding. It already came off, and well, I'm not sure how mobile it was in that fight because it did stop very, very quickly.
I am presently looking through the heats and having a look at the points because I think I'm gonna read them out.
Well, by all means. So we're getting close to the end of the day. So let's see where we stand.
So I will go through the first place at the moment for each heat. So in heat 1, presently in the lead on 12 points is Baby Shrek'd. In where's heat 2 gone? Oh, there it is. In heat 2, top of the heat is Boom Zoom on 11. In heat 3, top of the table is Joint, Stratus and Grab Crab. In heat 4, these are all reordering themselves as we speak, is Swag Demon on 11. Heat 5, in the lead at the moment, is a tie between Babrog and Aggro Wobber Smithers Edition. In heat 6, presently at the top of the table is Voltergeist. Heat 7, presently in the lead is Baby Deadbod. In heat 8, presently in the lead is joint between Boring Bot and Gaelic Gladiator.
I'm telling you, Boring Bot, they're eschewing for this. I honestly believe in them.
Heat 9, top of the table is Igor. Heat 10, top of the table presently, it will come as no surprise, is End Boss. Heat 11, top of the table is Tosser 3, Flipping Spree, Corrosive, and Luchador, all top of their heat.
So that is a three-way tie in Heat 11.
And that is what we have so far.
So that is all of the heats, and we're now ready for some more competitive action.
It's EMP in blue, and 7th Circle in red. Here we go then, 7th Circle up to speed. EMP bounces off the side and looks to be damaged somewhat, and another big hit there.
Up into the air once again is EMP, and can EMP self-right?
Trying to self-right, but I'm not sure it can.
And I can hear it, I can hear some gears twirling.
That is a tap out. And Seventh Circle gets some more points.
A very quick, very decisive battle. Once in the air, twice in the air, EMP taps out.
I'll tell you now that puts Seventh Circle up to join first in the heat as well, alongside Swag Demon. And I believe they are yet to fight each other.
So is that going to be a battle that will take place tomorrow?
Potentially tomorrow morning, yeah. Well, you can see the Stick of Destiny just trying to reach. The battery came out of the robot. That is why the fight stopped. We can see that from here, but the battery is hanging loose. And so the fight was stopped for safety reasons.
Just a heads up, for whatever reason it's been taking a lot longer to arm up recently. That's fine, just once you're ready, you've got to drive to the red corner.
So we're taking a quick look at the time. There are a couple more fights yet to be done.
Yep.
And entering into the ring is Babrog.
We also need up to the ready table Aggro Robber Smithers Edition and Sproing, Bad Feather Mucker and Digestive, Sir Lancer Frog and Grapple Turnover, Contradiction and Anomaly, and Attitude Adjuster and Metis 2.0. They all need to be coming up to the ready table soon.
Oh, it smells lovely in here.
But presently entering, Protect Thou Ears. It's Ultra Violence. Once again.
And I don't know how Babrog's feeling. Let's see. Well, I can't see them now. What do you say? Do you think they're looking confident?
I think that there's somebody stood in the way, and I can't see their face at all.
Well, I think it's very much a controlled planning, facial expression of what strategy to deploy.
It is the battle of long hair, though, which I'm excited for.
It very much is. It very
Whose
much
hair
is.
is the more powerful?
So Ultraviolence truly is a destructive force of nature. Last time ripping up the arena floor. Let's see what they do this time.
Yeah, you say destructive force both to itself and the arena and others.
Activate.
Here we go then.
So Babrog looking to make a move, but then backing away, and now you can hear the drum grinding away against the floor. And look at this ballerina dance.
Not quite as bouncy as it has been previously. They have repaired it and taken off some of the material that is making it bounce off the floor.
But now look at Babrog. They realised that they had an opportunity there. They went back in for the attack, but that drum is too much up to speed. Babrog, though, an amazing job to constantly hit the side. But is that them unable to self-right? They're writing onto the drum.
That was excellent positioning there from Ultraviolence, who just had the right place in mind for them to come back down on.
And
Excellent self-righting, though.
Look at Babrog, able to self-right from almost any position there. Ultraviolence is really just holding the middle of the arena, saying, Babrog, you come to me.
A big hit there.
And I thought Babrog was going to go for the pit button, but he didn't quite go for it. They're deciding to battle this one out. And now once again trying to get to the side, but Ultraviolence is just too good. They're positioning that drum exactly where they need it.
This is a very different Ultraviolence to the one we've seen previously today.
A lot more controlled. And is that Babrog trying to hit the button? I can't quite tell. Or is it them going out? Not
Pit
quite.
button has been pressed. The pit is open.
So, just over 30 seconds of this fight left to take place. And Babrog is now really needing an exit strategy. That is the pit. Because if you ask me, Ultraviolet is grinding away. And they are getting the aggression done.
Yeah, it's a bad place to be for Babrog, with Ultraviolence just having a go at the weapon section.
And listen to that noise, listen to it grind away.
But Babrog is back upright. Will it still be driving when it backs away?
The last 10 seconds, Babrog just has to survive. As Ultraviolence is looking for that knockout that it needs.
And that is the fight. It goes to the judges. A very good driving battle and some excellent damage from Ultraviolence.
So this is a really, really difficult one for the judges, because Babrog for me was the mover in that fight. They were moving around, They were very mobile, and they were almost instigating a lot of battles. But Ultraviolence, they just rotated themselves so that the drum was facing Babrock.
Yeah, this is a very well controlled fight from Ultraviolence, as I said earlier. A very different fight to the one we saw previously.
And I'm looking over to the judges. They don't seem to be deliberating too much. And do we have a decision?
He's making up names for the robots now, but we do have a judge's decision. It is a unanimous decision in favour of Ultraviolence.
And unsurprisingly, there is a bit of shrapnel that needs sweeping up. So we have Gareth in the arena, just cleaning it up, doing a great job.
Sweeping up the competition, you could say.
Well, I would like to say that, but he's not competing in this round. He's not competing in this competition because he was one of the people who helped organise today.
Okay, sweeping up all the competition of left behind then.
Very much so, making sure the place is nice and tidy, ready for the next battle. No, come and talk to us. Come and talk to us. Hello.
Hiya.
That was a different Ultraviolence.
Well, I mean, the first fight you don't get to see it very much because it was such a short fight.
Yeah.
The last fight, not so much. But yeah, so before the event, I realised that because the chassis is all 3D printed TPU, it's really springy and bendy. The whole robot kind of sags in the middle because the whole thing's bendy, and it was causing the forks to lift up slightly because of how much it was bending. So I had to grind a load of material off it, and as a result of that, it's low and low and low, and then the beta was touching the floor.
Yeah.
And that was the whole problem in the last fight.
So how have you gone about fixing that issue?
Oh, high precision engineering. What I've done is I cut up a cable tie and I shove bits of cable tie behind the forks.
That's going to work.
It pushes them down, and that solves the problem.
The beautiful bodge, as we call it.
Oh yeah. It's the best way of doing things, you know. It's even knocked one of its own screws out at some point. It's really a wild card, this thing.
Well done. There's some points on the table for you, and best of luck in your next fights. We have another one loaded in, so thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We have the return of Sproing. It's back in one piece.
Wow. But for how much longer, I'm not too sure.
It's going up against Aggro Wubba Smithers Edition, so hopefully not a massively damaging fight, but who knows. It moves, that is something.
Well, both of them are moving very much so. So, a very much driver battle, all about pinning them up against the wall or lifting them, as we're now starting to see their Sproing getting lifted a little bit.
Yeah, Aggro Wubba has those low forks on, trying to get underneath the sides of Sproing.
And it's so difficult to fully engage with each other. Both robots just dancing around, pirouetting away from contact.
Yeah, Aggro Wubba is just trying to jock for position, Sproing waiting for the perfect opportunity to flip. Maybe.
And the pit button has been enabled, so who will be the first to go for it, I'm not too sure. But we're now seeing Aggro Wobbler trying to get the aggression, but Sproing right to the back. And it looks like they're a little bit stationary. No, they are moving, so we've still got this fight underway.
They did try for a flip there just to see if the system was working. It did lift, so...
Just like Aggro Wubba there trying to lift.
I think Sproing has been caught by the biggest arena hazard we have, the wall.
So if they have a ramp, that ramp can get stuck underneath. Aggro Wubba's coming over to try and disengage it.
Aggro Wubba is trying to freeze Sproing. They want the fight to keep going.
If anything, it looks like they're wedging them more into the wall. And I think that is the end of that attempt. So, is there going to be every time Sproing gets hit, the countdown has to begin again. So Aggro Wobbler is just making David's life a misery because he's constantly starting at 10.
And now you can see Sproing there shaking its booty.
It is very much twerking as it's stuck in the wall.
And Aggro Wubba there with the win. That does mean that Aggro Wubba moves to the top of his heat. No pressure, David, no pressure.
looking at the ready table, it does seem that we have a lot of Roboteers ready to go battling.
That's very good news. I think that we've had a bit of a patch of robots in a not very happy state, and now the robots are back to working format. This is going to be an interesting fight.
I'm actually a little bit terrified, actually. So we have Bad, which is a destructive vertical spinner.
Yep, that goes flying around the arena up against Digestive, which is another destructive vertical spinner.
That goes flying around the arena.
Yeah, this could be either very short and very sweet, or very chaotic and very fun.
So the challenging thing with Bad, and we've seen it time and time again, Bad loses control and it may find itself in the Uta zone again. So for me, I think Digestive is actually going to be the one with the best opportunity if Bad goes full ham and doesn't get it under control.
Now, I'm looking at Bad Father Mucker. I'm seeing that the front prong has sort of been angled down a bit, I think. That might mean that the weapon doesn't hit the floor quite so much, so it doesn't go spiraling. But this is Bad Father Mucker we're talking about. Of course it's going to go spiraling.
And we seem to be ready. We've got the thumbs up, so let's count us in. Starting from 3.
3, 2, 1. Activate!
And both of them taking the time to spin up. And now the first impact goes to Digestive. And look at that,
But
what happened
Digestive
here?
loses a wheel! Huge hit! The big sparks flying!
So is that damage done by Digestive or to Digestive?
I think a bit of both. I genuinely don't know. Digestive is not looking in a good way, and it's done the thing.
And
it's upside down, and that may be it. It is. They've tapped out.
So there we go, we spoke about it, but NBOSS, they kept it under control, and Digestive, actually the enabler starting the competition, but the damage was done to him.
Yeah, Bad Father Mucker's done very well there to actually win a fight with some control and precision, instead of spiraling and chaotic.
There was a point. There was a point where I thought they were going to be
Let's watch the replay. I think we're going to see some of that chaotic spiraling.
So very interesting. They both take time to get powered up. They don't go straight into each other. And there's that first contact. Look at that damage done. But as it's rotating round, as it's flying through the air, Bad clips the back wheel of Digestive.
You then see that spinner hit that front arm, and that's where the sparks fly. We love to see that sort of thing. It's the first time I've seen proper sparks today. Always good fun. And again there.
And then,
as
you said,
very well.
Digestive did the thing upside down, and that is them out of the competition.
Well, out of the fight anyway. Digestive is looking in a bad way. Lost a wheel, lost a whole side of drive. In fact, one of those drive belts have gone. Bad Father Mucker finally gets some decent points on the board.
Absolutely, and that's going to serve them well heading into Sunday when we start the knockout events.
Entering the arena, we can see grapple turnover, and I think queuing up behind them is Sir Lancerfrog. Up to the ready table, we should have Contradiction and Anomaly, Attitude Adjuster, Metis 2.0, Annie Are You OK and Boring Bot, Deja 2, Multi-Grab Drifting and Gaelic Gladiator, and Rudimental and Night Fury. Okay, we have two new robots loaded up into the box, as I said before. Sir Lancerfrog in the red square, Grapple Turnover in the blue. We are ready for some robot fighting fun.
activate.
Here we go then. It's Lancerfrog underneath grapple turnover at the start of this, but I think the forks got locked in there, so Lancerfrog couldn't do too much with grapple turnover.
And look at that, as Sir Lancerfrog lifts up grapple turnover. Grapple turnover not engaging in this fight necessarily the way they wanted, but now they're starting to find their way around. Sir Lancerfrog keeping that low front end in front of grapple turnover, and that's just stopping grapple turnover from being on the aggressive, constantly looking for a new angle to attack.
There was a moment there where I thought grapple turnover had an advantage, but they just got away from them. Once again there as well.
And the strategy for grapple isn't really that effective because Sir Lancerfrog can drive on both directions.
Yeah, very quick, very manoeuvrable and invertible as well. Grapple turnover is going to struggle in this fight, but we have seen stranger things happen today.
Very, very true. So grapple turnover really looking for a way out, and now they're pirouetting around each other. Once again, grapple turnover is on top of Sir Lancerfrog. Sir Lancerfrog is actually struggling to control grapple turnover because they just keep escaping their grasp.
Now, Sir Lancerfrog had their lifter open, trying to get a hold of grapple turnover, I think, but they just managed to get away. Now up the right way, but
and that's incredibly
pivoting
close.
around the pit
They're on the edge
and falling. Grapple turnover down. It's a win for Sir Lancerfrog.
So we'll watch the replay, and this is what I was talking about. The grapple turnover really struggling to get to grips on Sir Lancerfrog. Sir Lancerfrog's such a slippery robot. And hello, I'm now joined by Joe, joining me in commentary. So you're actually doing incredibly well in your bracket.
Yeah, I think this is the best run I've had in beta weights, but I think it's been because I've been in the same heat as Tom with the big wheel boy, and he's just been tearing everyone apart, and then I'm just fighting the scraps.
So you're picking up the pieces afterwards.
Yeah, and then I'm fighting him tomorrow, so then he's going to turn me into that.
And you've seen a load of fights like this. Talk us through this going into the pits.
Oh yeah, so the great thing about grapple turnover is it's for massive brushless motors driving the wheel, so it has a load of speed. The unfortunate thing about all that speed is sometimes it's not the most controlled, but it meant he could leap over the pit, which is I think is really cool. But eventually gravity did its work, and he went.
And was there any opportunity for grapple there to use the grapple to get them out of the pits, or is it a one-way direction?
That's a good question. I think unfortunately the shape wasn't quite right for that, but in other situations that thing can be quite a good way for it to get out of it.
Get out of jail free card, yeah, absolutely.
But I'm still looking for that amazing thing that it can do. If it gets it right, if it gets right in the claws, it can actually kind of, I don't know what you call it, like somersault a robot, like a barrel roll, and like what would you call that?
Well, it's like when a crocodile grabs its prey. It's
Yeah,
a death roll, isn't it?
That's
it's a death roll.
Yeah. So it's a death roll weapon, which I think is super unique, and that's what I love to see here is the unique weapons.
And we haven't really seen anything else like that here today.
No. I think it's the first we were talking about this earlier. It's the first beetleweight robot that does a sort of sideways roll like that. So big up Henry with that one.
And talk us through the other weights that you're involved in. So what other competitions do you do?
Yeah, so I'd say that the beta weight scene, these are beta weights, 1.5 kilogram robots, and the UK is so thriving with it right now. We've got this is actually the biggest event we've ever had for this, so thank you for coming to check us out. But we've got a load of events in Bristol, so we've got one in August and one in October, and we've got some events in Edinburgh as well. The Scottish are representing as well. And it looks like there's some robots ready in the arena as well, which is very exciting. So we're going to probably pass over to the next fight. So we've got CSB Echo in the red corner, and then we've got, I believe it's called Darren at the moment, in the blue corner.
So Darren's stepping in for crossblow, but Echo is now in for the fight. And we have activated, and what an powerful shunt as we get going. That is such an amazing traction there from
Darren, as it's been renamed for the day, I believe, or Resistance. It is known for being an absolute beast of a pusher. You can see the way it's vibrating around.
But you have to say, Echo is doing a fantastic job to actually give it a challenge.
Yeah,
they're really not putting up. You know, they're not being pushed around. They're not being thrown around. They are challenging this fight.
It's a real back and forth because, yeah, I guess the thing is Echo's the same weight, but just in a much denser package. So they are actually kind of fairly equal on the pushing power.
And talk us through the difference between the Shield and the Forks, because Darren has the Forks, Echo has the shield. Which one are you favouring here?
I think in this situation the forks tend to play out better. As you can see, most of when they actually engage, the forks tend to get under. But it depends how sharp your forks or your wedge are. So sometimes the wedge can win out. But I'd say in this situation, typically, as you can kind of see right now, the forks are getting underneath.
And Darren is very much drifting around the arena as Echo is doing everything it can to escape that pit.
And we're seeing Darren's having a bit, sorry, not Darren, CSB Echo having a little bit of control issues now, but maybe lost.
And is that into the pit they go?
But what a great fight, you know, really good driving. You know, I'd say Gareth, who was driving Darren there, is one of the most experienced drivers in the competition.
So you can see that Echo they've realised and appreciated we don't have the manoeuvrability that we need. And they were trying to stay in that red zone. They were trying to keep their back up against the corner. And
really
unfortunately, Darren, they just got a hold of them, and well, they look at them here, like so Darren pushing them up against the side. That was where the pit was then dropped, and this is where we start to see Echo into the corner, and they were happy to stay in the corner as well because they knew they didn't have the manoeuvrability.
That's right.
Gareth, talk us through. You got the replay in front of you. What's going through your mind?
It's mostly about trying to get around behind him. Unfortunately, there's no latex on the wheels. This hasn't actually been prepared. The forks aren't even tightened. The lights aren't working. There's no latex on the wheels, so we're just putting the robot in, giving him a fight, because there have been a few pullouts today, unfortunately, through damage and whatever. But we want everyone to have a few fights today, so just give him CSB Echo, just throw resistance straight in, unprepared, but still a really good fight there. He's got a really great robot, so really good at aiming straight at me, and I think with a bit more work as well, that could actually be a really good competitor.
Yeah, definitely.
And you mentioned a couple of pullouts. How many robots have we got here today? How many competitors are there in the UK?
So we've got about 55 robots here today. In the UK, there's probably over 100 if everyone came at the same time. Naturally, people don't want to come all across the country all the time. There's loads of events all around the country. We've got Bristol, we've got Middlesbrough, we've had Leeds recently. There's events over in Ireland, and even in the Netherlands, for example, there was an event last month. So you can really go all around the country and compete. When we're looking at beta weights, I'd say it's over 100. And then if you start including the other classes like ant weights or featherweights or heavyweights, you start to really get about 250, 300 people maybe, because some teams are more than one person. But beta weights is a really good class.
Thank you very much, Gareth. We're now getting ready for the next fight.
Oh, this is going to be a big one.
Contradiction in the red. And I think that's Anonymy in the blue, but they're right away. Anonymy going right up to Contradiction, stopping that spinner from getting going, stopping the drum from getting going. And they're trying to get the flip enabled, but now they're up on top of Contradiction. And they're struggling to get into this fight. They are moving their flipper up and down, but the traction doesn't seem to be there. So Contradiction's going in now, and they're looking to get some damage done. Winding away and grinding away at the wheels.
They've actually buckled up the wedge on Anomaly there, and that's actually causing Jack to have a problem with his drive, and that's why he's looking a little bit sheepish at the moment.
And these are some big, powerful shunts that we're seeing now from Contradiction. Yes. Contradiction wasting no time. They don't want to be in this fight for any longer than they have to.
There's a nice lift there from Anomaly, so definitely back in the fight right now.
I was going to say, that's completely changed the dynamic now, hasn't it? Anomaly is now actually the one in control.
Yeah.
And all Contradiction can do is position that drum wherever Anomaly's coming from, but now the pit is lowered and they're getting closer. They're getting closer.
What a twist of events there, absolutely, because it was looking like all Contradiction's fight there. He had all the drive power, all the weapon, and now he's all the upside down.
And Anomaly has to be really careful here because all Contradiction needs to do is pirouette out of the way, and they might be going in, but the countdown has begun, and we're down to 2 and 1. And that is the end. Contradiction is out. How on earth did Anomaly win that fight?
Yeah, it's crazy how these things can really shift. You think 1 minute you're losing the fight, you're getting smashed up, you're about to give in.
Because look at that, Contradiction.
Yes.
Not only did they throw them into one side of the wall, they then got underneath them, carried them all the way to the other side of the wall.
One lift there, that's all it took. And unfortunately, I think that's the Contradiction's a really new build. Craig's trying to make something really fast and really powerful, and he just needs to refine it a little bit. And I think if it can drive upside down well, it's going to be unstoppable.
I was going to say, we've seen this a number of times now. Once it's inverted, that is when it struggles. There's no self-righting mechanism. Yeah. If you were to give some recommendations to the robot, what would be your improvements?
I would say for Contradiction, it's probably just those back wheels. If they could go back a little bit further or shorten the bulkhead so the back wheels can stick on the ground more, he might have a bit more control. He's getting a little bit beached here, you can see in the replay. That's
and I love how cautious Anomaly was. They really didn't want to go anywhere near that pit because they know. And as soon as the countdown timer started, Anomaly backed away, waited out the clock, and well, walked away with a win.
Yeah, and it's super nice to see because the driver of the lifter bot normally drives spinners himself, so he's very aware of dishing out the punishment, so he knows how restrained he had to be, how patient, waiting for that perfect opportunity to get that one lift, and that made the fight. Really.
It really was. One lift was all it took. And once
all
they
it
were
takes.
immobilized, well, that was everything done. So, getting through
now?
the fights now, we are into Heat 8 of round 4.
Wow, what a day.
A very long day, a very long day. If you've been watching,
An absolute beast. Well done, Gav.
amazing. Thank you so much for being a part of this and contributing to the live chat. Even if you're not here in person, you're contributing virtually, and that all adds to the community that we have here.
Definitely.
As Joe says, frequently we have a brilliant community here.
We do. Thank you for tuning in live. It's so good. Yeah, this is like the scene, isn't it? What do you think, Jevon? You having a good time?
Yes.
Do you want to go on this one?
So we're getting ready for a fight. Audience, get ready to count us in. 2, 1, activate. And here we go. So immediately dodging that spinner because the hammer is going to start to come down. And here we go.
Attitude Adjuster is spinning up to speed, and that was a nice hit on the top. And the wheel has gone from Metis.
So Metis is now one-wheel drive. And then really just pirouetting now. There's not much more they can do. So into the upper corner we go.
He's spun up again.
And
another
here comes
big
the
hit on
hammer.
the top.
And was that the other wheel? Is that the other wheel gone?
It is indeed the other wheel gone. That is surgical precision.
Literally clinical. You want that amputated? No problem. One wheel, off we go.
We'll take
the
that,
other
yep.
one? Yes, no problem. That was incredible driving. Not much Metis could do. So unfortunate there, but Attitude Adjuster, what a good showing.
Yes, definitely. That was a clinic. That was exactly what Scott was hoping to do with Attitude Adjuster.
What do you
there.
think? Total fight time, roughly 10 seconds?
Oh yeah. It was a quick one for sure.
And that really does show you the merciless nature of robot battling, doesn't it? It's just
It does indeed.
one wheel, off you go, and this is the second. So this is the first hits that we're seeing now.
We had 3 hits to start with, followed by another couple, and it was all over.
Well, you have Metis pirouetting around in Attitude Adjuster, putting them into the blue zone, and then with a one hit, literally one hit, it was off.
That was very nice.
Very nice, and Attitude Adjuster really going all out, losing control there.
Hello, I'm back. I'm not Joe Brown.
So, who is next to come up on our brackets?
Well, we have Deja 2 multi-grab drifting going up against Gaelic Gladiator very shortly, but I believe up next we have Annie Are You OK going up against Boring Bot.
And other Roboteers who need to be preparing themselves.
Yep, we have Rudimental going up against Night Fury, Ares going up against Di-Fi, Mr. Cat's Mouse House, Meow Meow, going up against Ramdai Slamco, and Gear Down for What will be fighting Enigma. As I said, up next, it is Annie Are You OK against Boring Bot. Boring Bot getting loaded in at the moment. I'm joined in commentary now by the one and only the Tom Brewster with like 4 E's. I am, yeah. The channel with all the spam bots, apparently. So,
Oh, hello. Ooh.
oh, there you go.
Yeah. Who have we got here?
We've got Annie Are You OK going up against Boring Bot.
He's come all the way from Australia.
He has come all the way from Australia.
The most boring bot in the world. In boring.
Can you imagine coming all the way from Australia to face the most boring bot? It's unbelievable.
Fantastic.
It's him.
Oh, he's found me. He's found me.
He's
No,
given
Shaky. Right, come on, Shaky. Let's have an exciting
Shaky
one.
must be good at robots because he uses the same controller I do.
He's getting there. He's trying his best, bless him. Don't be a scrub. Come on, Shaky. Oh, and also, go on, Annie.
Come on, let's go. Crack on.
This is going to be a good fight, I think. Annie, are you okay? He needs to look for the angle on Boring Bot.
Jevan, the robots are fighting, look.
They're doing
right
a fight.
in front of our very eyes. Incredible stuff right here.
Annie trying to get around the sides of Boring Bot. Managed to get up on top there. That's potentially very dangerous for Boring Bot,
That could be dangerous. If that spinner hits a thing, it could be quite dangerous.
It could be very
Spinners
dangerous.
are often
if it
quite
hits
good
a
at
thing.
that. Yeah.
But at the minute, Boring Bot doing a good job of controlling Annie in the corner, got them up on that wedge.
Looks like he might have jammed up that spinner.
Most definitely has. Annie is back down. Is it spinning? That is the question. I'm not sure that it is.
I think that's the pin as well, is now enabled.
Another lovely little waggle of those waggle sticks.
I love the way those waggle. I think it's great, the waggle sticks. They're really quite effective. Just the controlling that fight. Look at that.
Boring Bot doing a very good job of controlling Annie all around, and Annie just missing the pit button there.
Oh, nearly.
Once again up the wedge, and Boring Bot has full control of Annie.
I haven't seen Annie spinning for a while. You know?
No, I think it may be down.
Yeah.
Boring Bot a full run into the wall there.
I tell you what, I'm not bored at this fight at all.
No,
this is an
very
exciting,
very
bot.
exciting.
Exciting robot. This
must be Annie that's doing it.
Must have been. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Annie has lost a wheel while we were.
Annie, are you okay?
We were having banter and then the wheel came off.
They're not okay, are they?
They're not. No, Annie is not okay.
There's the countdown.
It is indeed spinning around. Get out of its way.
He's still moving though. Oh, but there's the countdown.
Unfortunately, it's not moving outside of its circumference, and that
Annie.
could well be curtains for Annie.
And there we go.
Boring Bot, the winner of that fight.
There we go. Not at all boring. Not at all boring. And Annie is not okay.
Annie is not okay.
Quite frankly,
we're seeing the replay of Annie being not okay, and maybe
those
obviously
waggle
the wheels come
sticks
off.
are great. Those, I love them.
Watch for the wheel. It must be there somewhere.
So the spinner died about a minute in. It looks like. Not sure what happened there. That's a shame. That's a real shame.
It is a real shame. Annie is a very destructive force on the Australian circuit.
It is absolutely. Yeah. Annie is definitely one to watch.
Hasn't been performing quite as well as I think Ben would hope today.
It's very PP3D. That's a throwback. You know, Robot Wars was on like, oh my god, like 5 years ago now.
That is
5 years ago.
5 years ago. You got.
I was speaking to someone earlier, and I mentioned like, oh, Robot Wars. Did you see the reboot? And they said, well, no, I was only like 3. Like, what? What is that? Oh, and now I'm being probed by Tim. This is.
I believe it's snooker.
Snooker. You're right, Tim. Tim, come and say something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Timothy Montgomery Brackley McGee. Here he is, upon Thames. How are you doing?
Oh, that was
Mr. Tim Rackers, everybody. Tim Rackers, very good. Very good.
Tim Rackers.
Battlebot. Oh, we don't. Oh. Tim's back for Monsoon. I don't know why. I don't know. Since the last one, we've moved house twice and got engaged since BattleBots was on.
Yep.
Me and Tim. That
you
is.
and Tim. I'm so happy for you two. Who's that? Oh, no idea.
Oh, that's a. Oh, hey Sarah. You're right. Do you want to come say something? No, she doesn't. She doesn't want to. Oh, he's off.
So we're just waiting to see.
There's Gareth.
There's Sarah.
Sarah, what do you want to say? She says she wants to give me 50 quid. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I heard that actually. I think that's on record on stream.
I think so.
No, so BattleBots, you're ready again.
We've been ready for like 3 years.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know.
The question is, are they ready?
What, is BattleBots ready for us?
Or just ready in general? I think the answer's no.
I don't know. I don't know what I meant to say, but
who knows?
See.
Who knows?
See.
We'll see.
If there's another one, we'll hopefully be there. So
yes.
At least this time there's no like things in the way. Hopefully.
What?
Planes are flying.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Anyway,
it'll be train strikes.
We've got some little robots fighting.
We do have some little robots.
Oh, so this is Shane Lale, middleweight champion of the universe, I would say. Yes, I think so.
And he does pretty well at the heavyweights too with
right,
Iron Ore 6.
He's good.
Shade there from Craig Crouch.
Oh, what's the name of Shane's robot? I've forgotten. Oh, Corrosion. Wait.
Gaelic.
Gaelic Gladiator.
Heat 8 round.
This is why I don't do commentary.
Yeah. It's Gaelic Gladiator going up against Deja 2.
The quality of your commentary has dropped significantly since I got the microphone. This is Garlic Gladiator fends off the vampires.
Yeah.
So who's he fighting? Oh!
Deja 2.
Multi-grab drifting, Deja 2. I love it.
It's going to be good fun.
Deja 2, multi-grab drifting. Oh, it's the omnidirectional drive robot.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. I love it. I've seen this one up
First time watching.
Oh my god, robots are fighting!
Oh my god, Robot Wars? Is that still a thing?
Robot Wars. Does Craig Charles still do it? Does he?
I think he does.
I think so.
I think he does.
Here we go.
I think we're going to have to start thumb wrestling at some point. That's all part of the day, isn't it? Here we go. Gaelic Gladiator going up against Deja 2, multi-grab drifting. Count us down. 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Activate.
I love the way this thing moves as well.
Oh, big damage straight out of the gates there from Gaelic Gladiator. Has really done a big number on the forks.
That's a big. Oh, hang on a
No.
minute. Hold the phone.
Gaelic Gladiator seems to have stopped dead in the middle of the arena. Make it look like you did it, Deja 2.
He's out of garlic. I don't think he topped up his garlic reserve.
Maybe he was bitten by a vampire.
Oh, he might have been.
Maybe
it'll work
Deja
it,
2 is a vampire. He does
Deja
have
2.
fangs.
He has got the fangs.
Well, that's a win
Well
for
done, well
Deja 2 and some points on the board, and Shane looks confused.
Oh, that's unfortunate. The worst way to lose is when your robot just stops.
Yeah.
Or when you go in the pit. But
I must say the wheels on Deja 2 still look a bit. They're a bit.
Oh, that's a shame. I feel really bad for Shane.
Yeah.
Losing is one thing, but losing when an intermittent fault or just stopping like that is the worst. Oh, hopefully he'll be able to fix it for the next one.
Yes, fingers crossed. He's a few more fights to go as yet. Do put some things in chat if you want to talk to us. There are currently 28 people watching, and none of them are spam bots.
Oh my goodness, that's at least 20 people.
It is. I'm trying to get rid of
29.
these. Mr. Carell
Annie.
Science has said, Annie, no!
We're as sad as you are about Annie. We're as sad as you are.
The Seaborg says, OMG, it's the Tom Brewster.
No way.
The very same.
Every time someone says that, it just gets funnier, you know? Absolutely. I can't contain myself right now. I'm laughing my arse off.
His sides, oh my god, they've actually split.
Oh, I don't know. Oh no. Oh, look who's back. Gav's back.
Gav's back.
Gav's back. I might be losing the microphone.
Yeah.
Well, Jevan, it's been a pleasure.
It's been good fun, Tom.
When World of Woodrow comes
well, you see, what happens is...
and with that, bye-bye.
We are back. This is it. We're back. Thank you very much.
Anymore. That was a mess.
That was great. I loved it. Thank you very much, Tom. The Tom Brewster there. More and more funny.
Literally wrecking the house as
he doesn't know the meaning of no damage.
Drizzle, just everything that he's involved in is just carnage.
Drizzle, Stratus, Bat Chair, who knows. Up next should be Rudimental versus Night Fury. We've then got fights between Ares and Di-Fi, Mr. Cat's Mouse House and Ramdai Slamco, Gear Down for What and Enigma, Dr. Zayas and Tosser 3, Flipping Spree, Luchador and Corrosive.
So, Roboteers, if you do have battles left to commence, please make sure you're ready at the tables.
We are coming up to the last few fights of the day. That bit does indeed turn.
Just playing.
That bit scrolls. It's crazy stuff. And if you want to build a robot, of course, check out Bristol Bob Builders and the like. You know, they do some good stuff, I hear.
Please do give a like to the Robot Rebellion page up on Facebook to find out more about when these events will be running.
Yeah. I've got here my amp weight that I built for 30 odd quid because of the wonderful technology supplied to me by Bristol Bob Builders. It's a little dustpan and brush bot called Pandemonium.
So, talking about the robot, there's the amp waste category, so a much cheaper robot. You don't have to start building in this level. You can start a much lighter, smaller, maybe even more fun.
Yes, 150 grams of fighting fun, but we're up to the 1.5 kilo ones at the minute, and we have Night Fury and Rudimental in the box.
So stand by, Night Fury is going to be causing some carnage as it starts to wind up and immediately goes into the pit wall, into the wall.
Ooh, big hit in the side panel.
And Night Fury is flying up and down as you would expect. And what's happening now? Rudimental is getting in there, stopping Night Fury.
Spinner is down on Night Fury.
No, Night Fury is back up and running.
Back.
But Night Fury just can't keep control. And Rudimental putting him into the corner, trying to get him to the out zone.
Night Fury having some real issues in the minute, but that was a lovely throw there from Rudimental.
But look at Rudimental, they're stuck, or are they? They're seeming to be struggling, and that's given Night Fury the chance to get in and do some damage.
That flipper's still working very nicely though on Rudimental. I must say, it's been a very consistently good robot so far this weekend. Another massive hit.
Rudimental just going straight into the spinner of Night Fury. They're willing to take on the damage head on. And there it goes, a big piece of the front chassis.
That's integral. They are tapping out, that is Rudimental. Tapping out, the win goes to Night Fury.
So you can see the audience there, a little bit of shock at the carnage and the damage that we've seen. These robots are being fought to destruction. And Night Fury there, watching the replay, they're looking, they're waiting. And you have to say, Rudimentary, they didn't really care. They really self-inflicted that. If they just took more time, positioned themselves to the side of Night Fury, they might have protected their front shield. But instead, they willingly sacrificed it. And well, look at the damage in the middle of the arena.
That is not in one piece anymore.
And why do you think they tapped out? What was the reason?
We have still got fights to go through, and to tap out at that point to save some damage so they don't have as much to repair before their last fight in the rounds, I think is definitely worthwhile to them.
So the shrapnel being collected there. And well, unfortunate there, but Night Fury, the victor, the defending champions of this event.
They need those points as well. They were looking not overly healthy after a couple of unsure wins earlier on.
And so you're just quickly checking the heat tables as we speak.
So presently, Night Fury and Rudimental are tied on points on 9 apiece. Second place to Eagle on 10.
So what happens in that situation? How are the brackets going to work on tomorrow?
Well, I believe I have it right in saying that there is going to be the first place finishers from each heat going to each the round of 16. And then there are going to be 5 other positions in that round of 16 decided by rumbles.
Yeah, so everyone who wins their heat will be guaranteed to be going through. All the second place robots will also be guaranteed to go into a melee.
Yep.
And the 4 best third place robots will also go into those melees. That will make 15 robots for 5 freeway melees, plus the 11 will make 16. We'll then have a straight knockout 16 after a redraw.
You heard it from the EO's mouth, the event organiser's mouth. Thank you very much, Garfi, for the clarification.
And I'm looking into the arena. 3rd time's the charm. Will we see something spectacular from Di-Fi?
I hope so. It has every right to do very well. However, it has struggled so far.
You mean you have every hope that it will do well?
Yes.
And Rob, the Roboteer, gave us a little look, just like, nah.
Yeah,
nah.
it was a terrified look and a shake of the head, which, you know, is always a good sign.
And so it's an interesting rule. So you don't have to position your robot into its starting zone. You can place it into that zone.
Yeah, so long as you have a section touching that zone, you're fine. But for something like Di-Fi that's hard enough to control as it is, he would have to spin up to get it to move over there. So we're putting it in the red square. It's closer, it's safer for everyone involved.
What do we think about Di-Fi? Do we think that their strategy of facing their opponent head-on is worth it, or should they be pushing the Di-Fi back into the corner a bit more, give it a bit more stability?
Well, I think in the corner it's difficult to get those waggly arms to move anywhere where they want them to. They need to be able to have the space to move around. We are
waiting for Ares to join us in the arena. we're looking around, trying to find Ares.
There's no sign of him yet.
Not yet, but Jevon, just taking a second to appreciate this event, how have you found it compared to last year?
Well, we're in a different spot to last year. We were out the front where the Ecto 1 car is presently, and it was a bit windy on the Sunday, and so the microphones weren't working very well, and we had some issues on this side of things. But the stream seems to be holding up, touch wood, a bit better than it did last year, hopefully. We had some issues earlier on today.
And I've heard that we're going to take Di-Fi out of the arena, waiting for Ares, and get ready for the next heat.
Yeah, we're going to put in Mr. Cat's Mouse House and Ramdai Slamco.
And Mr. Cat's Mouse is being accompanied by the stereo here, which we're not allowed to play over YouTube. So let's make sure.
There goes the monetization.
Let's make sure we keep that off the books. And well, they had a mini secret weapon of a drum spinner hidden beneath the bowl. Do you think that's done anything to improve that robot?
Certainly it's going to add a damage element that wasn't there before.
And a bit of a novelty factor, I guess,
definitely.
as well.
Well, it's similar to a bigger robot we've seen previously in the American scene called, now the name's escaping me. Tentamusha, that was what it was called. And it was a big sand pit on an arm that came down and did the same thing. It had a grinder inside it to cause the damage. The issue with it was that the judges never saw the damage that was being done underneath there, so they never knew if it was aggressive or what. They also had a flamethrower in there, so perhaps something for the future for Craig, pop a flamethrower in his robot.
Maybe, and I'm just thinking, have you ever seen a drum on an arm? You know, an arm that can come down and start to grapple away, something that's not within the base chassis of the robot.
Attitude adjuster.
It's a good point. Good point indeed.
Yeah.
So, taking a little bit of time to get these robots in, but Slamco in the blue corner and Mr. Cat will be taking the red corner.
Yes, indeed he will. Well, we're just about ready for Mr. Cat's Mouse House versus Ramdai Slamco.
So this is going to be a driver battle, not so much a focus on damage, but very much a focus on control. And here we go, and once again the pirouetting, both Roboteers going right so that they're not a head-on collision, and Mr. Cat appears to be covering over Mr. Slamco.
Yes, Slamco is not in the best of ways, apparently. I was talking to the builder Ruben earlier on. He was saying that don't talk about it. So that was a good sign.
So as long as it's in there, as long as it's still moving,
it
that
is
is a good day.
It's still driving around, so that is a big plus.
And unfortunately for Mr. Cat, Slamco is actually quite a narrow, slow, sleek robot. And that means that their drummer in the bowl is not actually doing any work at all.
Yeah. Mr. Cat has a bit of a push on though.
And are we going to see it into the pit? Oh, Slamco
now
can do
slapping
is go
him
back,
and down goes Slamco. Mr. Cat's Mouse House with a win on the board. And now slapping its bowl on the arena floor.
It's a very happy cat. And so watching the replay, Mr. Cat toying with its prey, toying, and then in goes Slamco.
We are joined by Mr. Ben from Team Panic. Hello. You have some information on why Annie's weapon went down in that last fight you were in.
Do indeed. This here is the weapon motor from Annie Are You OK? And the can of the motor popped up
into the weapon because it hangs upside down, and basically put the 3D printed pulley straight into the path of the weapon, annihilating it entirely. And there are some screws in here that got bound up in the weapon, so I couldn't even move the weapon a little bit. It just died. This is supposed to be, and I can't even do that. It's supposed to be all the way up. There's supposed to be no gap in that at all. I've never seen a motor do that before, and that is what happens.
Yeah, that's some irritating damage, and also quite sizable when you think about what operation it has. It's the whole weapon system that's gone down because of that.
Yep, one part, and bam, weapon system gone.
Now the question is, do you have a spare motor?
Of course.
So
I've got enough spares.
You're ready to go back in at some point soon.
Yes, fingers crossed.
Have you been tempted to put some power on it, see if it still spins?
I think it would. I haven't put power on it yet. I might do that later today.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to it.
I was going to say, maybe make sure there's some overhead protection in case the Magners fire it off. Like you, I've never seen a Magna do that before, but it's spinning freely, isn't it? So
Spinning freely, yeah. It's just, and the other thing is, like, I can't push it back down. Normally when these pop up like this, they pop up a little bit and then you can just pop them back into place. This one is just locked in this free spinning at a distance. I'm very, very confused.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming to show us your wonderful damage, and best of luck later on.
Thank you very much.
We have back in the box Di-Fi in the red square, and Ares with the tape label "financial mistake" over the front of it.
Namely saying that they have put a lot of money into this robot, I take it, and
it's not gone too well.
It's not gone well.
But this could be the turning point.
2, 1, activate.
Here we go then. Ares is spinning in the corner. Di-Fi is spinning up.
And
now can we get it to move?
Ares is struggling here. Ares is struggling on the arena floor, and we're actually seeing Di-Fi starting to move.
This is the gyro walker working as best as it possibly can.
And the timer, no one even realized, but the timer on Ares, that was up, and that was it.
Well, there we have it. They didn't touch each other, and yet one of them still won.
Well, is it necessary? Because if someone flips themselves out into the oot zone...
That's it.
Exactly. So do you need to make contact to win a fight?
Not in the beetle weights, as I've just been reliably told.
However, in what weights might you need to?
And weights. Have a contact roll.
Come and have a chat. So,
what's going on, Hop?
A financial mistake you've very lovingly actually taped onto the front of it.
What is going on with your robot?
It just won't touch the floor. I mean, you can show. Yeah, no, it's just too low. I hate it.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, I gave up. It's gonna be so I figured, we're gonna do whiteboards. I think. That one does not drive at all.
No.
I'm lazy and I was too busy on my so yeah, new version is going to happen. Disappointed when I got learning experience or something like that.
Could you move them? Is there space to move the motors down? If you put new, like, bulkheads?
I'm just literally going to bulkhead down. I'm just very lazy.
Yeah. Well, best of luck in the whiteboard, Hop. I think you've still got one more fight left, haven't you? Is that it now? Well, financial mistake. Yes, and we look forward to that. Thank you very much, Hop. We have in the arena Gear Down for What and Luchador. This should be an exciting fight.
Enigma, I believe.
Oh, it's Enigma. It is Enigma.
It is Enigma.
It looked like Luchador from the back.
Gear Down for What and Enigma, and this is a very interesting battle because these are quick robots, and now
that was
the
a
axe.
meaty axe hit from
the axe is
Gear
getting
Down.
in there. right onto the face of Enigma, which is so unfortunate. That's such a pretty face.
It is, and I'm quite glad it's attached again, because the last time I saw it, it wasn't.
Very true, very true. Ripped off of the hinges was Enigma's face, but now Gear Down for What, chasing around each other, and I wonder if we're even going to see the outer zone getting very close, and now the axe. I was going to say, I wonder if we see the pit coming to play, but was very shocked that they made that way over to the out zone in that quick fashion.
The power behind Gear Down for What, it could potentially ram things out of the arena, honestly.
Just from the sheer force alone, and once again, Enigma up into the side, so there isn't much that they can do. They are being pushed, thrown around this arena, even getting closer to the pit. Can Gear Down get them closer, but Enigma, ever
very
cheeky,
well driven.
ever cheeky, could have got out of the way at the last second, and I think they're tempted to just let Gear Down for What drive themselves into the pit.
Gear Down for What, because it's so fast, it's quite difficult to control, which could be an issue for them.
But I think that's also true for Enigma. They both are very quick robots, and we have experienced roboteers at the helm, so that's why we're seeing such great control. But now it is a pushing battle, now it is a shoving match, and Gear Down for What is winning. Enigma's on the edge, and in it goes!
Down. A very well driven match there for Gear Down for What.
And look at this. Look at this, look at this. Well, we're just going to quickly watch this replay, and then we'll clarify some things. So, look at this, Enigma and Gear Down, they really were just scrapping at each other, pushing into each other. It was that pushing battle.
It's a really nice even match as well, these two. They both had the upper ground at certain points in the match.
And at that point there, it looked like Gear Down was chasing down Enigma, saying, no, you're not escaping.
Yeah.
We are going towards the pit.
And then
at
using
this point,
the axe to grapple.
Exactly, they used the axe as a hook. And that was where Enigma, once they got that wheel off of the surface, very easy for Gear Down. Now, Gareth, you have joined us to confirm a few things.
Just as there's a question on the fight before this one with Di-Fi, whilst there was no contact made, both robots were able to leave their starting squares, which means that both robots were initially mobile. As such, when Hop-In became immobile, he gets counted out. Di-Fi was still mobile.
It was, yeah, just a bit slower.
It very slowly got out of its starting square, but it still did get out of its starting square, so it was still initially mobile.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Thank you very much.
It's nice that we have confirmation from the judges, isn't it? It's not just that's the decision, deal with it. It's very much a reasonable, understandable situation.
Yeah.
And I think that's quite right as well. You know, quite right. Because if the other robot was to forfeit, all Di-Fi needs to do is demonstrate that they can move.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have entering the arena once again the cousin robot, the sister robot, the brother robot, whatever it may be to Gear Down for What. The Right Honourable, I can't remember his full title now. It's just Gareth.
The Gareth.
The Gareth Barnaby Esquire, PhD, Dr. Gareth Barnaby Esquire,
Doctor
PhD. He did the thing.
I did the thing.
He did the thing.
Wow, I feel so cool. Right, so...
And actually, going up against him is Dr. Zayas. It's Doctor versus Doctor here. Doctor. I think we might be watching a robot fight. How can you tell? Because it's there. It's in front of us. Dr. Zayas in the red square. Tosser 3 in the blue.
Thank you for digging us out of that hole and continuing on the professionalness that there is. 2, 1, let's go fighting.
Ooh.
And I say that was an immediate cease.
There was an early spin up from Dr. Zayas.
Interesting, so not something we've seen before.
A wrist slap there from Dave.
And he's been given the card, he's been given the penalty card. We don't see the penalty card used often.
No, we don't get to see the penalty card on stream. It's not appropriate.
So, Doctor's eyes do not wind up ahead of time.
Hang on.
And holding.
We are still holding. Or
So
Dr.
we just
Zayas
need to-
had a bit of a moment. I think Dr. Zayas might have had a bit of a moment.
We're just resetting. We're resetting. It's okay. I won't repeat what Craig said to my right because it was very rude, but
very naughty.
Flipping
Craig.
Spree is sitting there in anticipation of what's about to come.
Still, we're all good to go again. So, without further ado, third time lucky.
Let's hope so. 3, 2, 1.
Activate.
And look at the speed of Flipping Spree.
And he's using his flipper like a grabber and using that front plough to deflect the blows of the spinner.
And they're doing an incredible job to control this fight. They are just not, Dr. Zeiss is not getting the spinner up and running, and look at him, it's not even moving as we speak. So is that enabled, and does that mean Flipping Spree has free reign of this fight?
It's over. It's over. I don't even have time to answer that question because it's already done.
They answered it for us.
Yep.
Doctor, I've ran out of jokes.
Yeah. How can you tell?
Honestly. So let's get back to this. So watching the replay now, and it was absolutely, as soon as the klaxon started, the speed of Flipping Spree right on top. And I don't know what it was. Can we pinpoint in this fight, where was the spinner immobilized?
I believe it's there. The moment we've just seen, a deflection from the front armour of...
So as soon as that flip was up, as soon as they got rotated...
Yeah, it was a flip. It bounces off the wall, bounces off the front of the plough on...
Dr. Zeiss.
No, the other one. Flipping Spree. That's it. That's what I'm looking for. That's when the weapon went down, and from that point onwards, Tosser 3 just had every opportunity to flip Dr. Zeiss.
And I mean, they did so with, you have to say, clinical fashion, in the sense that
absolutely.
They were just on them. They knew exactly what they wanted to achieve, and even before the pit button was enabled, out they went.
Out indeed they did go.
And now we are left wondering who our next fighters are going to be.
Well, we should have coming in next Luchador and Corrosive. That will be followed by Rust in Pieces and Let the Good Times Stroll. And that, I believe, is the last fight for today.
We're really that close to the end?
We are indeed. So, okay. The Stroll fight is a maybe. But at the very least, we can do Luchador versus Corrosive.
So those who are here with us right now, the next battle is going to be a destructive one. Corrosive is a very, very aggressive robot. And, well, I feel very sorry for Luchador, but Luchador does not have
I'm not sure I
much
do.
defense.
Luchador and Slav King, no, not Slav King, well, it was Slav King, finished similar places. It's Corrosive now, but in the last year, when they've been competing, they've finished similarly. Luchador finished 4th at an event recently. Corrosive, or Slav King before it, was a 3rd place finisher, so these two are very evenly matched, I think. Don't count out Luchador just yet.
Interesting. So, why do I say that Corrosive is going to be destructive? Well, it's because of the drum spinner that's on the front.
Yes.
It is going to be spinning up at high speed, and you can see them position the drum towards Luchador. And have we got some interesting news?
Well, this is the last fight of the day, so we are going to need everybody in the building to help us count this one in.
So gather round, Roboteers. This is the last fight, and help us count it down from 3.
Here we go then. 3, 2, 1, activate.
And look at
Corrosive
that. As we now have
is
Corrosive
not spinning up to speed properly.
And that means Luchador is going to be a firm favourite for this battle, because their gripper is going to be all over Corrosive. As
They
Corrosive
have the
cannot
wedge
fake away.
advantage, they have the grabber. That drum is struggling to get up to spinning
It
speed.
really is struggling, so maybe one drive isn't working, maybe it's a dual pulley. Not too sure what's stopping it from getting to the speed. They're trying to get some space to get it up to speed, but it's just not rotating.
No, absolutely not. He's still trying. He's stopping every now and again to see if he can get it spinning up. Focus on that drum.
And
but
all this time, Luchador is just sticking in the middle of the arena.
Yeah, just waiting for him.
So the pit has been enabled, and that has given Luchador more opportunity.
But Luchador has lost one side drive by the looks of things, or is getting stuck a bit. It's
So
now
we're at
turning
the
in
end of the day.
circles.
End of the day, the robots are really war of attrition. They're struggling to stay going.
Corrosive is trying its best. There was a little bit of a connection there.
So it got a bit more speed up, and we're hoping to see some sparks, but unfortunately it's just not getting the speed you want. Luchador, though, only has one-wheel drive. Look at it, it's rotating on 1 point.
Really struggling now to get around the arena, and surely it can't be long until there's a countdown, perhaps.
So we're seeing the drum starting to spin up, and now we're getting some light grinding, but it's not doing much damage, and I'm not sure how long this is going to continue. But they're getting ever closer to the pit now as Corrosive is backing away, and well, Luchador is still pirouetting on that one wheel, but it's making its way around the arena. It's kind of seesawing its way around.
It is, yeah. Corrosive is going to want to try and get round to the sides of Luchador to see if it can get a good push in.
And I think Corrosive really has just gone to one side now. They're going to mess with some settings.
Those Corrosive
and they're going to see if they can get it up and running. And it seemed a bit more aggressive as it was running along the floor. That sounds more aggressive, but it just can't get engaged. And we've gone to the judges' decision.
Very close to the pit at the end there, but not quite enough.
And so we'll await the judges' decision, but that was the last fight of the day. Those who are here with us today, thank you so much for sitting and watching. It's been a joy. I hope you've enjoyed the show.
We are just waiting on this judge's decision.
Can I just say, everyone in chat, place your favourite emoji. Everyone here, clap your hands for the amazing work these two have done all day today. Big up, Jevon and Gav. We love you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig.
Well,
we are waiting that judge's decision to see who won. That's going to be a tough one to
and
judge.
of course, it's not all over. We are back here tomorrow.
Yes, all day
to
for
decide
more
the
robot
winner,
fighting action.
To decide the winner of this championship event.
Yes, and to award the Beetle belt.
You love that belt so
I do
much,
love that
don't
belt.
you?
I love it. The interesting, history lesson for you, Gav. Roll the clock back to classic Robot Wars days. There's a robot called Scar, and it has this big circular disc. And it went into one fight, it won its fight, and then had to pull out of the fights from there on. That disc is the Beetle belt.
I see, so that has been passed down from generation to generation of
It
Robot
has
Builder.
indeed.
So, everyone, one and all, we have a decision
We
from the
do
judges.
indeed. The winner, by a unanimous decision, is Corrosive.
So that is the end of the fighting. That is us done, I believe, for today.
It
we
is
are going
indeed.
to pack up and, well, take a break, get a rest. and
Thank
well,
you to everybody who's been in chat watching. Thank you to all those who have been competing today. Thank you for those who came to see it live at Rapture Gaming Festival. We are back tomorrow morning for about the same time, maybe a bit earlier. We'll see. But until then, I have been Jevon.
I've been Gavin.
And we shall see you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.